Chapter 714. Xue Zhizheng sighed, Yuan Weiqing, what I want to say is that we don't have the gold coins to support you in your martial arts practice again. After hearing Xue Zhizheng's words, a trace of anger flashed in Yuan Weiqing's eyes. After a long while, he suddenly said loudly, Hall Master Xue, what do you mean by this? How did my arm get injured? Wasn't it for our gang? At this point, Yuan Weiqing's tone paused, but then, without waiting for Xue Zhizheng to answer him, he snorted coldly and continued. Hall Master Xue, aren't you afraid of disappointing the brothers in the gang by doing this? After hearing Yuan Weiqing's words, Xue Zhizheng also sighed and said apologetically, Yuan Weiqing, I'm really sorry. I know that I'm letting you down by doing this, but the price for you to practice martial arts again is too high. 5 million gold coins, even if we wanted to take it for you, we wouldn't be able to take out so many gold coins. At this point, Xue Zhizheng's tone paused before he continued, Yuan Weiqing, now that things have come to this, we can only do this. However, I can assure you that as long as you are in the Tanlei sect in the South County, we will definitely treat you well and not let you suffer any grievances. Please believe me, I can do what I say. After hearing Xue Zhizheng's words, Yuan Weiqing gritted his teeth and raised his injured arm, saying sadly, Hall Master Xue, I was injured for the Tanlei sect, but you treat me like this. You clearly have the chance to let me stand up again, but you gave it up because you don't have the gold coins. Hall Master Xue, are you worthy of me? Xue Zhizheng heard this and shook his head with a bitter smile. Yuan Weiqing, to be honest, I also want you to stand up again, but 5 million gold coins is really not a small amount. If we can take it out, everything will be fine, but how can we take out so many gold coins? At this point, Xue Zhizheng paused before he continued, Yuan Weiqing, don't worry. You will still be the protector of the Tanlei sect in the South County. I can assure you that although you have lost a lot of your martial arts, as long as I am here, no one will dare to look down on you. You can still live the life you used to live. Isn't that good? After hearing Xue Zhizheng's words, Yuan Weiqing said sadly, Hall Master Xue, my arm is already like this. How can I live the life I used to? Yuan Weiqing paused for a moment, but he didn't wait for Xue Zhizheng's reply. He let out a bitter laugh and continued to speak. Hall Master Xue, in the past, although my martial arts were not very high, in the past, I was able to become the protector of the Tanlei sect in the Tanlei sect in the Tanlei sect in the south. Now that I lose my martial arts, do you think I can still be the protector of the protectors sect in SS2? After hearing Yuan Weiqing's words, Xue Zhizheng was stunned for a moment. Then, he said with a smile, Yuan Weiqing, what does it matter? With your qualifications, even if you don't have martial arts, you are more than qualified to be the protector of the Tanlei sect in the South County. Yuan Weiqing, don't think so much. As long as you agree to this, I can guarantee you that in the future, if anyone dares to question your identity as a protector in the Tanlei sect in the South County, I will not spare them. Don't worry about this. Hearing Xue Zhizheng's guarantee, Yuan Weiqing was not relieved. Instead, his face became even more gloomy. Hall Master Xue, I have already said that I can become the protector of the Tanlei sect in the South County because of my own ability. However, if I want to become the protector of the Tanlei sect in the South County in the future, I will need your help. Do you think this is good? After hearing Yuan Weiqing's words, Xue Zhizheng smiled and shook his head. Yuan Weiqing, you are thinking too much. In the future, you will be the protector of the Tanlei sect in the South County. As long as I promise you, you will always be the protector of the Tanlei sect in the South County. Don't you understand? Yuan Weiqing sighed, Hall Master Xue, I know your good intentions, but I want to become the protector of the Tanlei sect in the South County with my own ability. I don't want to rely on your help to become the protector of the Tanlei sect in the South County. After hearing Yuan Weiqing's words, Xue Zhizheng also sighed secretly. As long as one was a normal person, who would not have Yuan Weiqing's thoughts? In the eyes of outsiders, becoming a protector with one's own ability and relying on the help of others were two completely different concepts. If someone became a protector with his own ability, others would definitely admire him and look at him in a new light. However, if someone became a protector with the help of others, how could outsiders look up to him? Even his subordinates would look down on him if they knew that he became a protector with the help of others. Xue Zhizheng understood Yuan Weiqing's thoughts and wanted to support him. He wanted him to stand up again and become the second one-armed saber king. However, the price of doing so was too high. If you wanted to let Yuan Weiqing stand up again, you would have to invest at least 5 million gold coins. The most important thing was, even if you invested 5 million gold coins, would Yuan Weiqing become the second one-armed saber king? For so many years, there were many reasons why there was only one one-armed saber king in the South County. Many injured people had rich families and could afford to buy many spiritual herbs and find many brilliant saber techniques. However, why was there only one one-armed saber king? This was because if one wanted to become the second one-armed saber king, one couldn't just rely on spiritual herbs. Even if one had a brilliant saber technique, it wouldn't be enough. Because there was another reason, and that was the talent for martial art. If a person's talent for martial arts wasn't enough, then even if there were many spiritual herbs and brilliant saber techniques, they wouldn't have too high of an achievement. They definitely wouldn't be able to reach the realm of the one-armed saber king. The one-armed saber king's talent for martial arts was very high. Coupled with the support of a large number of spiritual herbs and brilliant saber techniques, these three things were indispensable. It was also because there weren't many people who could gather these three things, so for so many years, there was only one one-armed saber king in Nanjing, this kind of hero. There were many people who had rich families and could buy a large number of spiritual herbs. However, they didn't have a brilliant saber technique, or their own talent for martial arts wasn't enough. Therefore, no matter how hard they worked, they absolutely couldn't become the second one-armed saber king. Xue Zhizheng had already thought about these problems in his heart. The reason why he wanted to give up on letting Yuan Weiqing stand up again was because he was very clear that it was really difficult to gather these three things. Did Yuan Weiqing have these three things? The spiritual herbs could be bought with gold coins. This wasn't a big problem. The key was, where could he find a brilliant saber technique? A brilliant saber technique wasn't as simple as spiritual herbs. Spiritual herbs could be bought with gold coins. The only difference was that the better the spiritual herbs, the higher the price. However, a brilliant saber technique wasn't like this. Because for those who mastered these brilliant saber techniques, even if you spent gold coins to buy it, would they sell it to you? This was like an ordinary person joining a gang, and this gang had the most brilliant martial arts. However, would the most brilliant martial arts be taught to him? The answer was, of course, impossible. In a gang, there were so many disciples, but how many people could learn the most brilliant martial arts of their own sect? Speaking of which, it could be counted with one's fingers. This was because many gangs' brilliant martial arts were secrets that weren't passed on. Even if it was a disciple of their own sect, before becoming a senior disciple, it was impossible to learn those secret martial arts that weren't passed on. For an ordinary disciple, even if he had a lot of gold coins, could he rely on these gold coins to learn the most brilliant martial arts? The answer was, of course, no. If relying on a lot of gold coins to learn these martial arts, then this gang wouldn't be far from collapse. The thing that could support a gang's prosperity wasn't a lot of gold coins, but brilliant martial art. Only a sect with a high level of martial arts could be passed down forever. Those high-level martial arts were the basis for these gangs to be able to pass down their legacy. How could it be so easy to obtain these high-level martial arts? Therefore, brilliant martial arts were different from spiritual herbs. Spiritual herbs could be bought with money, but martial arts couldn't. Not only did it require a lot of gold coins, but it also required an opportunity. In other words, it could be said that it required a lot of connections to obtain those brilliant martial arts. The key was, did Yuan Weiqing have a lot of connections? Or, did he have such a big opportunity? The answer to this question was, no. Yuan Weiqing didn't have a lot of connections, and he also didn't have such good luck to obtain such a big opportunity. If Yuan Weiqing couldn't obtain those brilliant martial arts, even if he took a lot of spiritual herbs, could he become the second one-armed saber king? The answer was still impossible. Without the support of brilliant martial arts, even if he took a lot of spiritual herbs, there wouldn't be much progress in martial arts. More importantly, In addition to spiritual herbs and brilliant martial arts, there was a third condition, and that was talent. Did Yuan Weiqing have super high talent? The answer was still no. If Yuan Weiqing had super high talent, he wouldn't be just a protector of the secret thunder sect in the South County. Therefore, there were too many things that Yuan Weiqing didn't have. Even if he used those gold coins, the possibility of Yuan Weiqing becoming the second one-armed Saber King was definitely not more than 10% in Xue Zhizhing's opinion. Such a low probability, but he had to invest so many gold coins to verify it. As long as he wasn't mentally ill, he believed that he wouldn't be willing to verify it. Of course, there was another possibility. That was, Yuan Weiqing was rich and could easily take out 5 million gold coins. Only in this way could he take out these gold coins to verify whether he could become the second one-armed Saber King. Other than this possibility, Xue Zhizhing believed that no one would be willing to invest so many gold coins to verify something with such a low probability of success. It was also because of this reason that Xue Zhizhing wanted to persuade Yuan Weiqing to give up this plan and choose a normal life. Thinking of this, Xue Zhizhing raised his head to look at Yuan Weiqing and said with a bitter smile, "Yuan Weiqing, I understand your situation and your feelings, but you have to think clearly. If you want to complete this plan, we have to pay too much. 5 million gold coins, brilliant saber skills, and most importantly, your talent. There are only 3 conditions, and none of them can be missing." Speaking of this, Xue Zhizhing paused for a moment, but then he didn't wait for Yuan Weiqing to answer him and continued. "Yuan Weiqing, think about it. Of these 3 conditions, which one do you have?" After hearing Xue Zhizhing's words, Yuan Weiqing was stunned for a moment. He frowned and thought for a moment, then raised his head to look at Xue Zhizhing and said slowly, "Hallmaster Xue, I think I should have all 3 conditions." "What? You have all of them?" After hearing Yuan Weiqing's words, Xue Zhizhing suddenly exclaimed and looked at Yuan Weiqing in disbelief, his voice trembling as he asked, "Yuan Weiqing, could it be that you think you have all 3 conditions?" After hearing Xue Zhizhing's question, Yuan Weiqing nodded and said slowly, "Hallmaster Xue, think about it. The first condition, regarding the issue of gold coins, I understand that this will require a lot of gold coins, maybe even 5 million gold coins. But, as long as Yi Tianhua agrees to our conditions, we don't have to worry about the gold coins at all. The second condition, brilliant saber skills. I think that as long as we have a large amount of gold coins, it shouldn't be a problem to obtain a brilliant saber skill. The third condition, which is the problem of talent that you mentioned, I think I also have this condition. Hallmaster Xue, although my martial arts aren't very high, don't forget that my master's martial arts aren't high either. If I have a brilliant saber skill, I can be sure that my achievements will definitely be higher. Hallmaster Xue, help me. I can definitely become the second one-armed Saber King. At that time, I will rely on my martial arts to become the protector of the secret thunder sect in the South region. No one will look down on me, and you don't have to worry about me anymore." Hearing Yuan Weiqing's reason, Xue Zhizhing could only smile bitterly and had no other thoughts. Yuan Weiqing's reason was simply ridiculous. Just like the first condition, as long as Yi Tianhua agreed to their conditions, they didn't have to worry about the gold coins. But the problem was that Xue Zhizhing was sure that no matter who it was simply unrealistic to take out 6 million gold coins at once. The two sides had been entangled for so long because they encountered this problem. Yi Tianhua couldn't take out 6 million gold coins, and they didn't want to let him go, so the matter was in a deadlock until now. If Yi Tianhua could take out 6 million gold coins, this matter would have been solved long ago. Why would it wait until now? Therefore, the first solution that Yuan Weiqing mentioned was impossible, and the probability of it being realized was too small. There was also something wrong with the solution to the second condition. As long as Yi Tianhua didn't agree to their conditions, even if they knew where to sell a high-level saber skill, did they have the gold coins to buy it? There was also the solution to the third condition that Yuan Weiqing mentioned, which made Xue Zhizhing feel that it was ridiculous. Yuan Weiqing said that his talent in martial arts was very high. The reason why his martial arts were not high was that his master did not teach him well, so his martial arts were not high. Chapter 7:15. Although Yuan Weiqing said so, Xue Zhizhing did not think so. After so many years of observation, Xue Zhijing was sure that the reason why Yuan Weiqing's martial arts were not high was not because his master was not good, but because his own talent was not enough. Talent played a huge role in martial arts. In the pugilistic world, there were many people who relied on their own talent to surpass their masters in martial arts in a short period of time. There were not just one or two examples like this, but many. This was because everyone would choose someone with higher talent as their disciple. It was also for this reason that the disciple would often surpass the master in terms of martial arts. In any sect, each generation would be stronger than the previous. This was basically certain. The main reason for this was that each generation had a higher talent than the previous. Coupled with the master's meticulous training, in terms of martial arts, each generation would naturally be stronger than the previous. However, Xue Zhijing knew that in terms of martial arts, Yuan Weiqing was definitely not his master's opponent. Yuan Weiqing had been practicing martial arts for so many years, but he hadn't made much progress. It wasn't that he wasn't willing to work hard, but that his talent was only so high. It was very difficult for him to improve to the next level. Xue Zhijing had not only met Yuan Weiqing's master, but the two had also exchanged blows. However, Xue Zhijing had lost. Xue Zhijing was not Yuan Weiqing's master's opponent, but Xue Zhijing was 100% sure that Yuan Weiqing was definitely not his opponent. It could even be said that even if there were two Yuan Weiqing, they would definitely not be his opponent. This fully showed that Yuan Weiqing's talent in martial arts was definitely not very high. It was because of this reason that Xue Zhijing wanted to give up on the plan to let Yuan Weiqing stand up again. Yuan Weiqing's talent in martial arts was not high. Even if he invested a huge amount of gold coins to buy precious elixirs and brilliant saber techniques, his talent was not enough. Even if he spent so much money, he would definitely not be able to cultivate a second one-armed saber king. Perhaps the Yuan Weiqing who spent 5 or 6 million gold coins to cultivate, in the end, would only be a little higher than his previous martial arts. If that was the case, then what was the point of investing so much energy? Thinking of this, Xue Zhijing smiled bitterly. He raised his head to look at Yuan Weiqing and said slowly, "Yuan Weiqing, do you really think that you have fulfilled all 3 conditions?" After hearing Xue Zhijing's words, Yuan Weiqing was stunned and asked with some doubt, "Xue Zhijing, do you think that I have not met these 3 conditions?" Yuan Weiqing paused for a moment, but he didn't wait for Xue Zhijing's reply and continued to speak with a frown. "Hall Master Xue, I've already said that those 3 conditions can be achieved as long as we work hard. Is there anything wrong with that?" After hearing Yuan Weiqing's words, Xue Zhijing shook his head and sighed. "Yuan Weiqing, the first condition, 5 million gold coins, is not a small amount. Do you really think that Yi Tianhua will agree to our conditions?" After hearing Xue Zhijing's words, Yuan Weiqing sneered. "Hall Master Xue, does Yi Tianhua dare to disagree?" Yuan Weiqing paused for a moment, but he didn't wait for Xue Zhijing's reply. He snorted coldly and continued to speak. "Hall Master Xue, if Yi Tianhua dares to disagree, then we will definitely not let him leave. As long as we use the Thunderbolt pill, even if Yi Tianhua has great abilities, he will definitely not be able to escape from our hands. As long as we capture Yi Tianhua, HMPH, I don't believe that he will dare to disagree with our conditions." After hearing Yuan Weiqing's words, Xue Zhijing could not help but frown. "Yuan Weiqing, if we do this, I'm afraid it will cause a fight between our 2 gangs. At that time, once we fight with each other, the losses will not be just a few million gold coins. In terms of strength, our secret Thunder sect of the South County is inferior to the Shadow Alliance of the South County. If we didn't have the Thunderbolt pill and other firearms to suppress them, I'm afraid we would have been wiped out by them long ago. If our 2 gangs fight, I think the one who will suffer will be our secret Thunder sect of the South County. If something really happens, Yuan Weiqing, do you think it's worth it?" After hearing Xue Zhijing's words, Yuan Weiqing sneered and shook his head. "Hall Master Xue, so you're worried about this problem. Let me tell you, this is not a problem. As long as we capture Yi Tianhua and make him agree to our conditions, he will give us 6 million gold coins. When the time comes, you only need to use these 6 million gold coins to help me. When I master my martial arts and become the second one-armed saber king, MPH, with just the South County Shadow Alliance, I can take care of them alone. What's there to be afraid of? Hall Master Shui, don't worry. As long as I'm here, there will definitely be no problem. Looking at Yuan Weiqing's confident look, Shui Zhizheng was not confident at all. He had already thought it through. Even if there were a large number of gold coins to support Yuan Weiqing's cultivation, Shui Zhizheng was sure that Yuan Weiqing would at least have a 70 to 80% chance of failing. Of course, failure did not mean that he would be killed. It meant that his martial arts had not reached as high as imagined. Shui Zhizheng felt that if he invested 6 million gold coins in Yuan Weiqing, the result might be that Yuan Weiqing's martial arts would be similar to his in the end. If that was the case, Shui Zhizheng would not offend Yi Tianhua and would not invest in Yuan Weiqing. Shui Zhizheng sighed. Yuan Weiqing, let's not talk about the first condition. Let's talk about the second condition, which is a brilliant saber technique. Do you think that with your current conditions, you can get a brilliant saber technique? Hearing Shui Zhizheng's question, Yuan Weiqing hurriedly waved his hand and said with a smile, Hall Master Shui, I think that as long as you and Vice Hall Master Zhong are here, a brilliant saber technique should not be difficult, right? After hearing Yuan Weiqing's words, Shui Zhizheng could not help but frown. He smiled bitterly and said, Yuan Weiqing, how can this be? Vice Hall Master Zhong and I are not saber experts. How can we teach you martial arts? At this point, Shui Zhizheng's tone paused, but then he did not wait for Yuan Weiqing to answer him. He smiled bitterly and continued. Yuan Weiqing, if I want to cultivate to the level of the one-armed Saber King, it is absolutely impossible to rely on the two of us. We need a better saber technique. After hearing Shui Zhizheng's words, Yuan Weiqing waved his hand indifferently and said with a smile, Hall Master Shui, it doesn't matter. In our south region, the sect with the best saber technique is of course the Godly Saber sect. Hall Master Shui, as long as you and Vice Hall Master Zhong make a trip to the Godly Saber sect, I think that with your relationship, the Godly Saber sect will definitely give you face. At that time, won't the brilliant saber technique be in your hands? Hearing these words, Shui Zhizheng's brows furrowed even tighter. He bitterly smiled and said, Yuan Weiqing, even if our relationship with the Godly Blade sect is very good, but the Godly Blade sect's supreme blade technique is the treasure of the sect. How could they pass it down to outsiders? At this point, Shui Zhizheng's tone paused before he continued, this is like the firearms of the secret Thunder sect in the south region. If the people of the Godly Saber sect came here and wanted the secret method of making firearms from the Godly Saber sect, would we be able to give this secret method to them just because we have a good relationship? At this point, Shui Zhizheng's tone paused. But then, without waiting for Shui Zhizheng to answer his question, he sighed and continued. Yuan Weiqing, it's impossible. No matter how good the relationship between the secret Thunder sect in the south region is, we will not pass the manufacturing method to them. The brilliant saber technique to the Godly Saber sect is no less important than the firearms to the secret Thunder sect in the south region. Under such circumstances, unless we defeat the Godly Saber sect and snatch their saber technique, they will never pass it to us. Shui Zhizheng turned his head to look at Yuan Weiqing and smiled bitterly. Yuan Weiqing, do you think that the secret Thunder sect in the south region can defeat the Godly Saber sect? Hearing Shui Zhizheng's words, Yuan Weiqing laughed coldly. Hall Master Shui, as long as we prepare more Thunderbolt pills and bring all our men to launch a surprise attack on the Godly Saber sect, I believe that no matter how strong the Godly Saber sect is, they will not be our match. At that time, we just need to kill the sect master of the Godly Saber sect and the saber technique of the Godly Saber sect will belong to us. Haha, Hall Master Shui, as long as we destroy the Godly Saber sect, we will immediately become the #1 sect in the south region. At that time, I will be able to learn some brilliant martial arts. Hearing Yuan Weiqing's words, Shui Zhizheng was stunned. He never thought that the huge Godly Saber sect would be so weak in Yuan Weiqing's eyes. The firearms of the secret Thunder sect in the south region were indeed powerful. However, to destroy the powerful Godly Saber sect with just these firearms was simply wishful thinking. No, even in his dreams, he would not be able to dream of such a scene. Among all the sects in the south region, the strongest were undoubtedly the Sky Sword sect and the Godly Saber sect. In terms of strength, The Sky Sword sect was number 1 and the Godly Saber sect was number 2. However, everyone knew that the strength of these two sects was almost the same. The main reason why the Sky Sword sect was number 1 was because of the competition between the sect master of the Sky Sword sect and the sect master of the Godly Saber sect. For so many years, the rankings between the two sects were sometimes the Sky Sword sect number 1 and sometimes the Godly Saber sect number 1. This also meant that the difference in strength between the two sects was very small. It could even be said that they were almost the same. Such a powerful sect was actually in existence that could be destroyed at any time in Yuan Weiqing's words. Xue Zhizheng simply did not dare to imagine why Yuan Weiqing would think so. What reason did he have to think so? Xue Zhizheng sighed and said slowly, Yuan Weiqing, with the strength of the Secret Thunder sect in the South region, it's almost impossible to destroy the Godly Saber sect. The Godly Saber sect's strength is unparalleled. Although the Secret Thunder sect in the South region is also very strong, compared to them, we are far inferior. At this point, Xue Zhizheng's tone paused. However, he did not wait for Yuan Weiqing to answer him. He smiled bitterly and continued speaking. Yuan Weiqing, there's no need for us to destroy the Godly Saber sect. As long as the Godly Saber sect doesn't cause trouble for us, we'll be extremely happy. Your way of thinking is wrong. After hearing Xue Zhizheng's words, Yuan Weiqing frowned. Hall Master Xue, what do you mean by this? Do you mean that we can't obtain the brilliant saber technique? After hearing Yuan Weiqing's words, Xue Zhizheng smiled and nodded. Yuan Weiqing, even among the disciples of the Godly Saber sect, I'm afraid that only a very small number of them can learn the most brilliant saber technique, let alone us outsiders. It's almost impossible for us to learn their brilliant saber technique. Yuan Weiqing, you'd better give up on this idea. Yuan Weiqing heard this and shook his head. Xue Zhizheng, no, there must be a way. Otherwise, how could the one-armed saber king learn the most brilliant saber technique? After hearing Yuan Weiqing's words, Xue Zhizheng sighed. Yuan Weiqing, there's no way to compare. Don't you know the identity of the one-armed saber king? At this point, Xue Zhizheng's tone paused, but immediately after, he didn't wait for Yuan Weiqing to answer his question and continued. Yuan Weiqing, the one-armed saber king is the junior brother of the Godly Saber sect's leader. It's also because of this that he was able to learn the most brilliant saber technique of the Godly Saber sect and become the one-armed saber king. Yuan Weiqing, the one-armed saber king is a member of the Godly Saber sect, so he was able to learn the most brilliant martial arts of the Godly Saber sect. But you're just an outsider. Think about it, would they be able to pass on the most brilliant saber technique of the Godly Saber sect to you? After hearing this, Yuan Weiqing frowned. After a long while, he slowly said, Hall Master Xue, if that's the case, I'll also join the Godly Saber sect. What do you think? Xue Zhizheng smiled bitterly and shook his head. Yuan Weiqing, even if you join the Godly Saber sect, do you think that they would pass on the most brilliant saber technique to you? That's impossible. You've just entered the sect and are only an ordinary disciple. Plus, you're already a cripple. Think about it, would they pass on the most brilliant saber technique to a cripple? Hearing this, Yuan Weiqing finally sighed and said dejectedly, is there really nothing we can do? Xue Zhizheng smiled bitterly and nodded. The saber techniques of the Godly Saber sect are only learned by ordinary disciples. As for the most brilliant saber techniques, only a very small number of people know them. It's really impossible for us to obtain these saber techniques. After hearing Xue Zhizheng's words, Yuan Weiqing's eyes suddenly lit up. He lowered his voice and said, Hall Master Xue, what do you think? If we capture one of their senior disciples and learn the most advanced saber technique from him, wouldn't this matter be solved? After hearing Yuan Weiqing's idea, Xue Zhizheng shook his head again. Yuan Weiqing, that's impossible. Even if it's a senior disciple, he's indeed learned the most brilliant saber technique. But, do you think he's able to learn the most brilliant saber technique? Chapter 716. Xue Zhizheng didn't wait for Yuan Weiqing's reply and continued, Yuan Weiqing, let me tell you, even if it's a senior disciple of our sect, it's not easy for them to learn those advanced saber techniques. Even if some people were taught by their masters, most of them would not pass the entire set of high-level saber techniques to them. Those who can truly learn the entire set of high-level saber techniques are only the head disciples and some of the most senior disciples. Other than them, most of you only know 1 or 2 moves. Even if we catch them, we will definitely not be able to get the saber techniques we want. Yuan Weiqing, do you understand? After hearing Xue Zhizheng's words, Yuan Weiqing frowned. Hall Master Xue, since those ordinary disciples do not know all the high-level saber techniques, we do not need to catch them. As long as we catch some of the most senior disciples, we should be able to get the saber techniques we want. After hearing Yuan Weiqing's words, Xue Zhizheng could not help but frown. Yuan Weiqing, do you think that it is easy for us to catch the most senior disciples of the godly saber sect? Yuan Weiqing was stunned for a moment, then he smiled and said, Hall Master Xue, no matter how well they hide, as long as we want to catch them, we will definitely succeed. Xue Zhizheng shook his head. Yuan Weiqing, although there is a possibility of success, aren't you afraid of being discovered by them? Xue Zhizheng paused for a moment, but then he did not wait for Yuan Weiqing to reply and continued. Yuan Weiqing, if we dare to do that, I am sure that once the godly saber sect finds out, they will definitely not let us go. Yuan Weiqing, I believe you should be very clear about how powerful the godly saber sect is. If they find out that we have caught their disciples, I am afraid that it will immediately cause a fight between our 2 sects. At that time, I can tell you with certainty that the one who will lose will be our secret thunder sect. Yuan Weiqing, do you want that to happen? After hearing Xue Zhizheng's words, Yuan Weiqing was stunned for a moment, then he shook his head. Hall Master Xue, I believe that as long as we are careful, they will definitely not find out. After hearing Yuan Weiqing's words, Xue Zhizheng bitterly smiled and shook his head. Yuan Weiqing, this is impossible. Even if we did it secretly, with the enormous power of the godly knife sect, it would not take much effort to investigate this matter. Once they find out about this matter, they will definitely think of a way to take revenge. At that time, with the strength of our secret thunder sect, it will be almost impossible to block the attack of the godly saber sect. Xue Zhizheng paused for a moment, but he continued without waiting for Yuan Weiqing's reply. Yuan Weiqing, you should give up on this idea. It's impossible to capture their disciples. Yuan Weiqing frowned. Hall Master Xue, we've only captured one of their disciples. They wouldn't go so far as to mobilize the entire sect to search for him, would they? After hearing Yuan Weiqing's words, Xue Zhizheng bitterly smiled and shook his head. Yuan Weiqing, if it's an ordinary disciple, the godly saber sect might not care. But don't forget that the disciples we've captured are all senior disciples of the godly saber sect. Even if one of them is missing, it will definitely attract their attention. At that time, do you think they will come to search for him? After hearing Xue Zhizheng's words, Yuan Weiqing gritted his teeth. Hall Master Xue, since we can't get those brilliant saber techniques like this, we can change our method. We can spend gold coins to buy them. I believe that as long as we have enough gold coins, they will definitely sell us the brilliant saber techniques. After hearing Yuan Weiqing's words, Xue Zhizheng shook his head again. Yuan Weiqing, this is impossible. Brilliant saber techniques are the foundation of a sect. How can they sell them to others? This is unrealistic. Yuan Weiqing, you should give up on this plan. When Yuan Weiqing heard this, he could not help but frown. Hall Master Xue, if we do as you say, then wouldn't we have no chance of getting those brilliant saber techniques? After hearing Yuan Weiqing's words, Xue Zhizheng sighed. If there are no accidents, this is the only result. Yuan Weiqing turned his head to look at Xue Zhizheng. Just as he was about to speak, his heart suddenly moved. He whispered, Hall Master Xue, with your connections, it shouldn't be difficult for me to find some brilliant saber techniques, right? After hearing Yuan Weiqing's words, Xue Zhizheng bitterly smiled and shook his head. Yuan Weiqing, this is impossible. Even if I know the sect masters of some sects, what's the use? At this point, Xue Zhizheng's tone paused for a moment, but then, without waiting for Yuan Weiqing to answer his words, he continued to speak. Yuan Weiqing, this is like someone coming to me to get the secret of our Southern County's secret Thunder Sect's firearms. Then tell me, even if our relationship is good, can I sell it to them? Yuan Weiqing, this is impossible. Even if they spend more gold coins, I can't sell this secret to them. If I sell this secret to them and they learn how to make firearms, What will happen to our Southern County's secret thunder sect in the future? This is the same principle. The godly saber sect relies on their brilliant saber techniques to shake the Jianghu. But if their saber techniques are learned by others, what will they rely on to shake the Jianghu? Yuan Weiqing, just like the one-armed saber king we just talked about, he has a special reason. If he wasn't the junior brother of the godly saber sect master, do you think he could learn the most brilliant saber techniques and become the famous one-armed saber king? Yuan Weiqing, this is impossible. No matter how powerful the one-armed saber king is, if he doesn't have a brilliant saber technique, he still can't become the one-armed saber king. Don't you understand this principle? After hearing Xue Zhizheng's words, Yuan Weiqing suddenly sighed. Hall Master Xue, is it impossible to obtain those brilliant saber techniques? Xue Zhizheng heard this and sighed. Yuan Weiqing, I think it should be like this. It is simply impossible for us to obtain those brilliant saber techniques. In my opinion, you should give up on this plan. Hearing Xue Zhizheng's words, Yuan Weiqing's expression suddenly became disappointed. Hall Master Xue, I am unwilling. If I don't persevere, then my life will be ruined. You have to help me, you have to help me. After hearing Yuan Weiqing's words, Xue Zhizheng sighed. Yuan Weiqing, it's not that I don't want to help you. If you want to become the second one-armed saber king, there are too many difficulties. The 3 conditions I mentioned, the first one is basically impossible to fulfill. The second one, in my opinion, is completely impossible to fulfill. Speaking up to here, Xue Zhizheng's tone paused for a moment. But then, without waiting for Yuan Weiqing to answer his words, he continued speaking. As for the third condition, in my opinion, it seems even more impossible. After hearing Xue Zhizheng's words, Yuan Weiqing suddenly opened his eyes wide and asked doubtfully, Hall Master Xue, are you saying that my talent in martial arts is not enough? Xue Zhizheng nodded his head and said with a wry smile, Yuan Weiqing, your martial arts are not good enough. This proves that your talent is not enough. With your current talent, it is simply impossible for you to become a character like the one-armed saber king. So, Yuan Weiqing, why don't you give up? After hearing Xue Zhizheng's words, Yuan Weiqing frowned and suddenly said loudly, Hall Master Xue, on what basis do you say that my talent is not enough? My martial arts are not high, but this does not prove that my talent is not enough. Speaking up to here, Yuan Weiqing paused for a moment before continuing, Hall Master Xue, the reason why my martial arts are not high is not because of my talent, but because I have not met a famous teacher. Hall Master Xue, if I had a famous teacher, I believe that with my talent, I would definitely be able to cultivate to a higher level. You have to believe me, my talent is very high. I can really do it. After hearing Yuan Weiqing's words, Xue Zhizheng sighed. Yuan Weiqing, if your talent is really high, why haven't you made any progress after cultivating for so many years? Hearing Xue Zhizheng's question, Yuan Weiqing hurriedly said loudly, Hall Master Xue, this has nothing to do with my talent. The reason why my martial arts have not improved is that there are too many things in the secret thunder sect of the South region. I have no time to cultivate martial arts. It is also because of this that my martial arts have not improved much. Speaking up to here, Yuan Weiqing paused for a moment, but then he did not wait for Xue Zhizheng to answer him and continued speaking. Hall Master Xue, think about it. Before I joined the secret thunder sect of the South region, my martial arts had improved very quickly. Don't you know? After hearing Yuan Weiqing's words, Xue Zhizheng did not know what to say for a moment. Yuan Weiqing said that before he joined the secret thunder sect of the South region, his martial arts had improved very quickly. However, no matter how fast he had improved, his martial arts were still not high enough. This fully showed that Yuan Weiqing's talent in martial arts was not good, but he said that his talent in martial arts was very high. This made Xue Zhizheng a little embarrassed. If he said that Yuan Weiqing's talent in martial arts was not enough, it might make him angry or ashamed. In short, Xue Zhizheng did not want to see this result. Xue Zhizheng frowned and thought for a moment, then slowly said, Yuan Weiqing, if you want to reach the level of the one-armed saber king, your talent must be high enough. It can even be said that it is 1 in 10,000. Yuan Weiqing, although your talent is not bad, if you want to reach the level of 1 in 10,000, it seems that you are still very far away. Speaking up to here, Xue Zhizheng paused for a moment, But then he did not wait for Yuan Weiqing to answer him and continued speaking. Therefore, Yuan Weiqing, I think that even if you continue to cultivate, I am afraid that you will not reach the level of the one-armed saber king. If so, my suggestion is that you really do not need to continue cultivating. Do you understand what I mean? After hearing Xue Zhizheng's words, Yuan Weiqing was not discouraged. He gritted his teeth and said, Hall Master Xue, although my talent is not as high as the one-armed saber king's, as long as I cultivate more diligently than him, I may be able to surpass him. Hall Master Xue, could it be that you do not believe me? Xue Zhizheng shook his head. Yuan Weiqing, if you do not have super high talent, it is not easy to learn peerless martial arts. Speaking up to here, Xue Zhizheng paused for a moment, then continued, Yuan Weiqing, this is like a master teaching two disciples, but the achievements of the two disciples are absolutely not the same. The person with high talent will naturally become the person with the highest martial arts. If the talent is not enough, no matter how hard he works, I am afraid that he will not be able to become an expert. Yuan Weiqing, this is the difference between having no talent. Yuan Weiqing shook his head. Hall Master Xue, I do not believe your words. I think that as long as I practice diligently, I will definitely be able to learn peerless martial arts. Hall Master Xue, please believe me, I will definitely be able to do this. Please give me this opportunity. As long as you help me this time, I will definitely repay you in the future. After hearing Yuan Weiqing's words, Xue Zhizheng did not know what to say for a moment. Xue Zhizheng was certain that with Yuan Weiqing's talent in martial arts, it was definitely impossible for him to learn peerless martial arts and become a top expert. But the problem was that although he knew this, Yuan Weiqing was not clear about it. Or it could be said that he was also clear about this point, but he wanted to test it once to see if he could succeed in the end. Of course, it could also be that Yuan Weiqing did not want to be dispirited like this, and wanted to seize the last opportunity to fight for a better future for himself. If the investment was a little smaller, and the requirements were a little lower, Xue Zhizheng would definitely help him without hesitation to fulfill his wish. However, this was not a simple help, but a huge help. If 5 million gold coins were to be piled up into a pile, it would probably drown Yuan Weiqing. If one did not have a good opportunity, it would be impossible to obtain a high-level saber technique. If it was so easy to obtain, Xue Zhizheng would have already obtained 1 or 2 peerless secret manuals and practiced it himself. Even with Xue Zhizheng's status, he could not obtain a secret manual, let alone Yuan Weiqing. The most important thing was the last one. Yuan Weiqing did not have any talent in martial arts, or it could be said that his talent in martial arts was not high to begin with. Under this condition, it was almost impossible for him to learn peerless martial arts. Although he could consume large amounts of spiritual medicine to increase his strength, without talent in martial arts, it would still be impossible. This was because some high-level martial arts relied on the comprehension of talent to comprehend the highest level of martial arts. Without talent in martial arts, it proved that there was no way to comprehend the highest level of martial arts. Since he could not comprehend the highest level of martial arts, naturally he could not practice the highest level saber technique. Yuan Weiqing did not have such a high talent in martial arts. Even if he consumed large amounts of spiritual medicine, but without a high level of comprehension, it would be impossible for him to learn the highest level of martial arts. This also meant that no matter how many spiritual medicine he consumed, it would only increase his strength, but not his martial arts. It was also because of this reason that Xue Zhizheng did not want to support Yuan Weiqing in doing these useless things. This was because the gains did not make up for the losses. After spending so much, if he could not learn the highest level of martial arts, then wasting those resources would be too much of a waste. Therefore, Xue Zhizheng did not intend to support Yuan Weiqing. Chapter 717. Thinking of this, Xue Zhizheng sighed. He looked up at Yuan Weiqing and said slowly, Yuan Weiqing, what I mean is that you don't have enough talent, and you've spent too many gold coins. Plus, we don't have any good saber skills. Xue Zhizheng paused for a moment before continuing, Yuan Weiqing, I think we should just forget about this. What do you think? After hearing Xue Zhizheng's words, Yuan Weiqing was shocked. His eyes were full of unwillingness. After a while, he said in a hoarse voice, Hall Master Xue, do you really want to give up on me? After hearing Yuan Weiqing's words, Xue Zhizheng shook his head with a bitter smile. Yuan Weiqing, it's not that we want to give up on you, but this is really difficult to do. Plus, the possibility of success is too small. So I think it's better for us to leave so much money to help you do other things. Yuan Weiqing shook his head. Hall Master Xue, I just want to practice my martial arts again. I really don't think about other things. Hall Master Xue, for people like us who practice martial arts, if we lose our martial arts, you should know what it means, right? Speaking of this, Yuan Weiqing paused for a moment before continuing. Hall Master Xue, I hope you can help me this time. No matter what the result is, I want to try. If I really can't practice the peerless martial arts, I won't regret it in the future. After hearing Yuan Weiqing's words, Xue Zhizheng couldn't help but frown. Yuan Weiqing, don't you feel that the price we have to pay to do this is too high? After hearing Xue Zhizheng's words, Yuan Weiqing hurriedly nodded. I know, but Hall Master Xue, I still hope you can help me this time. If I don't try and give up like this, I really won't be willing. Speaking of this, Yuan Weiqing paused for a moment, but then he didn't wait for Xue Zhizheng to answer him and continued. Hall Master Xue, if I can really practice the martial arts of the one-armed Saber King, it will be of great benefit to our secret Thunder Sec. Hall Master Xue, please help me this time. Although the cost is indeed a bit too high, I will definitely remember this favor of yours. After hearing Yuan Weiqing's words, Xue Zhizheng couldn't help but frown. To be honest, he also wanted to help Yuan Weiqing, but the price to pay was too great. It could even be said that he couldn't afford it. Thinking of this, Xue Zhizheng sighed and slowly said, Yuan Weiqing, it's not that I don't want to help you, but it's too difficult to succeed. Xue Zhizheng paused for a moment, but he continued without waiting for Yuan Weiqing's reply. Yuan Weiqing, think about it. Let's not talk about the other two conditions. Just the first condition alone is something we can't achieve. So even if we want to help you, I'm afraid there's nothing we can do. Hearing Xue Zhizheng's words, Yuan Weiqing immediately shook his head. Hall Master Xue, as long as we let Yi Tianhua compensate us, won't the gold coin problem be solved? After hearing Yuan Weiqing's words, Xue Zhizheng smiled bitterly and shook his head. Yuan Weiqing, it's not as simple as you think. At this point, do you still think that Yi Tianhua will agree to our conditions? Hearing this, Yuan Weiqing sneered. Hall Master Xue, why wouldn't he? If Yi Tianhua doesn't agree to our conditions, we won't let him leave. Let's see if he agrees or not. Xue Zhizheng sighed. Yuan Weiqing, it's not that easy. Yi Tianhua's martial arts are strong. If we want to keep him, it's between the two. We don't have full confidence. Speaking of this, Xue Zhizheng paused for a moment before continuing. Moreover, if we insist on making a move, I'm afraid it will cause the Shadow Alliance of the South County to be dissatisfied. At that time, I'm afraid it will cause a fight between our two gangs. Yuan Weiqing sneered. Hall Master Xue, that won't happen. As long as we capture Yi Tianhua, no one will know about this. Why are you afraid of a fight between two gangs? Hearing Yuan Weiqing's words, Xue Zhizheng could not help but frown. Yuan Weiqing, if we make a move on Yi Tianhua, it will definitely cause Yi Tianhua to be dissatisfied. At that time, even if we want to explain, I'm afraid it will be useless. Yuan Weiqing sneered. Hall Master Xue, you're worrying too much. As long as we have something on Yi Tianhua, what can he do to us? At that time, we have something on him. He definitely won't dare to make a move on us. Hearing this, Xue Zhizheng already knew that there was no point in continuing on this issue. Yuan Weiqing had already determined that as long as they captured Yi Tianhua, the gold coin problem would be solved. However, was it really that simple? Xue Zhizheng sighed. Yuan Weiqing, even if we capture Yi Tianhua, what if he still doesn't agree to compensate us? What should we do? Don't agree? Hearing Xue Zhizheng's words, Yuan Weiqing suddenly sneered. Hall Master Xue, if he dares to not agree, then I don't mind using a little trick on him. I don't believe that under my tricks, he won't agree to my conditions. Hearing Yuan Weiqing's words, Xue Zhizheng could not help but frown. Yuan Weiqing, even if we capture Yi Tianhua, isn't it a little inappropriate to use a trick on him? At this point, Xue Zhizheng paused for a moment, But then he did not wait for Yuan Weiqing to answer him and continued. No matter what, Yi Tianhua is the boss of the South County Shadow Alliance. If we make a move on him, it's equivalent to challenging the South County Shadow Alliance. At that time, it won't be easy for us to clean up the mess. Yuan Weiqing shook his head. At this point, we only want him to agree to our conditions. If he doesn't agree, then we can only use a trick. As for the consequences, Hall Master Xue, is that important? Xue Zhizheng could not help but frown. Yuan Weiqing, are you saying that in order to achieve these conditions, we have to do anything? Hearing Xue Zhizheng's question, Yuan Weiqing suddenly sighed. Hall Master Xue, my arm was injured by him. If he doesn't agree to our conditions, I'm afraid I'll really be crippled by him. How can I forget this grudge? At this point, Yuan Weiqing paused for a moment before continuing. Hall Master Xue, if Yi Tianhua is willing to agree to my conditions, I can forget about this matter. But if he doesn't agree to my conditions, on account of him crippling me, I will definitely not let him off. If he dares to not agree to my conditions, don't blame me for using a trick on him. Xue Zhizheng sighed. But what if he still doesn't agree? At this point, Xue Zhizheng paused for a moment, but then he did not wait for Yuan Weiqing to answer him and continued. Yuan Weiqing, even if you cripple Yi Tianhua, he still won't agree to your conditions. Then what will you do? Hearing Xue Zhizheng's words, Yuan Weiqing was stunned for a moment, but then he sneered. Hall Master Xue, don't worry. Under my tricks, Yi Tianhua will definitely not be able to survive. Even if he is made of iron, he will still agree. After hearing Yuan Weiqing's words, Xue Zhizheng could not help but feel a chill in his heart and couldn't help but shiver. Xue Zhizheng forced a smile and said, Yuan Weiqing, let's not talk about this first. The second condition, how do you want to obtain the brilliant blade technique? Hearing this condition, Yuan Weiqing could not help but frown. He lowered his head and muttered to himself for a moment before slowly saying, Hall Master Xue, you can first use your status to make a trip to the Godly Blade sect. If they agree to use gold coins to buy it, then we can give them gold coins. If they have other conditions, we can also agree. In short, we must obtain the blade technique of the Godly Blade sect. After hearing Yuan Weiqing's words, Xue Zhizheng smiled bitterly and shook his head. Yuan Weiqing, we have already said that the Godly Blade sect will not give us the brilliant blade technique. Even if we take out more gold coins, they will definitely not agree. Hearing this, Yuan Weiqing clenched his teeth and said coldly, if they don't agree to use gold coins to buy it, then don't blame us for being rude. Hearing Yuan Weiqing's words, Xue Zhizheng was shocked and asked in a trembling voice, Yuan Weiqing, what do you want? Yuan Weiqing sneered, if they don't take out the brilliant blade technique, then we can only use other methods. Xue Zhizheng composed himself and asked in a trembling voice, Yuan Weiqing, what method do you want to use? Yuan Weiqing clenched his teeth, if they don't agree to use gold coins to buy it, then we can only rob them. Rob? Hearing Yuan Weiqing's answer, Xue Zhizheng was stunned for a moment. Then, he shook his head with a bitter smile. Yuan Weiqing, there are countless experts in the Godly Blade sect. If you want to rob the blade technique from the Godly Blade sect, not to mention us, even the sect master of the Sky Sword sect would not dare to do such a thing, right? Yuan Weiqing shook his head, Hall Master Xue, don't worry. We can't rob them openly. If we do that, not only will we not be able to get the brilliant blade technique, we might even be killed by them. After hearing Yuan Weiqing's words, Xue Zhizheng let out a long sigh of relief. He was really afraid that Yuan Weiqing would rush in recklessly and want to rob the Godly Blade sect's blade technique. Xue Zhizheng was sure that even if he used all the people of the Secret Thunder sect in the South region to rob it, they would definitely not succeed. As one of the top sects in the South region, if it was so easy for someone to rob the most brilliant blade technique from the sect, then there was no need for the Godly Blade sect to exist. In fact, not to mention the Godly Blade sect, even if it was the Secret Thunder sect in the South region, Xue Zhizheng dared to guarantee that if someone came to rob the secret of the sect, they would definitely not be able to do it. Moreover, even if someone could really break into the Secret Thunder sect in the South region, they might not necessarily be able to find the secret of the technique. Just like the Godly Blade sect's most brilliant blade technique, They would definitely not put it in an open place. They would definitely hide it, and they would hide it very well. If someone did not know the location, they would probably never be able to find it. Therefore, it was basically impossible to snatch a brilliant saber technique from someone else. Yuan Weiqing paused for a moment. Then, without waiting for Xue Zhizhing to reply, he continued. Hall Master Xue, when the time comes, we will all visit the sect master of the Godly Blade sect. When we see him, as long as we take action and subdue him, I believe that with our methods, we will definitely be able to make him tell us the location of the blade technique secret. When that time comes, won't we be able to easily obtain the blade technique secret? This, after listening to Yuan Weiqing's words, Xue Zhizhing was so shocked that he was speechless. How could Yuan Weiqing think of capturing the sect master of the Godly Blade sect? Who was the sect master of the Godly Blade sect? His martial arts were one of the best in the South region. Even the one-armed Blade King was definitely not a match for the sect master of the Godly Blade sect. Yuan Weiqing actually said that he wanted to capture such a person. Xue Zhizhing could only sigh in his heart. If the few of them wanted to fight with the sect master of the Godly Blade sect, Xue Zhizhing guessed that they would be considered lucky if they could join forces and take a slash from the sect master of the Godly Blade sect. Most importantly, although he was the hall master of the secret Thunder sect in the South region, it was not easy to meet the sect master of the Godly Blade sect. Needless to say, when they met the sect master of the Godly Blade sect, they would take the opportunity to capture him. Xue Zhizhing sighed. Yuan Weiqing, you don't have to think about this matter. We definitely can't do it. The sect master of the Godly Blade sect's martial arts have already entered the transformative realm. It is absolutely impossible for us to do anything to him. After hearing Xue Zhizhing's words, Yuan Weiqing sneered, Hall Master Xue, the sect master of the Godly Blade sect's martial arts are indeed very high. I admit that. However, if we throw out hundreds of thunderbolt pills at the same time, I believe that even the sect master of the Godly Blade sect may not be able to dodge them. After hearing Yuan Weiqing's words, Xue Zhizhing shook his head. Yuan Weiqing, this is just your imagination. Even if we throw out hundreds of thunderbolt pills together, do you think that it will be enough to defeat the sect master of the Godly Blade sect? Xue Zhizhing paused for a moment, but he didn't wait for Yuan Weiqing to answer him. Instead, he smiled bitterly and continued to speak. That's impossible. The sect master of the Godly Blade sect's martial arts are very high. I am certain that hundreds of thunderbolt pills will only injure him at most. It is impossible to defeat him. Furthermore, if we dare to make a move against the sect leader of the Godly Blade sect, and if we fail to succeed in one strike, I believe that with the sect leader of the Godly Blade sect's martial arts, he will only need one move to injure us. At that time, wouldn't we be countered by him? After hearing this, Yuan Weiqing could not help but frown. He thought carefully before slowly saying, if hundreds of thunderbolt pills are not enough, then we will use more. At this point, Yuan Weiqing paused for a moment before continuing, Hall Master Xue, if these thunderbolt pills are not enough, then we can use our thunderbolt bombs. I believe that under the attack of the thunderbolt bombs, no matter how high the sect master of the Godly Blade sect's martial arts are, he will definitely not be able to escape. Chapter 718. Hearing Yuan Weiqing's words, Xue Zhizhing was shocked and quickly said, no, the power of the thunderclap bomb is shocking. If we use the thunderclap bomb, regardless of whether we can restrain the Godly Knife sect master, our Southern County's secret thunder sect will be in big trouble. Yuan Weiqing sneered, Hall Master Xue, what trouble? As long as we capture the Godly Knife sect master, what can they do to me? Hearing Yuan Weiqing's words, Xue Zhizhing could not help but frown. He suddenly wondered if Yuan Weiqing was crazy. The Godly Knife sect was so powerful, but in Yuan Weiqing's eyes, they were so weak. Xue Zhizhing gritted his teeth. Yuan Weiqing, if we do this, once the Godly Knife sect investigates, our Southern County's secret thunder sect will be annihilated in an instant. At that time, Yuan Weiqing, what should we do? Have you ever talked about this problem? After hearing Xue Zhizhing's words, Yuan Weiqing couldn't help but frown. Hall Master Xue, let's not talk about those things for now. The most important thing now is to capture Yi Tianhua and make him agree to our conditions. As long as we have the gold coins he compensates us with, we will be halfway to success. Xue Zhizheng shook his head. Yuan Weiqing, even if you have the gold coins and a brilliant knife technique, with your talent, you will not be able to reach the state of the one-armed knife king. Xue Zhizheng paused for a moment, but he didn't wait for Yuan Weiqing's reply and continued to speak. Yuan Weiqing, let's give up. We have invested so much gold coins and done so many things. If we can't achieve our expectations, it is not worth it. Hearing Xue Zhizheng's words, Yuan Weiqing was stunned and asked with some doubt, Hallmaster Xue, what do you mean? Hearing this, Xue Zhizheng slowly said, what I mean is, since Yi Tianhua can't take out so many gold coins, we'll do as he says. As long as he can take out 3 million gold coins, we'll call it quits and end this matter. Hearing Xue Zhizheng's words, Yuan Weiqing's eyes immediately widened and he asked in surprise, Hallmaster Xue, if Yi Tianhua only compensates us with 3 million gold coins, how will that be enough? Speaking up to hear, Yuan Weiqing's tone paused for a moment before he continued, Hallmaster Xue, I alone will need 5 million gold coins. If Yi Tianhua only compensates us with 3 million gold coins, will we take the rest of the gold coins ourselves? Hearing Yuan Weiqing's words, Xue Zhizheng frowned. Yuan Weiqing, I mean you'd better give up that plan. Yi Tianhua will compensate you 3 million gold coins. Deputy Head Zhong will get 2 million gold coins, while you will get 1 million gold coins. What do you think? 1 million gold coins? Hearing Xue Zhizheng's number, Yuan Weiqing couldn't help but repeat it. He suddenly realized and raised his head to look at Xue Zhizheng, quickly asking, Hallmaster Xue, you mean to say that I should take this 1 million gold coins and end this matter? Xue Zhizheng nodded, if you don't buy those elixirs, I believe that with this 1 million gold coins, it will be enough for you to live a comfortable life. Isn't that good? Yuan Weiqing clenched his teeth, but, my hand is crippled. If I don't buy a large amount of elixirs, my martial arts will be completely gone. Then, won't I become an ordinary person? No, I won't even be an ordinary person because I only have one arm left. Xue Zhizheng, is this what you mean? Seeing Yuan Weiqing's panicked appearance, Xue Zhizheng sighed in his heart and slowly said, Yuan Weiqing, if you want to stand up again and learn the martial arts of the one-armed saber king, the chances of success are too small. Speaking of this, Xue Zhizheng paused for a moment, but then, without waiting for Yuan Weiqing to answer his question, he continued. So, I think you should take that 1 million gold coins and live a good life. At most, you won't participate in the matters of the Jianghu in the future. This may not be a bad thing. Hearing Xue Zhizheng's answer, Yuan Weiqing stared blankly at his arm. After a while, he suddenly turned his head to look at Xue Zhizheng and asked in a deep voice, Hallmaster Xue, why? My arm was injured for the secret thunder sect of the South region. Why don't you care about me and watch me become a cripple? Hallmaster Xue, is this fair? After hearing Yuan Weiqing's words, Xue Zhizheng shook his head with a bitter smile. Yuan Weiqing, no matter what, it has already happened. Don't worry. Although you have lost your martial arts, as long as the secret thunder sect of the South region is here, no one will dare to bully you. Yuan Weiqing shook his head. Hallmaster Xue, you know that's not what I want. I want martial arts. I want to become a person like the one-armed saber king. Don't you want to help me? After hearing Yuan Weiqing's words, Xue Zhizheng sighed. Yuan Weiqing, I want to help you, but what can I do to help you? Xue Zhizheng paused for a moment, but he didn't wait for Yuan Weiqing to answer him. He sighed again and continued to speak without waiting for Yuan Weiqing's reply. Yuan Weiqing, we have calculated just now. If you want to stand up again, you will need at least 5 million gold coins, a brilliant saber technique, and extraordinary talent. If these 3 conditions are met, we will naturally do our best to help you. Whether you can become a person like the one-armed saber king or not, we will do our best to help you. Speaking of this, Xue Zhizheng paused for a moment before continuing. However, if you want to become a person like the one-armed saber king, we don't have any of the 3 conditions. Whether it is the 5 million gold coins or the most brilliant saber technique, especially your talent, it is definitely too far away from the one-armed saber king. Yuan Weiqing, even if we want you to stand up again and become a person like the one-armed saber king, with our current conditions, you have no way to do it. Hearing Xue Zhizheng's words, Yuan Weiqing shook his head. Hallmaster Xue, I don't believe you. You are lying to me. Just now, we have already said that I have all 3 conditions. How can you say that my conditions are not enough? Speaking of this, Yuan Weiqing paused for a moment, but then, without waiting for Xue Zhijing to answer his question, he continued. Hall Master Xue, think about it. Just like what we said just now, as long as Yi Tianhua agrees to our conditions, the problem of gold coins will be easily solved. As for the brilliant saber technique, we have already said that we have many ways to obtain the most brilliant saber technique of the godly saber sect. Is this not enough? Hall Master Xue, there is one last condition. My talent in martial arts, I have already said that my martial arts are not high. It is not because my talent is not good, but because the martial arts that my master taught me is not good. Hall Master Xue, you are an expert in martial arts. Presumably, you also know that if there is no brilliant martial arts, how can it become a brilliant martial arts? My master's martial arts were originally not high. Actually, I am already very satisfied with my achievements today. Although I am still not my master's opponent, I can tell you with certainty that at least there is not much difference between us. Hall Master Xue, this is enough to show that my talent in martial arts may not be at the top, but it is definitely at the top. The one-armed Saber King's talent may be higher than mine, but as long as I practice diligently, I believe that sooner or later, I will surpass the one-armed Saber King. Hall Master Xue, take a look. The 3 conditions you mentioned, do I not have all of them? After hearing Yuan Weiqing's words, Xue Zhijing bitterly smiled and shook his head. Yuan Weiqing, you said that you can meet these 3 conditions, but your reasons are not sufficient. Just like you said, the first condition is that you want Yi Tianhua to compensate you with a large amount of gold coins, then you can use these gold coins to buy elixirs. However, I can tell you with certainty that Yi Tianhua will definitely not agree to your conditions. Because, how could Yi Tianhua have such a large amount of gold coins? Now that he has agreed to 3 million gold coins, I am afraid that is his bottom line. If you want more gold coins, Yuan Weiqing, it is impossible. After hearing Xue Zhijing's words, Yuan Weiqing coldly smiled. Hall Master Xue, as long as we capture Yi Tianhua, I believe that he will agree to our conditions. After hearing Yuan Weiqing's words, Xue Zhijing bitterly smiled and shook his head. Yuan Weiqing, Yi Tianhua cannot gather so many gold coins. What will he use to compensate us? Yuan Weiqing shook his head and coldly smiled. Hall Master Xue, Yi Tianhua does not have so many gold coins. That is fine, we can ask him to borrow. I believe that as long as Yi Tianhua is willing to borrow, he will definitely be able to borrow 6 million gold coins. When that time comes, I will naturally have enough gold coins for my training. After hearing Yuan Weiqing's words, Xue Zhijing could not help but frown. Yuan Weiqing, do you think that we can capture Yi Tianhua? Hearing this, Yuan Weiqing nodded with certainty. Hall Master Xue, of course. As long as the 3 of us work together. Speaking up to here, Yuan Weiqing's tone paused for a moment before continuing. No, although LV Hushan is slightly injured, it will definitely not affect his performance. As long as the 4 of us work together, I believe that Yi Tianhua will definitely not be able to block the thunderbolt ball that the 4 of us throw out at the same time. At that time, Yi Tianhua will definitely not be able to resist the thunderbolt ball that we throw out together. PH, Hall Master Xue, at that time, we will still be able to capture Yi Tianhua. After hearing Yuan Weiqing's words, Xue Zhijing smiled bitterly and shook his head. He slowly said, Yuan Weiqing, let me ask you, what do you think of Yi Tianhua's martial arts? Hearing this question, Yuan Weiqing was stunned for a moment. Following which, he nodded and lowered his voice as he said, Hall Master Xue, Yi Tianhua's martial arts are indeed strong. When we attack him later, you must be careful. Speaking up to here, Yuan Weiqing's tone paused for a moment. However, immediately after, he did not wait for Xue Zhijing to reply and continued speaking. Hall Master Xue, just now when I launched a sneak attack on him, if I did not react quickly enough, I might have already been killed by his sword. Therefore, everyone must be careful and not be injured by him. Xue Zhijing ignored Yuan Weiqing's words and sighed. Yuan Weiqing, since you know that Yi Tianhua's martial arts are strong, then let me ask you, even if the four of us attack at the same time, will we be able to subdue Yi Tianhua in the first instant? Hearing this question, Yuan Weiqing hesitated for a moment before shaking his head. Yi Tianhua's martial arts are too strong. That is hard to say. If we are lucky, we might be able to severely injure Yi Tianhua in the first round of attacks. At that time, he will still not be able to escape from our grasp. After hearing Yuan Weiqing's words, Xue Zhizheng sighed and slowly said, Yuan Weiqing, you must remember that Yi Tianhua is not made of wood. He can move. When we attack him, he will retaliate. Speaking up to here, Xue Zhizheng paused for a moment. However, immediately after, without waiting for Yuan Weiqing to reply, he continued speaking. Yuan Weiqing, I can tell you with certainty that even if the four of us attack him at the same time, we will definitely be able to severely injure him in the first round of attacks. However, don't forget that Yi Tianhua's martial arts are very strong. Even if we injure him severely, can you guarantee that he will not be able to attack us? Yuan Weiqing, if Yi Tianhua attacks any one of us with all his might, I believe that none of us will be able to withstand his attack. When Yi Tianhua attacks in anger, you can imagine the power of his attacks. At that time, no matter who Yi Tianhua attacks, that person will definitely not be able to escape. Who knows, they might even be killed by Yi Tianhua in one blow. At this point, Xue Zhizheng paused and sighed before continuing. The most important thing is that Yi Tianhua, who is seriously injured, can only attack once. What if he can attack twice, thrice, or even 4 times? Don't you know what will happen to the four of us, Yuan Weiqing? To be honest, this was the main reason why Xue Zhizheng had been unwilling to attack. Everyone had already tested it earlier. Although no one attacked with all their might, Xue Zhizheng was certain that none of them were Yi Tianhua's match after seeing Yi Tianhua attack a few times. The reason why Xue Zhizheng stopped Zhong Chunren was that he was afraid that once they started fighting, something would happen to Yi Tianhua who was severely injured. If that happened, Yi Tianhua would definitely kill someone on his side. This was not an outcome that Xue Zhizheng wanted to see. Everyone came to this date to reason with each other, not to fight. Moreover, Yi Tianhua was like a fierce tiger. Once he was angered, this fierce tiger would explode. Perhaps no one present would be able to stop him. Similarly, Yi Tianhua had been enduring because of this. Although his martial arts were strong, the firearms of the Tanlei sect in the south region were not to be trifled with. The firearms of the Tanlei sect in the south region were shockingly powerful. No matter how high Yi Tianhua's martial arts were, he was still very wary. This was because under the attack of Xue Zhizheng and the others, no matter how high Yi Tianhua's martial arts were, he could not guarantee that he would not be killed by the enemy's attack. Chapter 719. Yuan Weiqing was stunned when he heard Xue Zhizheng's words. He suddenly recalled Yi Tianhua's attack. Yuan Weiqing was sure that even if his martial arts were doubled, he wouldn't be able to withstand Yi Tianhua's attack. Yi Tianhua's martial arts were so high, if he used his full strength, would he be able to withstand his attack? Xue Zhizheng sighed when he saw the change in Yuan Weiqing's expression. Yuan Weiqing, Yi Tianhua's martial arts are high. If we really hurt him and he goes berserk, I'm afraid that we will also suffer heavy losses. When that time comes, we won't be able to make up for our losses. Xue Zhizheng paused for a moment, but he didn't wait for Yuan Weiqing's reply and continued to speak. Yuan Weiqing, I think that it's best if we don't anger Yi Tianhua. It won't be good for either of us. Yuan Weiqing gritted his teeth when he heard Xue Zhizheng's words. Hall Master Xue, can't we stop Yi Tianhua from leaving? Xue Zhizheng shook his head. Yuan Weiqing, Yi Tianhua already said that he can compensate us with 3 million gold coins. I think that 3 million gold coins is already a lot. I think that we should just forget about this matter. Yuan Weiqing's heart sank when he heard Xue Zhizheng's words. He asked in shock, Hall Master Xue, if Yi Tianhua only compensates us with 3 million gold coins, then what about me? After hearing Yuan Weiqing's words, Xue Zhizheng sighed. Yuan Weiqing, I think you should give up on that plan. Xue Zhizheng paused for a moment before continuing. Yuan Weiqing, you have 1 million gold coins. Even if you don't do anything, you can still live a comfortable life. What's wrong with that? Yuan Weiqing stared at Xue Zhizheng. After a while, he sighed. Hall Master Shui, just because Yi Tianhua's martial arts are high, we can't find trouble with him. And I was injured by him, so I can only swallow my anger. Hall Master Shui, don't you think so? Shui Zhizheng shook his head. Yuan Weiqing, Yi Tianhua has already agreed to compensate us with 3 million gold coins. Isn't that enough? Yuan Weiqing shook his head. Hall Master Shui, 3 million gold coins. We've already calculated it. I'm afraid that I'll need at least 5 million gold coins. How could 3 million gold coins be enough? After hearing Yuan Weiqing's words, Shui Zhizheng couldn't help but frown. Yuan Weiqing, I just said that it's almost impossible to succeed in what you said. Why do you still want to do this? Yuan Weiqing sighed. Hall Master Shui, I haven't tried it yet. Who can be sure that I won't succeed? Yuan Weiqing paused for a moment, but he didn't wait for Shui Zhizheng's reply and continued. Hall Master Shui, my martial arts talent isn't bad. The reason why my martial arts aren't high is because my master's martial arts weren't high. He didn't teach me any high-level martial arts, so my martial arts aren't high. If I get a high-level martial arts, I believe that I will be able to master it with my hard work. Hall Master Shui, you also know that the biggest problem that limits a person's martial arts is the high-level martial arts that we just talked about. Why is Yi Tianhua's martial arts higher than ours? Is it because his martial arts talent is better than ours? Yuan Weiqing paused for a moment, but then he didn't wait for Shui Zhizheng's reply. He sneered and continued to speak. Hall Master Shui, that's impossible. If Yi Tianhua didn't get a high-level martial arts, how could his martial arts be higher than ours? If Yi Tianhua was also a disciple of my master, maybe his martial arts are still not as good as mine. Hall Master Shui, give me this chance. If I don't have this chance, I will be crippled for the rest of my life and will never be able to stand up again. After hearing Yuan Weiqing's words, Shui Zhizheng sighed. Yuan Weiqing, why don't you understand now? If you are half confident in this matter, then I will definitely support you and let you become the second one-armed saber king of South County. However, are you half confident? There are a total of 3 conditions. If you don't have any, how can you cultivate? Shui Zhizheng paused for a moment, but he didn't wait for Yuan Weiqing to answer him. Instead, he sighed and continued to speak on his own. Yuan Weiqing, even if you have half the chance, I dare to promise you that I will support you. However, you don't have any of these 3 conditions. How can I support you? After hearing Shui Zhizheng's words, Yuan Weiqing gritted his teeth. Hall Master Shui, we have already talked about it. Although I don't have any of the 3 conditions you mentioned, we can solve them all. How difficult is this? After hearing Yuan Weiqing's words, Shui Zhizheng shook his head. Yuan Weiqing, none of the solutions you mentioned will work. What do you want me to do? After hearing Shui Zhizheng's words, Yuan Weiqing was a little annoyed. Hall Master Shui, I just said that these problems can really be solved. Why don't you believe me? Yuan Weiqing paused for a moment, but then he didn't wait for Shui Zhizheng to answer him and continued speaking. The first condition, as long as Yi Tianhua agrees to our conditions, the matter of the gold coins can be easily solved. Am I wrong about this? And the second condition, as long as we find the sect master of the godly saber sect, we will definitely be able to obtain their brilliant saber techniques. Am I wrong about this? As for martial arts talent, Hall Master Shui, you have to believe me. I really have no problem. Even if my talent is slightly lacking, I can definitely solve this problem with my diligent cultivation. Hall Master Shui, please help me this once. I don't want to become a useless person like this. Give me another chance. After hearing Yuan Weiqing's words, Shui Zhizheng sighed. Yuan Weiqing, it's not that I don't want to help you, but this matter is really too important. You said that you can solve the first problem, but think about it. Does Yi Tianhua have that many gold coins? You said that you want Yi Tianhua to borrow some gold coins. Do you think that he will listen to you and borrow some gold coins? Yuan Weiqing, this is impossible. Even if we can capture Yi Tianhua, think about it. What kind of price would we have to pay to capture Yi Tianhua? If the price we have to pay is too high, even if we capture Yi Tianhua, what's the point? Have you not thought about this? At this point, Xue Zhijing paused for a moment, but then he didn't wait for Yuan Weiqing to answer him and continued speaking. Yuan Weiqing, think about it. Among the four of us, you and LV Hushan's martial arts are the weakest. Once a fight breaks out and Yi Tianhua goes all out, do you think that you can escape from him? At that time, in everyone's battle, Yi Tianhua will definitely not hold back. He will definitely go all out. If you and LV Hushan are really killed by him, then let me ask you, does Yi Tianhua's agreement to our conditions still mean anything to you? Yuan Weiqing, listen to me. If you continue to fight with Yi Tianhua, both sides will definitely suffer. At that time, it will be disadvantageous to all of us, especially you. Now that you have been crippled, you only have 30% of your martial arts left. If you are killed by Yi Tianhua, I'm afraid that you won't even be able to get this 1 million gold coins. Yuan Weiqing, think carefully. Don't let your emotions get the better of you. It will be too late for regrets. After hearing Xue Zhijing's words, Yuan Weiqing was shocked. He naturally couldn't deny that Xue Zhijing was right. If they really fought, the first person to die would definitely be either him or LV Hushan. When the four of them attacked Yi Tianhua was experienced and would definitely respond in the shortest time possible. The four of them threw thunderbolt pills at Yi Tianhua at the same time. One less person would mean one less thunderbolt pill. It was precisely because of this reason that Yuan Weiqing was certain that the first person Yi Tianhua would deal with would definitely be the person with the weakest martial arts. That would be him and LV Hushan. In the past, LV Hushan's martial arts were not as good as his, but his arm was injured. Now, among the four of them, his martial arts was probably the weakest. At that time, the first person to die would definitely be him. There was no doubt about this. Thinking of this, Yuan Weiqing's heart began to turn cold. His original courage began to slowly dissipate. At this moment, Zhong Chunren suddenly said, Hall Master Xue, actually, this matter is easy to solve. Speaking of this, Zhong Chunren's tone paused before he continued, Hall Master Xue, when we attack Yi Tianhua will definitely react and decide how to deal with us. Based on the current situation, I can be sure that he will definitely attack the person with the weakest martial arts. The person with the weakest martial arts among us is undoubtedly LV Hushan and Yuan Weiqing. Since we expected Yi Tianhua to do this, we will beat him at his own game. Speaking of this, Zhong Chunren's tone paused for a moment, but immediately after, he did not wait for Xue Zhijing to answer his words and continued. At that time, Hall Master Xue, you only need to block at the front and let LV Hushan and Yuan Weiqing hide behind you. As for me, I will support from the side. Hall Master Xue, your martial arts are strong. I think even if Yi Tianhua wants to deal with you, it will definitely not be easy to deal with you. At that time, because LV Hushan and Yuan Weiqing are hiding behind you, even if Yi Tianhua wants to attack them, he will have no chance. So at this time, Yi Tianhua can only attack you. Moreover, your martial arts are not much lower than Yi Tianhua's. Even if he wants to defeat you, I'm afraid it will take him many moves. And we can take advantage of this opportunity. Yuan Weiqing and LV Hushan will continue to throw thunderbolt pills at Yi Tianhua from behind, while I will help you deal with Yi Tianhua from the side. At that time, the two of us will restrain Yi Tianhua from the front while LV Hushan and Yuan Weiqing will attack Yi Tianhua from behind with thunderbolt pills. I believe that as long as the four of us cooperate well, Yi Tianhua will be defeated by us sooner or later. Speaking of this, Zhong Chunren's tone paused and he sneered before continuing, Hall Master Xue, as long as we restrain Yi Tianhua, do we have to be afraid that he will not agree to our conditions? Zhong Chunren turned to look at Yuan Weiqing and said with a smile, Yuan Weiqing, at that time, as long as Yi Tianhua agrees to our conditions, you will have enough gold coins to practice martial arts. What do you think? Hearing Zhong Chunren's words, Yuan Weiqing no longer had any worries in his heart. He laughed and said, Vice Hall Master Zhong, as expected, your plan is brilliant. As long as we do as you said just now, I believe that Yi Tianhua alone will definitely not be able to avoid our attack. At that time, HMPH, it will be impossible for Yi Tianhua to escape from our hands. Other than agreeing to our conditions, he will have no other choice. After hearing Yuan Weiqing's words, Zhong Chunren nodded in satisfaction. He then turned to look at Xue Zhizheng and asked with a smile. Hall Master Xue, what do you think of my plan? Hearing Zhong Chunren's question, Xue Zhizheng could not help but frown. Although Zhong Chunren's plan was good, he forgot one thing. Yi Tianhua's martial arts were too high. Even if he made a move, would he be able to stop Yi Tianhua? Xue Zhizheng felt that it was somewhat impossible. When everyone was fighting just now, they had all been holding back. However, once he attacked Yi Tianhua, at a critical moment, Yi Tianhua would definitely not hold back. Thinking of the power of Yi Tianhua's all-out attack, Xue Zhizheng's heart gradually grew cold. Yi Tianhua's martial arts were so high. If he stood in front of him and blocked him, perhaps the first person to die would not be LV Hushan or Yuan Weiqing, but himself. As for Zhong Chunren's suggestion of supporting him from the side, Xue Zhizheng did not have much hope. Even he himself was not Yi Tianhua's opponent. Zhong Chunren's martial arts were not his, so how much help could he give? Thinking of this, Xue Zhizheng wanted to reject Zhong Chunren's plan. However, if he did so, he would admit that he was far inferior to Yi Tianhua. Xue Zhizheng could not bring himself to say it. Zhong Chunren naturally knew what Xue Zhizheng was thinking. Without waiting for him to speak, he hurriedly said, Hall Master Xue, don't worry. When the time comes, Yuan Weiqing and LV Hushan will attack Yi Tianhua from behind. Even if Yi Tianhua wants to attack you, he will not be able to use his full strength. At most, his martial arts will be similar to yours. With the few of us restraining Yi Tianhua, Hall Master Xue might not even need the Thunderbolt pill. You can deal with Yi Tianhua by yourself. After hearing Zhong Chunren's words, Xue Zhizheng smiled bitterly and shook his head. Zhong Chunren, that's impossible. Yi Tianhua's martial arts are high. Don't even think about it if you want to rely on me to restrain him. If none of us are injured, that would already be a blessing. With Xue Zhizheng blocking in front, Yuan Weiqing naturally had nothing to be afraid of. He smiled and said, Hall Master Xue, don't worry. No matter how strong Yi Tianhua is, if the four of us work together, he will definitely not be a match for us. If he is willing to surrender, will he be less injured? If he refuses, Clipchamp. Chapter 720. Zhong Chunren smiled and said, Hall Master Xue, there won't be a problem. Even if you can't stop Yi Tianhua, don't you still have us? As long as the four of us work together, Yi Tianhua won't be our match. Yuan Weiqing nodded and said, Hall Master Xue, I think it's settled. Once we capture Yi Tianhua, we can make him agree to our conditions. At that time, we just need to make a trip to the Godly Knife Sect and my problem might be solved. Hall Master Xue, you should make up your mind quickly. Hearing the two's words, Xue Zhizheng asked doubtfully, do you really think that the four of us can capture Yi Tianhua? Yuan Weiqing smiled and nodded, of course. As long as Hall Master Xue holds the front and we throw Thunderbolt pills at Yi Tianhua from behind, I'm sure that he won't be our match. Hearing Yuan Weiqing's words, Xue Zhizheng sighed. Yuan Weiqing, I'm a little worried. Xue Zhizheng paused for a moment before continuing, Yi Tianhua's martial arts are strong. If I'm the only one in front, I'm afraid that I won't be able to stop Yi Tianhua's crazy attacks. If I can't stop him, I'll definitely dodge. Yuan Weiqing, if you and LV Hushan stand behind me, won't you be attacked by Yi Tianhua? What will you do then? Hearing Xue Zhizheng's words, Yuan Weiqing was shocked. Just as he was about to speak, Zhong Chunren smiled and said, Hall Master Xue, you worry too much. How can you be the only one in front? Don't forget that there's still me. Saying this, Zhong Chunren paused for a moment before continuing, Hall Master Xue, with the two of us in front, I think that no matter how strong Yi Tianhua's martial arts are, he won't be able to break through our defensive line, right? Hearing this, Yuan Weiqing's confidence was greatly boosted. He hurriedly said, yes, Vice Hall Leader Zhong is right. Yi Tianhua's martial arts are high, but the two of you are not weak either. It won't be easy for them to break through the defensive line that you two have set up. Zhong Chunren sneered, moreover, Yi Tianhua is being attacked by so many thunderclap pills. As long as we can hold on for a while, he will be seriously injured by the thunderclap pills. At that time, how will he have the strength to deal with us? LV Hushan, who had been silent all this time, suddenly spoke up. Hall Master Shui, Vice Hall Master Zhong is right. Yuan Weiqing and I aren't people without martial arts. It won't be easy for Yi Tianhua to attack us. Hearing this, Yuan Weiqing smiled and said, Hall Master Shui, you should make up your mind. Yi Tianhua is definitely no match for us. Zhong Chunren patted Yuan Weiqing's shoulder and said with a smile, Yuan Weiqing, don't worry, Hall Master Shui won't give up on you. As long as we capture Yi Tianhua, we can make him agree to our conditions. At that time, as long as you have 6 million gold coins, it shouldn't be difficult for you to stand up again, right? Yuan Weiqing, do you have the confidence? After hearing Zhong Chunren's words, Yuan Weiqing was immediately overjoyed and hurriedly nodded. Vice Hall Master Zhong, don't worry. As long as you give me this chance, I will definitely train hard and become the second one-armed saber king in South County. I won't embarrass you. Hearing Yuan Weiqing's answer, Zhong Chunren nodded with satisfaction. Okay, Yuan Weiqing, since you are confident, then we will help you this time and let you become the second one-armed saber king in South County. Speaking of this, Zhong Chunren paused for a moment, but then, without waiting for Yuan Weiqing to answer his words, he turned to look at Shui Zhizhing and asked with a smile. Hall Master Shui, this time, as long as we capture Yi Tianhua, I believe that Yuan Weiqing is very likely to succeed, right? After hearing Zhong Chunren's words, Shui Zhizhing shook his head with a bitter smile. Vice Hall Master Zhong, don't you know about the one-armed saber king? Speaking of this, Shui Zhizhing paused for a moment, but then, without waiting for Zhong Chunren to answer his words, he continued. The one-armed saber king succeeded because his energy can't be replicated. He has a good family background, so he doesn't have to worry about money. He is also the junior brother of the godly saber sect's leader, so naturally, he doesn't have to worry about brilliant saber skills. In addition, his talent in martial arts is very high, so he succeeded. Speaking of this, Shui Zhizhing paused and sighed before continuing, but what about us? We have nothing. How can we support Yuan Weiqing? After hearing Shui Zhizhing's words, Zhong Chunren smiled and shook his head. Hall Master Shui, you are wrong. Yuan Weiqing actually has a lot of conditions. Think about it, the problem of money will naturally be solved by Yi Tianhua. We can also think of a way to deal with brilliant saber skills. Also, I am very confident in Yuan Weiqing's martial arts talent. It is precisely because I am very confident in Yuan Weiqing that I want to help him and make him the second one-armed saber king in the South region. Hearing Zhong Chunren mention these three important issues so casually, Shui Zhizhing couldn't help but sigh. Zhong Chunren, do you really think that we can capture Yi Tianhua and make him agree to our conditions? Hearing Shui Zhizhing's question, Zhong Chunren nodded without hesitation. Of course. Even if Yi Tianhua is made of iron, as long as he falls into our hands, I think he will definitely agree. Speaking of this, Zhong Chunren paused and turned to look at Yuan Weiqing. He smiled and asked, Yuan Weiqing, do you have the confidence to make Yi Tianhua agree to our conditions? Hearing Zhong Chunren's question, Yuan Weiqing immediately waved his remaining fist and sneered. Yi Tianhua injured my arm. I must avenge this. At this point, Yuan Weiqing paused and clenched his fists. He gritted his teeth and continued, as long as Yi Tianhua falls into our hands, he has no choice but to agree to our conditions. Seeing that Yuan Weiqing was so confident, Shui Zhizhing sighed. Then, have you ever thought about what we should do if the Shadow Alliance attacks the secret Thunder sect in the South County? LV Hushan suddenly said, Hall Master Shui, what's there to be afraid of? If the South County Shadow Alliance dares to attack us, we just need to beat them back and this matter will be resolved. Shui Zhizhing shook his head with a bitter smile. The South County Shadow Alliance is powerful. If they attack us, how can we beat them back? Hearing Shui Zhizhing's words, Zhong Chunren shook his head. Hall Master Shui, although the South County Shadow Alliance is powerful, is our Tanlei sect weak? At this point, Zhong Chunren paused for a moment, but then, without waiting for Shui Zhizhing to answer him, he snorted coldly and continued to speak. Hall Master Shui, I don't think so. If our two gangs really fight, in my opinion, the South County Shadow Alliance has a higher chance of losing. Hearing Zhong Chunren's words, Xue Zhijing could not help but frown and ask in confusion, Vice Hall Master Zhong, why does the South County Shadow Alliance have a higher chance of losing? Zhong Chunren sneered, Hall Master Xue, the boss of the South County Shadow Alliance, Yi Tianhua, has been captured by us. In addition, An Hongda and Du Wudai over there have greatly weakened their strength. In addition, we can use Yi Tianhua to threaten them. When the time comes, we only need to use a little trick to defeat them. At this point, Zhong Chunren paused for a moment before continuing, perhaps, we can take this opportunity to take over the South County Shadow Alliance. Wouldn't that be better? What? Hearing Zhong Chunren's casual words, Xue Zhijing was shocked and asked in surprise, could it be that you want to capture Yi Tianhua to threaten them? Zhong Chunren nodded, as long as we capture Yi Tianhua, even if the South County Shadow Alliance comes to attack us, we don't have to be afraid of them. Xue Zhijing gritted his teeth, but if we do that, won't we be laughed at by other gangs? At that time, how will our South County Secret Thunder sect live? Hearing Xue Zhijing's words, Zhong Chunren sneered, Hall Master Xue, as long as we don't admit it, how will others know? Don't you think so? Xue Zhijing calmed down and his expression suddenly changed. He asked in surprise, Zhong Chunren, are you saying that after we capture Yi Tianhua, even if Yi Tianhua agrees to our conditions, we won't let him go? Hearing Xue Zhijing's question, Zhong Chunren sighed and said slowly, Hall Master Xue, Yi Tianhua is so difficult to capture. It wasn't easy to capture him. How can we let him go so easily? Speaking of this, Zhong Chunren paused for a moment before continuing, moreover, if we want Yuan Weiqing to stand up again, I'm afraid these 6 million gold coins are not enough. We need more gold coins. If we let Yi Tianhua go so easily, who will we get the remaining gold coins from? What? Xue Zhijing was so shocked that he couldn't speak. After a while, he sighed, Vice Hall Master Zhong, we can't do this. Although Yi Tianhua was in the wrong today, we can't go too far. Speaking of this, Xue Zhijing paused for a moment, but then, without waiting for others to answer him, he continued. What I mean is, as long as Yi Tianhua agrees to our conditions, we should let him go immediately. Hearing Xue Zhijing's words, Zhong Chunren shook his head, Hall Master Xue, although your intentions are good, don't forget that if we let Yi Tianhua go, what if Yi Tianhua really brings the South County Shadow Alliance to attack us? At that time, I'm afraid our South County Tanlei sect really won't be their match. Once the South County Shadow Alliance wins, our South County Tanlei sect will cease to exist. Speaking of this, Zhong Chunren paused for a moment, but then, without waiting for Xue Zhijing to answer him, he continued. Hall Master Xue, that's why we can't let Yi Tianhua go. We don't want to cause a lot of trouble for the South County Tanlei sect. Hearing this, Xue Zhijing frowned, Vice Hall Master Zhong, what I mean is that it's basically impossible for Yuan Weiqing to cultivate the martial arts of the one-armed Saber King, so I think it's better to give up. Speaking of this, Xue Zhijing paused for a moment before continuing, Yi Tianhua promised to compensate us with 3 million gold coins, which is already a lot. I think it's better to stop while we're ahead and avoid causing trouble in the future. Is there anything wrong with that? Zhong Chunren shook his head, of course it's not good. Although it doesn't matter to you, it's too unfair to Yuan Weiqing. Speaking of this, Zhong Chunren paused for a moment, but then, without waiting for Xue Zhijing to answer him, he continued. Hall Master Xue, if we do as you said and give up the chance to stand up, then won't Yuan Weiqing really become a cripple in the future? So I think we should still fight for this opportunity for Yuan Weiqing. Only in this way will it be fair to Yuan Weiqing. After hearing Zhong Chunren's words, Xue Zhijing could not help but frown, Vice Hall Master Zhong, don't you know how difficult it is to make Yuan Weiqing stand up? Even if Yi Tianhua promised to give us 6 million gold coins, can we get a brilliant saber technique with just gold coins? Also, in terms of Yuan Weiqing's martial arts talent, I think the difference between him and the one-armed Saber King is too great. Yuan Weiqing is not good in any aspect. Even if we give him this chance, is he sure to succeed? If he fails, then wouldn't all our efforts be in vain? Zhong Chunren shook his head, Hall Master Xue, how can it be meaningless? At least Yuan Weiqing has fought hard before. Even if he fails, I believe he won't have any complaints. After hearing Zhong Chunren's words, Yuan Weiqing hurriedly said loudly, Hall Master Shui, just give me this chance. Even if I fail, I won't blame you. After hearing Yuan Weiqing's words, Shui Zhizhing could not help but frown. Yuan Weiqing, this is not a matter of who you blame, but the price you paid is too high. 6 million gold coins, such a large sum of money to buy elixirs for you. Then, we have to raise even more gold coins to find a way to buy some high-level martial arts for you. Yuan Weiqing, do you know how much gold coins we have to spend? Hearing this, Yuan Weiqing hurriedly said, Hall Master Shui, I beg you, just give me this chance. You can't let me become a cripple like this. If this continues, won't I become a cripple? Shui Zhizhing frowned. Yuan Weiqing, I already said that I can give you 1 million gold coins. Could it be that 1 million gold coins is not enough for you to live a comfortable life? Just as Shui Zhizhing's voice fell, Zhong Chunren smiled and said, Hall Master Shui, as a martial arts expert, how can you be so decadent and be an ordinary person? Speaking up to here, Zhong Chunren's tone paused for a moment before he continued, Hall Master Shui, let's give Yuan Weiqing a chance. Anyway, we don't need to take the gold coins. As long as we capture Yi Tianhua, all the gold coins will be given to him. Hearing this, Yuan Weiqing hurriedly nodded, that's right, Hall Master Shui, give the order. We will immediately capture Yi Tianhua and have him give us the gold coins. Chapter 721. After hearing Zhong Chunren's words, Shui Zhizhing frowned and asked slowly, Zhong Chunren, do you really want to attack Yi Tianhua? Zhong Chunren nodded. Hall Master Shui, Yi Tianhua harmed my son, Huisheng. If he agrees to my terms, I'll let him go this time. If he doesn't, I'll have to fight it out with him. Shui Zhizhing sighed. Zhong Chunren, if we attack Yi Tianhua, the four of us here will be in danger. Shui Zhizhing paused for a moment before continuing, although I'm in front of you, I can't guarantee that I'll be able to block Yi Tianhua's attack. At that time, if there are any injuries, don't blame me. After hearing Shui Zhizhing's words, Yuan Weiqing was shocked. He quickly said, Hall Master Shui, how is that possible? Your martial arts are on par with Yi Tianhua's. How can you not be able to block his attack? Shui Zhizhing shook his head and said slowly, Yuan Weiqing, a cornered beast will still fight. This is the most terrifying moment. If Yi Tianhua completely disregards his own safety and attacks us with all his might, I'm afraid that I won't be able to block his attack. You guys will definitely be injured. LV Hushan, who had been silent all this while, suddenly said, Hall Master Shui, if that's the case, I think we shouldn't take the risk. Let's just use the Thunderbolt bomb and seriously injure Yi Tianhua first. What do you guys think? After hearing LV Hushan's words, Yuan Weiqing spoke before Shui Zhizhing could reply. I agree. Yi Tianhua's martial arts are strong. If we only use the Thunderbolt bomb, I'm afraid that we won't be able to catch him. It's better to use the Thunderbolt bomb. That way, we'll have more confidence. After hearing the two's words, Shui Zhizhing smiled bitterly and shook his head. It's not easy to make the Thunderbolt bomb. This time, we only brought 2. If we use these 2 Thunderbolt bombs and still fail to catch Yi Tianhua, the 4 of us will be in trouble. At this point, Shui Zhizhing paused for a moment, but before anyone could answer his question, he continued to speak. I think that Yi Tianhua will definitely not let us go if he sees us using such powerful firearms. If we fail, which of you can block Yi Tianhua's attack? After hearing Shui Zhizhing's words, LV Hushan and Yuan Weiqing's expressions changed. Zhong Chunren hurriedly said, Hall Master Shui, you're thinking too much. The Thunderbolt bomb of our South County's secret Thunder sect is powerful. Thunderbolt bomb is. If we catch Yi Tianhua by surprise, he definitely won't be able to block the bomb. Shui Zhizhing shook his head. Although the power of the Thunderbolt bomb is great, there are only 2 of them. None of us can guarantee that Yi Tianhua won't be able to dodge them. Once he dodges them, the following situation will be like fire and water. It will be impossible to resolve. Zhong Chunren sneered, Hall Master Shui, even if we don't have Thunderbolt bombs, we still have Thunderbolt pills. Although Thunderbolt pills are not as powerful as Thunderbolt bombs, as long as the 4 of us go all out, we can still seriously injure Yi Tianhua. Seeing Zhong Chunren's persistence, Shui Zhizhing sighed, Vice Hall Master Zhong, Yi Tianhua wants to compensate us with 3 million gold coins. That's not a small amount. When the time comes, you'll get 2 million gold coins and Yuan Weiqing will get 1 million gold coins. Isn't that great? Why do you have to complicate things and create such a situation? Hearing Xue Zhizhing's words, Zhong Chunren sighed. Hall Master Xue, I don't want to either, but Yi Tianhua injured Yuan Weiqing. We have to do this. If we give up, it means that we're giving up on Yuan Weiqing. I can't do that no matter what. Hearing Zhong Chunren's words, Yuan Weiqing gritted his teeth and said in a low voice, Hall Master Xue, please give me a chance. I don't want to become a useless person. I want to stand up again. After hearing Yuan Weiqing's words, Xue Zhizhing sighed again. Yuan Weiqing, we are all martial artists. We all know very well that whether or not a person can practice martial arts is mainly dependent on their martial arts talent. But Yuan Weiqing, you're not talented enough. Even if we want to help you, how can you learn peerless martial arts and become the second one-armed blade king? Hearing this, Zhong Chunren smiled. Hall Master Xue, we haven't done this yet. How do we know if Yuan Weiqing can't succeed? Speaking up to this point, Zhong Chunren paused for a moment. But then, without waiting for Xue Zhizhing's reply, he continued. I also admit that Yuan Weiqing's talent in martial arts is not very strong. But Hall Master Xue, don't forget that for so many years, many people who are not strong in martial arts have also learned peerless martial arts. Why are we so sure that Yuan Weiqing can't learn peerless martial arts? So I think that no matter what, we should give Yuan Weiqing a chance. Whether he can succeed or not, we can't let him have regrets. Speaking up to this point, Zhong Chunren turned to look at Yuan Weiqing and asked with a smile, Yuan Weiqing, are you confident? Hearing Zhong Chunren's question, Yuan Weiqing was overjoyed and hurriedly nodded. Yes, Vice Hall Master Zhong, I'm confident. Hearing Yuan Weiqing's answer, Zhong Chunren nodded with satisfaction. He turned to look at Xue Zhizhing and said with a smile, Hall Master Xue, you see how confident Yuan Weiqing is. I believe that as long as we give him a chance, he will definitely be able to do it. Even if he can't become the one-armed Blade King, I believe that his martial arts will definitely not be low. Once Yuan Weiqing learns peerless martial arts, it will be very beneficial to our southern county's Tanlei sect. After hearing the two's words, Xue Zhizhing sighed. Vice Hall Master Zhong, there are indeed many people who are not talented in martial arts who have successfully cultivated peerless martial arts. However, don't forget how they managed to cultivate peerless martial arts. Hearing Xue Zhizhing's words, Zhong Chunren shook his head. Hall Master Xue, no matter how they learned peerless martial arts, they still learned it. We can't deny this, right? Hearing this, Yuan Weiqing hurriedly said, Hall Master Xue, don't worry. As the saying goes, diligence makes up for stupidity. As long as I practice diligently, there will definitely be a day when I succeed. After hearing Yuan Weiqing's words, Xue Zhizhing nodded and said with a wry smile, Yuan Weiqing, you said that diligence makes up for stupidity. I believe that, but is it useful? Speaking up to this point, Xue Zhizhing paused for a moment. But then, without waiting for Yuan Weiqing to answer his question, he continued. Yuan Weiqing, there are indeed some people who are not very talented who have learned peerless martial arts. They rely on hard work to make up for their lack of talent. Moreover, there are many people who have succeeded. We can't deny this point. Hearing Xue Zhizhing's words, Yuan Weiqing's face was filled with ecstasy. Hall Master Xue, so you've decided to support me? Hearing Yuan Weiqing's question, Xue Zhizhing waved his hand and sighed. He slowly said, I remember that 30 years ago, I heard of such a thing. Speaking up to this point, Xue Zhizhing paused for a moment. But then, without waiting for Yuan Weiqing to answer his question, he continued. At that time, this person was also beaten to a pulp. However, this person was very tenacious and had an indomitable spirit. When he was beaten to a pulp, he was 28 years old. He found a way to obtain a high-level martial arts technique. Then, he wanted to make up for his stupidity by practicing this high-level martial arts technique. Speaking up to this point, Xue Zhizhing paused for a moment before continuing. He really did it. He actually managed to practice this high-level martial arts technique to the highest level. But unfortunately, he used 80 years to master this high-level martial arts technique. At that time, he was already over 100 years old. Although he had mastered the high-level martial arts technique, because he was old, his movements were not as nimble as before. Naturally, his martial arts technique was greatly reduced. Therefore, although he had mastered the high-level martial arts technique, because of his age, he was unable to fully display the power of the high-level martial arts technique. At most, he could only display 50 to 60% of its power. This person reappeared in the martial arts world. Unfortunately, although he possessed high-level martial arts, he was too old and could not display it. He was always defeated by some unknown person. After practicing diligently for 80 years, he was always defeated by those unknown people. How could he accept this? This person was very angry. After 3 to 5 years, because he could not take this kind of blow, he was so angry that he died. Speaking up to this point, Xue Zhijing paused for a moment before continuing. Yuan Weiqing, you say, this person was only 28 years old when he was injured. It was the prime of his life. If he used these 80 years to enjoy his life, how much fun do you think he would have enjoyed? But he chose this path, the path of diligently practicing martial arts. However, he forgot that his martial arts talent was not good. If he wanted to succeed, he would need to spend a lot more time than others. And the time that he wasted would never be able to get back. In this life, he started practicing martial arts from a young age. When he grew up, he was beaten to a pulp. Then, he continued to practice for 80 years. It can be said that his life was meaningless. Other than practicing martial arts, there was nothing else to do. Xue Zhijing turned to look at Yuan Weiqing and sighed. Yuan Weiqing, do you think it was worth it for this person to spend 80 years practicing martial arts? After hearing Xue Zhijing's words, the image of his own white hair fluttering in the wind suddenly appeared in Yuan Weiqing's mind. He could not help but be shocked. With a trembling voice, he asked, Hall Leader Xue, is what you said true? This person actually practiced for 80 years. Xue Zhijing nodded. This person has a lot of perseverance. He is the kind of person who will not give up until he reaches his goal. It is because of his tenacious perseverance that he was able to continuously practice for 80 years and practice that high-level martial arts to the peak. Just as Xue Zhijing finished speaking, before Yuan Weiqing could speak, Zhong Chunren suddenly spoke up. That's not right, Hall Leader Xue. Since he has already practiced that high-level martial arts to the peak, how can his martial arts be so weak? There must be a problem here. Speaking up to this point, Zhong Chunren's voice paused for a moment. Then, without waiting for Xue Zhijing to answer his question, he continued to speak. According to my guess, his so-called high-level martial arts are just some common goods and not some high-level martial arts. Otherwise, even if he only mastered 60 to 70% of it, his martial arts would be quite powerful. How could it be as weak as you say? After hearing Zhong Chunren's words, Yuan Weiqing's heart suddenly surged with hope. He hurriedly turned to look at Xue Zhijing and asked in a trembling voice, Hall Leader Xue, is it like what Vice Hall Leader Zhong said, that the martial arts he practices is not the strongest martial arts and is only some common martial arts? Hearing the two's question, Xue Zhijing was stunned for a moment. Then, he calmly said, the martial arts this person practices is indeed not the best martial arts. But don't forget, he has already practiced this martial arts to the peak. But because he is too old, he is unable to use it. This has nothing to do with what martial arts he practices. After hearing Xue Zhijing's words, Zhong Chunren smiled and shook his head. Hall Leader Xue, how can this not have anything to do with it? Common martial arts, no matter how long one practices it, I'm afraid it won't be of much use. You see, there are many sects whose martial arts are not good enough. Even if the disciples of these sects practice their martial arts to the peak, they still can't compare to those sects who have high-level martial arts. Speaking up to this point, Zhong Chunren's voice paused for a moment. Then, without waiting for Xue Zhijing to answer his question, he continued speaking. So, I think this is the reason why this person's martial arts is so weak after 80 years of practice. If it were some common martial arts, I'm afraid even if he practiced it for 100 years, it wouldn't be of much use. But we are different. As long as we find a high-level martial arts manual and let Yuan Weiqing practice it diligently, I believe he will succeed. Zhong Chunren turned his head to look at Yuan Weiqing and smiled. If we find a higher-level martial arts manual, who knows, maybe Yuan Weiqing's martial arts will surpass the godly knife sect's leader in the future? Hearing that he might surpass the godly knife sect's leader in martial arts, Yuan Weiqing was overjoyed. He hurriedly turned his head to look at Xue Zhijing and smiled. Hall Leader Xue, Vice Hall Leader Zhong is right. As long as we find a high-level martial arts manual, I will definitely succeed. I will definitely not let you down. Hearing Yuan Weiqing's words, Xue Zhijing couldn't help but frown. Yuan Weiqing, do you think it's so easy to practice a high-level martial arts manual to the peak? Speaking up to this point, Xue Zhijing's voice paused for a moment. Then, without waiting for Yuan Weiqing to answer his question, he continued speaking. Yuan Weiqing, the higher the level of the martial arts manual, the harder it is to practice. Let's not talk about other sects. Let's talk about the godly knife sect. Do you think that everyone can practice the godly knife sect's martial arts manual to the peak? That's impossible. Because of the difference in martial arts talent, the degree of practice is different. Some people use their entire lives to practice their sect's martial arts manual to the 8th level. But most people only practice their sect's martial arts manual to 20 to 30%. Chapter 722. Xue Zhijing continued, Yuan Weiqing, this is the reason why every sect is separated into ordinary and advanced disciples. Those advanced disciples may be able to practice their sect's martial arts to a very high level, but for those ordinary disciples who have no talent, even if they are taught a peerless martial art, they will not be able to practice it to the great accomplishment stage. It is because of this reason that every sect will focus most of their resources on a few disciples to focus on training them. As for those ordinary disciples, it all depends on their own luck to see how much power they can cultivate. After hearing Xue Zhijing's words, Yuan Weiqing's brows immediately wrinkled. He was not a fool and naturally knew that Xue Zhijing was right. However, even though he knew that Xue Zhijing was right, he still wanted to try because if he did not try, he would really be a cripple for the rest of his life. Thinking of this, Yuan Weiqing clenched his teeth. Hall Master Xue, I know what you said is right, but I hope that you will still give me a chance. I will definitely practice diligently and not embarrass you and let you all down. After hearing Yuan Weiqing's words, Xue Zhijing smiled bitterly and shook his head. Yuan Weiqing, why do you still not understand that practicing martial arts is not something that can be done just by practicing diligently? If we have a high-level martial arts manual, a talented person can reach the great accomplishment stage in 20 years and the peak in 30 years. If he starts practicing at the age of 18, he will only be 48 years old when he reaches the peak. But if he is not talented, he will naturally need more time to practice martial arts. The lower the talent, the longer the time needed. Perhaps he would use 80 years to cultivate this martial art to the great accomplishment stage, and 150 years to cultivate this martial art to the peak. Yuan Weiqing, think about it, if this person starts practicing at the age of 18, he will be 98 years old when he reaches the great accomplishment stage. And if he wants to reach the peak, he will be 168 years old. If he can only reach the great accomplishment stage at the age of 168 years old, do you think it is necessary for him to continue practicing? What's more, for those with lower talent, it might take more than 100 years for them to reach the great accomplishment stage, and it might take more than 200 years for them to reach the pinnacle of this martial art. Yuan Weiqing, how long could a person live? Perhaps this person's lifespan was short. Before he could reach the peak of his martial arts, he would have already died. If that was the case, wouldn't all the martial arts he had practiced in the past be in vain? We all know that in order to practice a martial art, we have to suffer a lot and suffer a lot. In order to practice his martial arts, he hid in the secret room every day and did not see anyone. His only thought was to practice. Yuan Weiqing, if a person lives in this world just to live this kind of life, then I feel that it is really meaningless. Therefore, I advise you to give up on this idea. The problem of talent is not something that can be changed by anyone. It is also not something that can be changed by hard work. This is fate, and no one can resist it. Yuan Weiqing, take 1 million gold coins and enjoy the rest of your life. This is the best choice. After hearing Xue Zhizheng's words, Yuan Weiqing's heart suddenly turned cold. If it was really like what Xue Zhizheng said, and it took 100 or 200 years to reach the peak of martial arts, then it really was meaningless. Even if people who practiced martial arts lived longer than ordinary people, it was still only 100 years old. Some people might not even live to 150 years old. If he did not live to 150 years old, then didn't that mean that he would not be able to practice this martial art for the rest of his life? Thinking of this, Yuan Weiqing's heart suddenly felt a sense of retreat. Just like what Xue Zhizheng said, taking 1 million gold coins and enjoying the rest of his life, wasn't that good? Although he was crippled, with 1 million gold coins, it was enough for him to live a comfortable life. If he really practiced martial arts, then maybe it would really be like what Xue Zhizheng said, hiding in a secret room every day like a puppet, only knowing how to eat and practice martial arts. This kind of life was indeed meaningless. Understanding this point, Yuan Weiqing's mood suddenly became clear. He suddenly made up his mind to not practice martial arts, and to enjoy the rest of his life. Yuan Weiqing was about to speak when Zhong Chunren suddenly sneered and said, "Hall leader Xue, I think what you said is wrong." At this point, Zhong Chunren's tone paused for a moment before he continued, "Hall leader Xue, you forgot one thing. Before practicing martial arts, we still need to buy a large amount of elixirs for Yuan Weiqing. I believe that as long as Yuan Weiqing takes a large amount of elixirs, it will definitely be of great benefit to his strength. Hall leader Xue, there are many precious elixirs that can change a person's martial arts talent. You won't deny this point, right?" Hearing Zhong Chunren's words, Yuan Weiqing's heart suddenly moved, and a trace of hope suddenly surged in his heart. There were many precious elixirs in this world. Some could replenish internal energy, and some could really change a person's talent. Of course, these elixirs that could change a person's talent were very precious. Even if you had gold coins, you might not be able to buy them. This was because everyone wanted to obtain such precious elixirs. Even if someone occasionally obtained some of these elixirs, their first thought would probably not be to exchange these elixirs for a large amount of gold coins, but to change their own talent first. This was because as long as one's martial arts talent increased, no matter what martial arts they practiced, it would be twice the result with half the effort, and they would use less time to cultivate to a stronger state. Although these elixirs that could change one's martial arts talent were very rare, they really did exist. After hearing Zhong Chunren's words, Xue Zhizheng frowned. "Zhong Chunren, although these elixirs exist, you also know that these elixirs are simply too rare. Even if you had gold coins, I'm afraid you wouldn't be able to buy them, right?" After hearing Xue Zhizheng's words, Zhong Chunren shook his head. "Hall leader Xue, you're right. These elixirs are indeed rare, but they do exist. Although they are very difficult to obtain, as long as we sincerely look for them, I believe that we will eventually be able to find them. When the time comes, no matter if we use gold coins to exchange for them, or use other methods, in short, we must find a way to obtain these elixirs for Yuan Weiqing." Speaking to this point, Zhong Chunren's tone paused, and he turned his head to look at Yuan Weiqing before continuing, "Yuan Weiqing, as long as you take these elixirs that can change your talent, no matter what martial arts you practice, I believe that you will be able to succeed in a very short period of time. What do you think?" Regarding Zhong Chunren's question, Yuan Weiqing almost didn't even think about it. He immediately nodded his head and said with a smile, "Yes, of course I want to." Speaking to this point, Yuan Weiqing's tone paused for a moment, but immediately after, he didn't wait for Zhong Chunren to answer his question and continued speaking, minding his own business. "If I take these elixirs, I believe that with my efforts, I will definitely be able to become the second one-armed saber king." After hearing Yuan Weiqing's words, Zhong Chunren nodded his head in satisfaction. He turned his head to look at Xue Zhizheng and said with a smile, "Hall leader Xue, you see, as long as we find the elixirs that can change talent, Yuan Weiqing will be able to become the second one-armed saber king. Is there anything wrong with doing this?" After hearing Zhong Chunren's words, Xue Zhizheng was a little annoyed in his heart. If there were so many good things, couldn't they cultivate a normal person? If they found a person with high talent and let him take these elixirs that can change talent, as well as those precious elixirs, and find a high-level martial arts cultivation method, Xue Zhizheng believed that this person's future achievements would definitely be much higher than Yuan Weiqing's. Since it was like this, why should they cultivate Yuan Weiqing? Thinking to this point, Xue Zhizheng frowned and slowly said, Zhong Chunren, I don't agree with your view. Don't you think that if we want Yuan Weiqing to stand up again, the price we have to pay is too high? Speaking to this point, Xue Zhizheng's tone paused for a moment, but immediately after, he didn't wait for Zhong Chunren to answer his question and continued speaking, minding his own business. If it's a normal person, they only need to fulfill the 3 conditions I mentioned at the beginning to be able to cultivate high-level martial art. However, if we let Yuan Weiqing cultivate, we still need to find those elixirs that can change talent. Don't you know how precious those elixirs are? After hearing Xue Zhizheng's words, Zhong Chunren smiled and shook his head. Hall Master Xue, although this is difficult to say, it might not necessarily be difficult to do. Speaking to this point, Zhong Chunren paused for a moment, but immediately after, he didn't wait for Xue Zhizheng to answer his question and continued speaking. Hall Master Xue, do you know the deputy escort head of the Changfeng escort agency, Godly Fist Taibao? Hearing this name, Xue Zhizheng nodded but didn't say anything. Seeing that Xue Zhizheng didn't say anything, Zhong Chunren didn't think much of it and continued speaking. Hall Master Xue, Godly Fist Taibao's martial arts are very high. Although his martial arts aren't the best, he can still be considered a first-class expert. At this point, Zhong Chunren paused and turned to look at Yuan Weiqing. He then continued, Yuan Weiqing, do you know that the ultimate fist tycoon's martial arts talent is not good? In fact, you could even say that he's very weak. Back then, when he joined the Divine Fist sect, he had always been an ordinary disciple. Although he worked very hard to cultivate his sect's martial arts, he only managed to cultivate to the first level after 30 years of effort. Seeing that his martial arts skills were too low, the people from the Divine Fist sect naturally didn't treat him well. Being bullied by his fellow sect members, Godly Fist Taibao felt indignant, so he left the Divine Fist sect and joined the Changfeng escort agency. Due to his poor martial arts skills, he was only an ordinary escort in the beginning. He couldn't even be considered an escort. Through this incident, I think you should know how bad Godly Fist Taibao's martial arts talent is. However, Godly Fist Taibao encountered an opportunity. Once, when he was escorting an escort, he saved a severely injured old man. This severely injured old man was severely injured because he had a spiritual medicine that could change his talent. He was lucky enough to escape here. However, even if he escaped, he couldn't do it. At his last moment, in order to express his gratitude to the Godly Fist Tycoon, the old man gave the elixir to the Godly Fist Tycoon. Speaking to this point, Zhong Chunren paused for a moment. Then, without waiting for Yuan Weiqing to answer his question, he sighed emotionally and continued speaking. After Godly Fist Taibao ate that spiritual medicine, his martial arts talent was immediately raised to the peak. From then on, when he cultivated the Divine Fist sect's martial arts, his progress was as if the gods were helping him. In less than 5 years, he cultivated the martial arts he learned from the Divine Fist sect to the peak. Unfortunately, he didn't learn many martial arts from the Divine Fist sect, and he didn't learn the best martial arts. Therefore, even if his talent was raised to the peak, he was only a first-class expert because he didn't have any high-level martial arts. After hearing Zhong Chunren's words, Yuan Weiqing immediately asked, Deputy Hall Master Zhong, since Godly Fist Taibao already has the talent to practice martial arts, why didn't he return to the Divine Fist sect to learn more high-level martial arts? After hearing Yuan Weiqing's words, Zhong Chunren shook his head. Yuan Weiqing, the rules of the Divine Fist sect are very strict. Since the Divine Fist Tycoon has left the Divine Fist sect, it's impossible for him to return. Yuan Weiqing frowned. Since his martial arts talent is no longer good and he can't return to the Divine Fist sect, why didn't he go to other sects to cultivate more high-level martial arts? Zhong Chunren smiled bitterly and shook his head. Yuan Weiqing, that's impossible. Speaking of this, Zhong Chunren paused for a moment before continuing. Yuan Weiqing, if you were the leader of a sect, would you accept an old man in his 50s or 60s into your sect? Hearing this, Yuan Weiqing was shocked. He asked in a trembling voice, Deputy Hall Master Zhong, are you saying that Godly Fist Taibao is already in his 50s or 60s? After hearing Yuan Weiqing's words, Zhong Chunren nodded and said slowly, to be precise, he's already 58 years old. 58 years old? Hearing this age, Yuan Weiqing sighed helplessly and muttered, 58 years old is indeed a little old. Zhong Chunren nodded. It's because of this reason that Godly Fist Taibao's martial arts can only be considered first class. He's not at the peak. Speaking of this, Zhong Chunren paused for a moment. However, he didn't wait for Yuan Weiqing to answer him and continued speaking. Yuan Weiqing, I'm saying this to tell you not to give up. As long as you persevere, there will be a day when you succeed. Hearing this, Yuan Weiqing nodded. Just as he was about to speak, Xue Zhijing suddenly said, Deputy Hall Master Zhong, don't forget that although there are spiritual herbs in this world that can change one's martial arts talent, there are very few of them. If you don't have a great opportunity, it's impossible to find them. Speaking of this, Xue Zhijing paused and turned to look at Yuan Weiqing. He smiled bitterly and said, Yuan Weiqing, I'm sure you know that no matter who finds these spiritual herbs, they won't sell them. They'll definitely keep them for themselves. Yuan Weiqing, think about it. Since they're keeping them for themselves, how are we going to get these spiritual herbs? Chapter 723. Xue Zhijing sighed, Yuan Weiqing, to obtain this kind of elixir is definitely not an easy matter, so it's not that we don't want to help you, but that we really can't find this elixir. If you don't have this kind of elixir to change your martial talent, then if you want to practice martial arts, I'm afraid it will be very difficult to succeed. At that time, you will be like the expert I mentioned, training for more than 100 years, but it will be meaningless. Why bother? Yuan Weiqing, if we use the remaining years to enjoy, how much better life will we be able to enjoy? Why waste our lives for an impossible goal? After hearing Xue Zhijing's words, Yuan Weiqing suddenly froze. He understood the meaning of Xue Zhijing's words, and also knew that he was right. If elixirs that can change martial talent were so easy to find, then there wouldn't be a person with low talent in this world. To obtain an elixir that can change martial talent, one must have a large amount of gold coins, and also a considerable amount of luck. Only with these 2 points, he may be able to obtain the elixir in the legends. Moreover, what Xue Zhijing said just now was also very true. No matter who found the elixir, perhaps the first thing they did was to directly consume it. How could others know, let alone spend gold coins to buy it? Unless the person's luck was very strong. This person was like the old man Zhong Chunren mentioned. When he was seriously injured, he knew that he couldn't make it, so even if he left the elixir behind, it would be meaningless. Only at this time, he may be able to obtain this legendary elixir. Seeing Yuan Weiqing lowering his head and not speaking, Xue Zhijing sighed, Yuan Weiqing, listen to my advice. This legendary elixir that can change martial talent is really not something that can be obtained easily. Even if you have the wealth of gold coins, you may not be able to buy this elixir. I think it's better for you to take this 1 million gold coins and live a comfortable life. That's the best choice. After hearing Xue Zhijing's words, Yuan Weiqing helplessly sighed. He knew that he was afraid that he could not change this fact. Just as Yuan Weiqing was feeling dejected, Zhong Chunren sneered and said, Hall Master Xue, you are too pessimistic. Although this kind of elixir that can change one's martial talent is difficult to obtain, it is not completely impossible. Speaking up to here, Zhong Chunren's tone paused, but immediately after, without waiting for Xue Zhijing to reply, he turned his head to look at Yuan Weiqing and said with a smile, Yuan Weiqing, do you want to practice the same martial arts as the one-armed saber king? Hearing Zhong Chunren's question, Yuan Weiqing nodded with a bitter smile, of course, but what Hall leader Xue said is right, this elixir that can change martial talent, it really is not so easy to obtain. At least to 80% of to be able to s to b to b. Hearing Zhong Chunren's words, Yuan Weiqing was overjoyed and hurriedly asked, Vice Hall Leader Zhong, quickly tell me, how can we obtain that elixir? Hearing Yuan Weiqing's words, Zhong Chunren sneered and said in a low voice, Have you forgotten about Yi Tianhua? Hearing Zhong Chunren's words, Yuan Weiqing was stunned for a moment and did not understand what Zhong Chunren meant. Vice Hall Leader Zhong, what about Yi Tianhua? Zhong Chunren sneered, Yuan Weiqing, have you forgotten that Yi Tianhua is the boss of the South County Shadow Alliance? As long as we capture him and get him to order all the members of the South County Shadow Alliance to find this elixir. I don't believe that with the strength of the South County Shadow Alliance, we can't find an elixir that can change talent. Hearing Zhong Chuanren's words, Yuan Weiqing was overjoyed and hurriedly nodded. Vice Hall Leader Zhong, you are right. With the strength of the South County Shadow Alliance, we can definitely find that elixir. Hearing the words of the two, Xue Zhizheng could not help but frown and said in a low voice, Vice Hall Leader Zhong, if we capture Yi Tianhua and get him to agree to our conditions, he is willing to compensate us with 6 million gold coins. But if we ask him to find that elixir for us, isn't that a little inappropriate? Hearing Xue Zhizheng's words, Zhong Chunren sighed, Hall Leader Xue, for Yuan Weiqing, we can only do this. Unless you have other ways to help Yuan Weiqing, we can only do this. Hearing Zhong Chuanren's words, Xue Zhizheng shook his head, if Yi Tianhua agrees to our 6 million gold coins, we have no reason to ask him to find the elixir for us. Vice Hall Leader Zhong, if you want to obtain that elixir, I hope you can think of other ways. Don't have any ideas about Yi Tianhua anymore. After hearing Xue Zhizheng's words, Zhong Chunren sneered and shook his head, Hall Leader Xue, if we don't do this, how are we going to find that elixir? With the few of us and our inexperience, I'm afraid we won't be able to find that elixir in our lifetime. When the time comes, how are we going to help Yuan Weiqing? After hearing Zhong Chuanren's words, Xue Zhizheng shook his head with a bitter smile, Zhong Chunren, no matter what, we have to have principles when doing thing. Speaking of this, Xue Zhizheng paused before continuing, since Yi Tianhua has agreed to our first condition, we should let him go immediately. Otherwise, he will definitely be dissatisfied. At that time, what should we do if a fight breaks out between the two gangs? Hearing this, Zhong Chunren sneered and shook his head, Hall Leader Xue, do you mean that we don't have to help Yuan Weiqing stand up again? Speaking of this, Zhong Chunren paused for a moment, but immediately after, without waiting for Xue Zhizheng to reply, he turned his head to look at Yuan Weiqing and asked in a low voice. Yuan Weiqing, what do you think? Do you want to live a crippled life, or do you want to become someone like the one-armed Saber King? Hearing Zhong Chuanren's question, Yuan Weiqing was stunned for a moment, but immediately after, he nodded his head and turned his head to look at Xue Zhizheng, speaking in a low voice. Hall Leader Xue, I want to become someone like the one-armed Saber King. I don't want to live a crippled life. I hope you can help me this time. I will be eternally grateful to you. After hearing Yuan Weiqing's words, Zhong Chunren didn't wait for Xue Zhizheng to reply and said with a smile, Hall Leader Xue, you heard it, right? This is Yuan Weiqing's true intention. He wants to recultivate his martial arts and reach the level of the one-armed Saber King. He doesn't want to live an ordinary crippled life. Speaking of this, Zhong Chunren paused for a moment, but immediately after, he didn't wait for Xue Zhizheng to reply and continued speaking. Hall Leader Xue, right now, the only people Yuan Weiqing can rely on are us. Only we can help him and fulfill his wish. Hall Leader Xue, are you not willing to help him? After hearing Zhong Chuanren's words, Xue Zhizheng smiled bitterly and stretched out his hand, slowly speaking. Vice Hall Leader Zhong, it's too difficult to let Yuan Weiqing stand up again. Speaking of this, Xue Zhizheng paused for a moment, flicked out a finger, and continued speaking, first, at least 5 million gold coins, and this doesn't include the purchase of the elixirs that can increase one's talent. If you include that, I'm afraid you'll need 10 million gold coins. Xue Zhizheng flicked out a second finger, and slowly said, second, we also have no way to obtain a superior saber art. Although you said that you can go to the godly saber sect to obtain a superior saber art, I think it's just wishful thinking, and it's impossible to achieve. Xue Zhizheng flicked out a third finger, and sighed, Yuan Weiqing's talent in martial arts is not high. If you want him to practice martial arts like the one-armed Saber King, other than consuming a large amount of elixirs, you also need to find the legendary elixir that can change one's talent in martial arts. For so many years, I've never heard of anyone finding that elixir. Could it be that with just the few of us, we can really find that elixir for Yuan Weiqing? I think it's impossible. Who doesn't want to obtain that elixir, but no one can find it. This is enough to show that this elixir is very rare. It can even be said that whether it really exists in this world, we don't even dare to be sure, so how can we find that elixir? Speaking of this, Xue Zhijing paused for a moment, but immediately after, he didn't wait for the others to answer his question, and continued speaking. The 3 points I mentioned, if we can solve all of them, I can naturally help Yuan Weiqing, but if we can't solve all of them, how can we help him? Hearing Xue Zhijing's words, Zhong Chunren frowned, and suddenly sneered, Hallmaster Xue, actually the 3 points you mentioned are nothing, as long as we capture Yi Tianhua, all of these problems can be solved. Speaking of this, Zhong Chunren paused for a moment, but immediately after, he didn't wait for Xue Zhijing to answer his question, and continued speaking. As long as we capture Yi Tianhua, he can solve our problem of gold coins, and can also help us find a superior saber art, and can even send people to find the legendary elixir that can change talent. You guys say, as long as we capture Yi Tianhua, all of these problems will be solved, right? Hearing Zhong Chunren's words, Yuan Weiqing was immediately overjoyed, and hurriedly nodded, shouting, that's right, as long as we capture Yi Tianhua, all of these problems will be solved. Hallmaster Xue, hurry up and give the order, our brothers can't wait any longer. Hearing Yuan Weiqing's words, Xue Zhijing smiled bitterly and shook his head. How is that possible? Do you really think that as long as we capture Yi Tianhua, all of these problems will be solved? Speaking of this, Xue Zhijing paused for a moment, but immediately after, without waiting for the others to answer his question, he continued speaking, that's impossible. Let me ask you, even if we capture Yi Tianhua, do you think he can take out 10 million gold coins? Also, you want Yi Tianhua to help you find a superior saber art, but have you ever thought about it? If he really can find a superior saber art, why doesn't he practice it himself? And the third point, the problem of martial talent. In all these years, how many people have you heard of who managed to obtain this elixir? I don't know how many you know, but as far as I know, there are only 3 people. The probability of obtaining this elixir is so low. Do you really think that Yi Tianhua will be able to find this elixir? Speaking of this, Xue Zhijing paused and turned to look at Yuan Weiqing, sighing before continuing, Yuan Weiqing, that's all unrealistic, you should think of something more practical. If you have 1,000,000 gold coins, you can do anything else but take this risk, and it's a risk that has no chance of success, it's really meaningless. Yuan Weiqing, listen to me, don't think about those things anymore, it's impossible to succeed. Hearing Xue Zhijing's words, Yuan Weiqing hurriedly turned to look at Zhong Chunren. Seeing this, Zhong Chunren only smiled faintly, Hallmaster Xue, as long as we capture Yi Tianhua, all of these can be achieved. Speaking of this, Zhong Chunren paused for a moment before continuing, as long as we capture Yi Tianhua, we can ask him for 10 million gold coins, and the problem of gold coins will naturally be solved. Zhong Chunren's words were interrupted by Xue Zhijing, Vice Hall Master Zhong, let me ask you, do you think Yi Tianhua will have 10 million gold coins? Hearing Xue Zhijing's question, Zhong Chunren sneered, Hallmaster Xue, as long as we capture Yi Tianhua, I believe he will have 10 million gold coins. Xue Zhijing shook his head, impossible, I can guarantee that in the entire South County, no one can take out 10 million gold coins. At this point, Xue Zhijing paused for a moment before continuing, even the one-armed saber king from back then didn't need to go out of his way to find a brilliant saber technique. He also had outstanding talent. But even so, after he finished practicing martial arts, his family's wealth was already depleted. It can be imagined how terrifying the amount of gold coins needed to practice martial arts would be. So I don't think anyone in the South County can take out 10 million gold coins. Hearing Xue Zhijing's words, Zhong Chunren nodded, Hallmaster Xue, you're right, no one in the South County can take out 10 million gold coins. However, we don't want Yi Tianhua to have 10 million gold coins himself. Instead, we want him to borrow 10 million gold coins for us. Hallmaster Xue, do you think the boss of the South County Shadow Alliance can't borrow 10 million gold coins? Hearing Zhong Chunren's words, Xue Zhijing shook his head with a bitter smile, Vice Hall Master Zhong, let's not talk about whether Yi Tianhua can borrow 10 million gold coins or not. I can guarantee that he won't borrow 10 million gold coins because if he does, he probably won't be able to pay it back in his lifetime. How can he borrow such a large amount of gold coins? Zhong Chunren sneered, Hallmaster Xue, don't worry, I can also guarantee you that as long as we capture Yi Tianhua, he will definitely obediently borrow 10 million gold coins for us. Hearing this, Xue Zhijing was shocked and asked in a trembling voice, Vice Hall Master Zhong, what do you want to do? Chapter 724. After hearing Xue Zhizheng's words, Zhong Chunren sneered and turned to look at Yuan Weiqing. He asked with a smile, Yuan Weiqing, if we capture Yi Tianhua, do you have a way to make him agree to our conditions? Yuan Weiqing was stunned for a moment and then asked tentatively, Vice Hall Master Zhong, can I do anything? Zhong Chunren nodded, of course, as long as you have a way, use it. As long as you can make Yi Tianhua agree to our conditions, it will be a success. Hearing Zhong Chunren's answer, Yuan Weiqing sneered, Vice Hall Master Zhong, if we can use any method, then I can guarantee you that Yi Tianhua will definitely agree to our conditions. Zhong Chunren turned to look at Xue Zhizheng and said with a smile, Hall Master Xue, did you hear that? Yuan Weiqing can make Yi Tianhua agree to our conditions. What do you think? Has the problem of gold been completely solved? After hearing Zhong Chunren's words, Xue Zhizheng turned to look at Yuan Weiqing and asked tentatively, Yuan Weiqing, what do you want to do? Yuan Weiqing sneered, Hall Master Xue, it's simple. As long as I use some methods, Yi Tianhua will definitely agree to our conditions. Hall Master Xue, don't worry. After hearing Yuan Weiqing's words, Xue Zhizheng frowned, Yuan Weiqing, are you going to make a move on Yi Tianhua? Yuan Weiqing nodded and sneered, Hall Master Xue, since Yi Tianhua has fallen into our hands, we will definitely capture him. Do you want to persuade him nicely? Hearing Yuan Weiqing's answer, Xue Zhizheng hurriedly waved his hand, how can we do that? No matter what, Yi Tianhua is the boss of the South County Shadow Alliance. If we make a move on him, it will be a declaration of war against the South County Shadow Alliance. What should we do then? After hearing Xue Zhizheng's words, Zhong Chunren sneered and said, Hall Master Xue, you don't have to worry about this problem. I'm afraid no one would have thought that Yi Tianhua would fall into our hands. Even if we attack Yi Tianhua, no one will know. When the time comes, as long as we do it quickly, no one will know where Yi Tianhua went. Hearing Zhong Chunren's words, Yuan Weiqing sneered and nodded. Hall Master Xue, Vice Hall Master Zhong is right. As long as we do it discreetly, no one will know that Yi Tianhua is in our hands. Zhong Chunren said with a smile, Hall Master Xue, as long as Yi Tianhua is in my hands, the 10 million gold coins Yuan Weiqing needs will be no problem at all, right? After hearing Zhong Chunren's words, Xue Zhizheng sighed helplessly. Even if we capture Yi Tianhua and he can lend us 10 million gold coins, how are we going to resolve the second condition? Xue Zhizheng paused for a moment, but he continued without waiting for Zhong Chunren's reply. Vice Hall Master Zhong, this condition is different from the first one. If Yi Tianhua doesn't have 10 million gold coins for the first condition, he can borrow it. But for the second condition, I'm afraid he won't be able to resolve it. High-level martial arts are the treasures of every sect. No matter how many gold coins you have, I'm afraid they won't sell their treasures to you. So, even if you capture Yi Tianhua, he won't be able to find you a high-level martial art for Yuan Weiqing to practice. After hearing Xue Zhizheng's words, Zhong Chunren shook his head with a cold smile. Hall Master Xue, as long as we capture Yi Tianhua and get him to bring us to the Godly Knife Sect, everyone will know that Yi Tianhua went to meet the sect leader of the Godly Knife Sect. At that time, we can make our move against the sect leader of the Godly Knife Sect. Hall Master Xue, everyone will know that Yi Tianhua went to meet the sect leader of the Godly Knife Sect. Even if something happens to the sect leader of the Godly Knife Sect, I'm afraid they will go and settle the score with Yi Tianhua. At this point, Zhong Chunren's tone paused for a moment, then he sneered and continued, at that time, as long as we deal with Yi Tianhua, how many people will know about this matter? After hearing Zhong Chunren's words, Xue Zhizheng sighed. Vice Hall Master Zhong, that's impossible. The sect leader of the Godly Knife Sect is extremely powerful. With just the few of us, do you think we can be his match? At this point, Xue Zhizheng's tone paused for a moment, but then he didn't wait for Zhong Chunren to answer his question. He laughed bitterly and continued. At that time, I'm afraid that not only will we not be able to obtain the Godly Knife Sect's martial arts, we will also be wiped out by the sect leader of the Godly Knife Sect. What should we do? Zhong Chunren shook his head. Hall Master Xue, you think too much. We will have a way to deal with the sect leader of the Godly Knife Sect. We can discuss this matter later, but don't worry, as long as we work together, we will definitely be able to obtain a high-level martial art from the sect leader of the Godly Knife sect. After hearing Zhong Chunren's words, Xue Zhizheng sighed. No matter what Zhong Chunren said, he would not believe that they would be able to obtain a martial art manual from the sect leader of the Godly Knife sect. In the South region, the sect leader of the Godly Knife sect's martial arts were already at the peak. It could be said that other than the sect leader of the Sky Sword sect, no one else was a match for the sect leader of the Godly Knife sect. To snatch a martial art manual from the hands of such a peerless expert was undoubtedly like a dream. However, Zhong Chunren didn't want to talk about it, and Xue Zhizheng didn't want to ask either. This was because he knew that it was impossible, and even if he asked, it wouldn't solve any problems. Zhong Chunren paused for a moment, then said, "There is one more problem, and that is the problem of martial arts talent. Hall Master Xue, am I right?" Xue Zhizheng nodded. "That's right. Among these three conditions, this is probably the most difficult one." At this point, Xue Zhizheng paused for a moment before continuing. This condition is different from the previous two. Whether it is gold coins or martial arts manuals, they are all things that exist in this world. As long as you are willing to work hard, you might be able to obtain them. However, the third condition, which is a medicinal herb that can increase one's martial arts talent, is almost impossible to obtain. This condition must be met because Yuan Weiqing's martial arts talent is not good enough. Even if he has a high-level cultivation method, with his talent, it will take him 100 or 200 years to cultivate to the peak. At that time, even if he succeeds, his physical strength and martial arts will be greatly reduced because of his old age. It can be said that if one wants to cultivate high-level martial arts, one must have high talent. Otherwise, it would be meaningless. However, medicinal herbs that can increase one's martial arts talent are simply too rare. Perhaps we won't even be able to see one in our lifetime. Since we won't be able to see it, where are we going to find it? It's also because of this reason that I advised Yuan Weiqing to give up on this idea and just enjoy the rest of his life peacefully. At this point, Hall Master Xue turned to look at Yuan Weiqing and smiled bitterly. "Yuan Weiqing, isn't this good?" After hearing Xue Zhizheng's words, Yuan Weiqing couldn't help but frown. Just as he was about to speak, Zhong Chunren suddenly sneered. "Hall Master Xue, I don't agree with you. Although there aren't many medicinal herbs that can increase one's martial arts talent, you can't deny that such a medicinal herb exists in this world. It's just that we haven't found it yet." "Hall Master Xue, don't you agree?" Hearing Zhong Chunren's question, Xue Zhizheng smiled bitterly and shook his head. "How would I know? I've never seen a medicinal herb that can increase one's martial arts talent. How would I know if such a medicinal herb exists?" Hearing Xue Zhizheng's answer, Zhong Chunren shook his head. "Hall Master Xue, this world doesn't lack anything. What it lacks is for us to discover it. And although this medicinal herb that can increase one's martial arts talent is rare, I can be sure that it can be found somewhere in this world." Speaking of this, Zhong Chunren paused before continuing. The South County Shadow Alliance is a professional in finding all kinds of things. If Yi Tianhua asks everyone in the South County Shadow Alliance to find a medicinal herb that can increase one's martial arts talent, I believe that it might take a little longer, but we can definitely find this medicinal herb that can increase one's martial arts talent. Speaking of this, Zhong Chunren paused and turned to look at Yuan Weiqing. He asked with a smile, "Yuan Weiqing, the process of finding this medicinal herb may take some time. Do you have the patience to wait?" Hearing Zhong Chunren's words, Yuan Weiqing's heart was immediately filled with fighting spirit. He nodded vigorously. "Vice Hall Master Zhong, don't worry. I have the patience to wait. As long as I can find this medicinal herb that can increase one's martial arts talent, even if I have to wait for a year, I will definitely wait." Hearing Yuan Weiqing's answer, Zhong Chunren nodded in satisfaction. He turned to look at Xue Zhizheng and said with a smile, "Hall Master Xue, look, Yuan Weiqing has the time to wait. What are we afraid of? As long as we capture Yi Tianhua and let him send people to find it, I believe that with the strength of the South County Shadow Alliance, we will definitely be able to find this medicinal herb that can increase one's martial arts talent." Hearing Zhong Chunren's words, Xue Zhizheng sighed. "Vice Hall Master Zhong, You've said so much. The main problem is to capture Yi Tianhua, but have you ever thought that with just the few of us, we can really capture Yi Tianhua? Zhong Chunren nodded. Hall Master Shui, as long as we work together, I believe that we will definitely be able to capture Yi Tianhua. Speaking of this, Zhong Chunren paused for a moment. However, he did not wait for Shui Zhijing to reply and continued speaking. When the time comes, according to the original plan, Hall Master Shui, you will be at the front and block Yi Tianhua's attack. The few of us will be behind you and throw the Thunderbolt Pill at Yi Tianhua. I believe that in a few rounds, Yi Tianhua will definitely be injured by the Thunderbolt Pill. Then, we will all swarm forward and capture Yi Tianhua. Hearing this, Shui Zhijing suddenly frowned. He turned to look at Zhong Chunren and asked doubtfully, Vice Hall Master Zhong, if I fight with Yi Tianhua in the front and you guys throw the Thunderbolt Pill at the back, have you ever thought that the Thunderbolt Pill might also injure me? If that really happens, what should I do? Hearing Shui Zhijing's question, Zhong Chunren was stunned for a moment. Then, he hurriedly waved his hand and said with a smile, Hall Master Shui, this is not the first time we have used the Thunderbolt Pill. How could it possibly injure you? Don't worry, we will use it carefully. We will definitely not injure you. Hearing Zhong Chunren's reply, Shui Zhijing's frown deepened. Vice Hall Master Zhong, if I am fighting with Yi Tianhua, how will you throw the Thunderbolt Pill? Hearing Shui Zhijing's question, Zhong Chunren turned to look at Yuan Weiqing and asked with a smile, Yuan Weiqing, if Hall Master Shui and Yi Tianhua are fighting, will your Thunderbolt Pill injure Hall Master Shui? Hearing this, Yuan Weiqing was stunned for a moment. Then, he shook his head. Hall Master Shui, don't worry. I will use the Thunderbolt Pill carefully. I will definitely not injure you. Hearing Yuan Weiqing's reply, Zhong Chunren nodded in satisfaction. He turned to look at LV Hushan and asked with a smile, LV Hushan, in that situation, will your Thunderbolt Pill injure Hall Master Shui? LV Hushan hurriedly waved his hand. No, I will be very careful. I will definitely not injure Hall Master Shui. Hearing the two's reply, Zhong Chunren turned to look at Shui Zhijing and smiled. Hall Master Shui, you heard it too. They will definitely not injure you. Don't worry about blocking Yi Tianhua at the front. Leave the rest to us. Hearing Zhong Chunren's words, Shui Zhijing sighed. Vice Hall Master Zhong, do we really have to fight with Yi Tianhua? Zhong Chunren nodded. Hall Master Shui, if we want Yuan Weiqing to stand again, we can only capture Yi Tianhua. Other than this method, we have no other choice. Speaking up to this point, Zhong Chunren paused for a moment before continuing, unless Yuan Weiqing voluntarily requests that he does not want to stand again and is prepared to become a cripple. Then, there is no need for us to fight. Hearing Zhong Chunren's words, Yuan Weiqing immediately turned to look at Shui Zhijing and sighed. Hall Master Shui, just give me this chance. I don't want to be a cripple. After hearing Yuan Weiqing's words, Shui Zhijing couldn't help but frown. Yuan Weiqing, let me tell you. Even if these three conditions are all met, do you know that wanting to cultivate martial arts is not an easy thing to do? In this world, there are not many people who can become strong. Don't tell me that everyone's martial arts talent is not enough. Speaking up to this point, Shui Zhijing paused for a moment. Then, without waiting for Yuan Weiqing to reply, he continued. Yuan Weiqing, it's not like that. There are many people who are very talented in martial arts. Moreover, they also have exceptional martial arts techniques. But why can't they become strong? That is because cultivating martial arts is a very difficult thing. It is because they cannot endure this kind of hardship that even if they are extremely talented in martial arts, they will not be able to cultivate exceptional martial arts. Yuan Weiqing, you have also cultivated martial arts. I'm sure you know how it feels. It is very difficult and tiring. It is not something that ordinary people can endure. Chapter 725. Shui Zhijing sighed, Yuan Weiqing, practicing martial arts is so difficult, and there's no guarantee of success. Why waste all your time on it? In my opinion, it's better to take the 1 million gold coins and enjoy it. After hearing Shui Zhijing's words, Yuan Weiqing's face suddenly changed. He thought of the hardships of practicing martial arts and suddenly realized that it was not an easy thing to do. If he fulfilled all three conditions, then he would have to train as hard as he could. At that time, he would be trapped in the secret room every day until he mastered martial arts. Only then would he be able to come out. Thinking of the boring life every day and the injuries from practicing martial arts, Yuan Weiqing finally hesitated. He really did not want to experience this kind of suffering again. Thinking of this, Yuan Weiqing turned his head to look at Xue Zhizheng. Just as he was about to speak, Zhong Chunren suddenly said, "Hall Master Xue, you're wrong. If Yuan Weiqing took the medicine to increase his martial arts talent, then practicing martial arts would be twice the result with half the effort. At that time, he would only need to strike a balance between work and rest. He wouldn't need much time to practice martial arts every day. Therefore, the situation you described is completely impossible." After hearing Zhong Chunren's words, Xue Zhizheng frowned. "Vice Hall Master Zhong, do you think that practicing martial arts can be done leisurely?" Zhong Chunren raised his head. "Hall Master Xue, that's not what I mean. What I mean is that as long as your martial arts talent is enough, then you would only need to practice for 8 hours a day instead of 16 hours a day. The results would be many times better than before. Coupled with the support of those elixirs, I believe that it would be much easier than before." After hearing Zhong Chunren's words, Yuan Weiqing was immediately overjoyed. He hurriedly asked, "Vice Hall Master Zhong, is what you said true? You really don't need to practice for 16 hours a day?" Zhong Chunren nodded. "Yuan Weiqing, think about it. In the big sects, those with high martial arts talent have a relatively high status in the sect. Since they have a certain status, how can they practice martial arts every day? They must have a certain amount of time to manage the sect's affairs." Speaking of this, Zhong Chunren paused and turned his head to look at Yuan Weiqing before continuing. "Yuan Weiqing, since they have time to manage the sect's affairs and their martial arts have improved by leaps and bounds, then tell me, what is the reason?" Hearing Zhong Chunren's question, Yuan Weiqing was stunned for a moment and asked, "Vice Hall Master Zhong, are you saying that they are sick every day and don't have time to practice martial arts?" Zhong Chunren nodded his head. "That is, they are so busy every day. They have so many things to do. If they practice martial arts, then who will be able to manage the sect's affairs?" Speaking of this, Zhong Chunren paused for a moment, but immediately after, without waiting for Yuan Weiqing to answer his question, he continued speaking. "So I think that they don't have much time to practice martial arts every day. Maybe, when I said that they practice for 8 hours, they only practice for 4 to 6 hours a day. Yuan Weiqing, think about it. These people with high martial arts talent only practice for 4 to 6 hours a day and they can reach such a high level of martial arts. Aren't you envious?" Hearing Zhong Chunren's words, Yuan Weiqing hurriedly nodded his head and sighed. "I didn't expect that. I thought that those with high martial arts talent would have more time to practice than me. But now it seems that they have less time than me." Speaking of this, Yuan Weiqing paused for a moment, but immediately after, without waiting for Zhong Chunren to answer his question, he continued speaking. "Back then, when I was cultivating martial arts, I would cultivate for 12 hours a day. It was really very tiring. Even so, my master still said that my progress was slow every day and wanted me to spend more time cultivating." Speaking of this, Yuan Weiqing paused and turned his head to look at Zhong Chunren. He smiled bitterly and said, "Vice Hall Leader Zhong, I practice for 12 hours a day. During these 12 hours, I don't rest at all. I just practice martial arts all the time. Not many people know about this kind of suffering. Only I can experience it. Vice Hall Leader Zhong, if I only practice for 4 to 6 hours a day, to me, it is no different from paradise." Hearing Yuan Weiqing's words, Zhong Chunren nodded his head in satisfaction. He turned his head to look at Xue Zhizheng and said with a smile, "Hall Leader Xue, you see, Yuan Weiqing is very confident about practicing martial arts." Hearing this, Xue Zhizheng frowned. "Vice Hall Leader Zhong, let me ask you. You said that they only practice for 4 to 6 hours a day. Do you have any evidence?" "Evidence?" Zhong Chunren smiled slightly. "Hall Leader Xue, what evidence do you need? Think about it. The Godly Knife sect is huge and has many people. How difficult is it to manage such a large sect? However, The sect master of the Godly Knife Sect can manage the Godly Knife Sect in an orderly manner without delaying his martial arts practice. Hall leader Shui, if the Godly Knife Sect needs 16 hours a day to practice martial arts, then how can he have time to manage the huge Godly Knife Sect? Hearing Zhong Chuanren's words, Shui Zhijing was stunned for a moment. He then smiled bitterly and shook his head. Vice Hall leader Zhong, it is impossible for the sect master of the Godly Knife Sect to cultivate for 8 hours a day. However, it is absolutely impossible for him to only need 4 to 6 hours a day like you said. I believe that no matter how high the talent of the Godly Knife sect master is, if he only has 4 to 6 hours a day to practice martial arts, then his martial arts will definitely not improve by much. He might even stagnate. Hearing Shui Zhijing's words, Zhong Chunren shook his head. Hall leader Shui, do you think that the sect master of the Godly Knife sect master's martial arts is not high enough? In the South region, I'm afraid that only the sect master of the Sky Sword sect can be his match. Most importantly, the sect master of the Sky Sword sect and the sect master of the Godly Knife sect have to compete in martial arts every 2 to 3 years to determine who is stronger between the Sky Sword sect and the Godly Knife sect. Therefore, the sect master of the Godly Knife sect must improve his martial arts every day. Otherwise, how could he be a match for the sect master of the Sky Sword sect? Under such circumstances, the sect master of the Godly Knife sect's martial arts could still improve by leaps and bounds. This was enough to show that he did not spend a lot of time practicing martial arts every day. Otherwise, he would not be able to handle the big and small matters in the sect. Hall leader Shui, do you think that 4 to 6 hours a day is too little for him to cultivate? Hearing Zhong Chuanren's words, Hall leader Shui was stunned. However, he immediately gritted his teeth and said, that's impossible. I definitely don't believe that the sect master of the Godly Knife sect can reach such a high level by only cultivating for 4 to 6 hours a day. That's not right. He will definitely spend more time practicing martial arts. Zhong Chunren shook his head. Hall master Shui, then let me ask you, if the sect leader of the Godly Knife sect were to cultivate for 16 hours a day like you said, then who would take care of the matters of the Godly Knife sect? Speaking up to this point, Zhong Chunren paused for a moment. However, he did not wait for Shui Zhijing to reply and continued to speak. Hall leader Shui, if it was as you said and he used that much time to cultivate, I think that the Godly Knife sect would have already fallen into chaos. Shui Zhijing shook his head. That's impossible. Even if the sect master of the Godly Knife sect did not care about the sect's affairs, the sect would not have fallen into chaos. Speaking up to this point, Shui Zhijing paused for a moment before continuing, because the sect master of the Godly Knife sect is not the only one managing the sect's affairs. There is also the vice sect master of the Godly Knife sect. If there is a vice sect master helping to manage the sect's affairs, the sect master of the Godly Knife sect would naturally have less time to manage the sect. Therefore, I believe that this must be the reason. Because there is someone helping the sect master manage the sect's affairs, he can use more time to cultivate his own martial arts. Vice Hall leader Zhong, it is impossible that he only needs to cultivate for 4 to 6 hours a day to reach a high level of martial arts. This is simply impossible. After hearing Shui Zhijing's words, Yuan Weiqing couldn't help but frown. He hurriedly turned his head to look at Zhong Chunren and quickly asked, Vice Hall Master Zhong, Hall Master Shui is right. Perhaps the Godly Knife sect's affairs are not handled by the Godly Knife sect master himself, but by the vice sect master. Therefore, the time he spends cultivating martial arts is definitely longer. It's definitely not like what you said, where he only cultivated for 4 to 6 hours a day and was able to cultivate high-level martial arts. Hearing Yuan Weiqing's words, Zhong Chunren frowned. Yuan Weiqing, don't tell me you don't believe me. Hearing Zhong Chunren's question, Yuan Weiqing hurriedly waved his hand. Vice Hall leader Zhong, how is that possible? You are doing everything for my good, how can I not believe you? At this point, Yuan Weiqing's tone paused for a moment, but he did not wait for Zhong Chunren to answer his question and continued speaking. But, what Hall leader Shui said just now is also right. If there is someone else helping the Godly Knife sect's sect master deal with the matters of the sect, he will naturally have more time to cultivate his own martial arts. Hearing Yuan Weiqing's words, Shui Zhijing sighed. Yuan Weiqing, every 2 years, the sect master of the Godly Knife sect will compete with the sect master of the Sky Sword sect to determine the ranking of the forces in South County City. This is a big matter, and it can be said to be the biggest matter of the Godly Knife sect and the Sky Sword sect. I believe that no matter what, the sect master of the Sky Sword sect and the sect master of the Godly Knife sect will put cultivation first, hoping that their martial arts will surpass each other's and obtain the glory of first place. It is also because of this reason that the sect master of the Godly Knife sect will give up the time to cultivate martial arts to deal with the matters of the sect. Therefore, I think that there must be a problem. It is definitely not like what Vice Hall leader Zhong said, only cultivating for 4 to 6 hours a day. Hearing this, Yuan Weiqing hurriedly nodded. Vice Hall leader Zhong, that's right. Are you mistaken? After hearing Yuan Weiqing's words, Zhong Chunren suddenly sneered. Yuan Weiqing, let me tell you, this is impossible. At this point, Zhong Chunren's tone paused for a moment before he continued. Yuan Weiqing, think about it. If it was the matter of the South County Shadow Alliance, would Yi Tianhua let his subordinates manage it? At this point, Zhong Chunren's tone paused for a moment, but then he did not wait for Yuan Weiqing to answer his question and continued speaking. Yuan Weiqing, this is impossible. If the boss of the South County Shadow Alliance, Yi Tianhua, does not care about these matters every day, then he is not the boss of the South County Alliance. Do you understand? At this point, Zhong Chunren glanced at Xue Zhijing intentionally or unintentionally. Originally, Zhong Chunren wanted to use the South County Secret Thunder sect as an example, but in order to arouse Xue Zhijing's dissatisfaction, he used the South County Shadow Alliance as an example. In the South County Secret Thunder sect, Xue Zhijing was the hall leader, and Zhong Chunren was the vice hall leader. However, Zhong Chunren did not manage many matters, and the person who mainly managed the matters was Xue Zhijing. This was just like the Godly Knife sect. No matter what, the sect master of the Godly Knife sect would not let his subordinates handle important matters. After hearing Zhong Chunren's words, Yuan Weiqing immediately nodded, but he did not say anything. Instead, he turned to look at Xue Zhijing. When Xue Zhijing heard this, he could not help but frown. Vice Hall leader Zhong, I think you're wrong. The Godly Knife sect is different from the South County Shadow Alliance. The South County Shadow Alliance mainly sells information and has to deal with many matters every day. Therefore, Yi Tianhua will definitely take care of it. However, the Godly Knife sect is different. The Godly Knife sect mainly focuses on cultivation. It can be said that there are not many matters in their sect. Even if there are some matters that need to be dealt with, the vice sect master of the Godly Knife sect has already dealt with them. Naturally, there is no need for the sect master of the Godly Knife sect to appear. At this point, Xue Zhijing's tone paused for a moment, but then he did not wait for Yuan Weiqing to answer him and continued speaking. I think that the most important thing for the sect master of the Godly Knife sect every day is to cultivate martial arts. Perhaps, he will not spend more than 2 hours dealing with matters every day. In a day, the sect master of the Godly Knife sect will spend 2 hours dealing with matters, 2 hours eating, and 6 hours sleeping. In other words, he still has 14 hours to cultivate martial arts every day. Yuan Weiqing, do you think that 14 hours of cultivation every day is not enough? Don't forget, the sect master of the Godly Knife sect will cultivate for 14 hours every day. In order to increase his martial arts, he might not even rest for a day for a year. Yuan Weiqing, I think you should listen to me and not find trouble with that. It's fine if you succeed, but if you fail, your life will be ruined. At that time, not only will you not be able to cultivate your martial arts, you won't even be able to enjoy the things that you should have enjoyed in your life. Yuan Weiqing, will you really not regret it when the time comes? Xue Zhijing turned his head to look at Yuan Weiqing and asked with a smile, Yuan Weiqing, I heard that you have a son, right? Hearing Xue Zhijing ask about this matter, a smile immediately appeared on Yuan Weiqing's face. He hurriedly nodded and said with a smile, there is indeed one. He is only 5 years old this year. 5 years old? Hearing Yuan Weiqing's words, Xue Zhijing sighed and continued, your son is only 5 years old and needs someone to accompany him. If you don't have time to accompany him every day in order to cultivate martial arts, think about how painful it will be. In the future, will you really not regret it? Chapter 726. Xue Zhizheng sighed. Yuan Weiqing, think about it carefully. If you use a few decades to practice martial arts and forget about your family, is it worth it? After hearing Xue Zhizheng's words, Yuan Weiqing couldn't help but frown. His son's face suddenly appeared in his mind. He then remembered that he needed to practice for a few decades, and his heart began to hesitate. If he really practiced diligently, then Yuan Weiqing was sure that he wouldn't have much time to accompany his son. It could even be said that it would be very little. Yuan Weiqing still clearly remembered that when he was young, in order to practice martial arts, he only went home once a month. Needless to say, at that time, he was young and had many ideas. He always wanted to travel around and play, but he needed to practice martial arts, so he couldn't do so. Thinking of the hardships of practicing martial arts, Yuan Weiqing at that time swore that he would never practice martial arts again. Seeing Yuan Weiqing hesitate there, Xue Zhizheng hurriedly advised again, Yuan Weiqing, think about it carefully. If you choose to practice martial arts, then in order to let you become the second one-armed saber king, you will definitely practice martial arts more diligently than before. At that time, I'm afraid that you will only be able to see your son once a year. This is already very good. Yuan Weiqing, is this kind of life really what you are pursuing? After hearing Xue Zhizheng's words, Yuan Weiqing frowned. Just as he was about to speak, Zhong Chunren suddenly opened his mouth and said, Yuan Weiqing, in fact, you don't need to be too worried. I just said that even if you practice martial arts, you will only use 4 to 6 hours a day. Since you are using such a short time, then what will you do with the rest of the time? Speaking up to here, Zhong Chunren's tone paused for a moment, but immediately after, he didn't wait for Yuan Weiqing to answer his question and continued speaking. Yuan Weiqing, of course, the rest of the time will be spent with your family. This way, won't you not delay anything? After hearing Zhong Chunren's words, Xue Zhizheng couldn't help but frown. Vice Hall Leader Zhong, this is impossible. If you want to cultivate to the level of one-armed saber king, you must practice diligently and painstakingly. No matter how high your martial talent is, you still have to endure too much loneliness. Only in this way can you cultivate to that level of martial art. Speaking to this point, Xue Zhizheng's tone paused. He turned his head to look at Yuan Weiqing before continuing. Yuan Weiqing, you are already over 30 years old. Then tell me, if you want to cultivate to the level of the one-armed saber king's martial arts, how many years do you need? Hearing Xue Zhizheng's question, Yuan Weiqing hesitated for a moment before slowly saying, Hallmaster Xue, I think it will take at least 40 years. After hearing Yuan Weiqing's words, Xue Zhizheng shook his head. Xue Zhizheng, let me tell you. Even if you have an extremely high talent in martial arts, I'm afraid it will take you 50 to 60 years to reach the peak. If you want to reach the peak, I'm afraid it will take you 80 to 90 years. Speaking to this point, Xue Zhizheng's tone paused for a moment. However, he didn't wait for Yuan Weiqing to answer his question and continued speaking. Yuan Weiqing, think about it. How old is the Godly Knife Sect's sect leader now? Yet, he still needs to go into seclusion to cultivate. You can imagine how difficult it is to cultivate to the peak. You are already over 30 years old. Even if you cultivate for another 50 years, you will already be 90 years old. At that time, what's the point? And this way, you will only reach the peak of your martial arts. If you want to cultivate to the peak, you will need many more years. Speaking to this point, Xue Zhizheng's tone paused. He sighed before continuing, Yuan Weiqing, do you really think this is meaningful? Just as Yuan Weiqing was about to answer, Zhong Chunren shook his head. Yuan Weiqing, this is impossible. If you need so many years and so much time to cultivate, doesn't that mean you won't even have time to spend with your family? Speaking to this point, Zhong Chunren's tone paused for a moment. However, he didn't wait for Yuan Weiqing to answer his question and continued speaking. However, Yuan Weiqing, don't forget that whether it is the Sky Sword sect leader or the Godly Knife sect leader, they are all people with families. If they don't have so much time, how could they have a family background? Therefore, Yuan Weiqing, I can tell you that the time they have to cultivate martial arts is definitely not long. After hearing Zhong Chunren's words, Yuan Weiqing couldn't help but be stunned. He turned his head to look at Xue Zhizheng and asked tentatively, Hallmaster Xue, what do you think? Xue Zhizheng smiled bitterly and shook his head. Yuan Weiqing, I only want to say that cultivating martial arts is really not an easy task. It requires enduring pain that ordinary people can't endure and a considerable amount of perseverance. It also requires sufficient talent. Speaking to this point, Xue Zhizheng paused for a moment before continuing, what's more, you can't even fulfill one of the 3 conditions to cultivate martial arts. How can you even talk about cultivating martial arts? Zhong Chunren smiled and nodded. Yuan Weiqing, Hallmaster Xue is right. If you want to become the second one-armed saber king, the biggest problem is that you haven't fulfilled any of the 3 conditions. And to solve these 3 conditions, we can only capture Yi Tianhua as soon as possible. Do you understand? Speaking to this point, Zhong Chunren paused for a moment. However, he didn't wait for Yuan Weiqing to answer his question and continued speaking. Yuan Weiqing, this is your only chance. If you lose it, you will really become a cripple in the future. At that time, you will think that you will have time to spend with your family. However, have you ever thought that your family really needs a cripple to accompany them? Hearing Zhong Chunren's last sentence, Yuan Weiqing's face suddenly changed. He said with a trembling voice, no, why would my family dislike me? Hearing Yuan Weiqing's words, Zhong Chunren sneered. Yuan Weiqing, since you say that they won't, then let me ask you. If your wife became like you, would you be willing to let her accompany you like this every day? Hearing Zhong Chunren's words, Yuan Weiqing's face became even paler. He trembled and was about to speak, but Zhong Chunren didn't wait for him to speak and spoke first. Yuan Weiqing, in fact, whether they dislike you or not, I think that you should fight for this opportunity. If you lose this opportunity, you really won't have another chance. You can only be a cripple for the rest of your life. Hearing Zhong Chunren's words, Yuan Weiqing was about to reply when he heard Xue Zhizheng slowly say, Vice Hallmaster Zhong, I think that Yuan Weiqing should make his own choice. At this point, Xue Zhizheng's tone paused for a moment, but then he didn't wait for Yuan Weiqing to reply and continued. Yuan Weiqing, my personal suggestion is that you will definitely live well with 1,000,000 gold coins. You can take care of your family better. Don't you think that this kind of life is the most suitable for you now? So, think about it carefully. What choice do you want to make? We will support you. After hearing Xue Zhizheng's words, Yuan Weiqing's frown deepened. He subconsciously looked at Zhong Chunren with a questioning gaze. Seeing this, Zhong Chunren sighed. Yuan Weiqing, if you are willing to be a cripple that everyone looks down on, then say it out loud. Let everyone know that you, Yuan Weiqing, want to be a cripple. You don't want to work hard and only want to be a cripple. Yuan Weiqing, if you dare to say it out loud, then I will support you and let you be a cripple. What do you think? After hearing Zhong Chunren's words, Yuan Weiqing's face suddenly turned pale. He said in a trembling voice, no, I don't want to. Zhong Chunren sneered. Yuan Weiqing, since you don't want to, why don't you say it out loud? After hearing Zhong Chunren's words, Xue Zhizheng sighed. Yuan Weiqing, do you really want to spend the rest of your life on this impossible thing? For the sake of this impossible task, you gave up on accompanying your adorable son and even forgot all of your family members just to accomplish this impossible task. Yuan Weiqing, think about it carefully. Is this really meaningful? If you take this 1,000,000 gold coins and live a happy life, wouldn't it be much better than doing this meaningless thing? At this point, Xue Zhizheng's tone paused for a moment, but then he didn't wait for Yuan Weiqing to reply and continued. At that time, you will have more time. You can accompany your son as he grows up, take care of your family, and even fulfill your unfulfilled wish. Is this really not good? After hearing Xue Zhizheng's words, Yuan Weiqing was once again in a difficult position. Seeing this, Zhong Chunren on the side sternly shouted, Yuan Weiqing, what do you want? If you really want to be a cripple, quickly shout it out and let everyone know that your dream is to be a cripple. Yuan Weiqing, hurry up, quickly shout it out. After hearing Zhong Chunren's words, Yuan Weiqing was stunned for a moment. He wanted to open his mouth and shout, but he felt a little ashamed. If he shouted that he wanted to be a cripple, Then how could he raise his head in the future? Who would look up to a person whose dream was to be a cripple? Therefore, even if Yuan Weiqing really wanted to be a cripple, he didn't dare to shout it out loud. Seeing Yuan Weiqing's expression, Zhong Chunren sneered in his heart and said loudly, Yuan Weiqing, if you don't want to be a cripple, then shout it out loud and let the whole world know that you, Yuan Weiqing, are a hero, an indomitable hero, and your dream is to be a strong person. Yuan Weiqing, quickly shout it out and let everyone know that you will be a strong person in the future, a strong person who will be respected by everyone, not a cripple who will be bullied by other. Yuan Weiqing, quickly tell them, use your loudest voice and tell them what kind of person you, Yuan Weiqing, are. Hearing Zhong Chunren's words, Yuan Weiqing only felt a surge of heat, which instantly rushed into his mind, making him want to shout wildly. I, Yuan Weiqing, want to be a strong person, I don't want to be a cripple. Hearing Yuan Weiqing's shout, Zhong Chunren nodded his head in satisfaction and turned his head to look at Xue Zhijing and said with a smile, Hallmaster Xue, you see, this is Yuan Weiqing's true thoughts, we must help here. Hearing Zhong Chunren's words, Xue Zhijing smiled bitterly and nodded his head. He turned his head to look at Yuan Weiqing and slowly asked, Yuan Weiqing, don't you regret it? Don't you regret enduring that kind of pain that ordinary people can't endure, and those decades of loneliness? Hearing Xue Zhijing's words, Yuan Weiqing was stunned for a moment. At this moment, his somewhat agitated emotions had already calmed down, and he suddenly felt a little regretful of his actions just now. Xue Zhijing's words were very clear. As long as one wanted to cultivate martial arts, one could not enjoy it anymore, and could only endure that kind of pain and loneliness. And this kind of endurance was the kind of endurance that would last for decades, or even hundreds of years. Thinking of this, Yuan Weiqing had the urge to reject the idea just now, but he couldn't say it out loud. It was impossible for him to shout out that he wanted to be a cripple. Looking at Yuan Weiqing's expression, Zhong Chunren said with a smile, Yuan Weiqing, in fact, you don't have to worry. It's really nothing. When the time comes, you just need to cultivate martial arts with all your strength. You don't have to worry about the things at home. I'll take care of it for you. You can rest assured. After hearing Zhong Chunren's words, Yuan Weiqing hurriedly nodded his head, Thank you, Vice Hallmaster Zhong. I will never forget your great kindness. After hearing Yuan Weiqing's words, Zhong Chunren smiled with satisfaction. Yuan Weiqing, you can rest assured that I will take good care of your family. I will never let them suffer the slightest grievance. After saying this, Zhong Chunren's eyes flashed with an inexplicable light. After hearing the conversation between the two, Xue Zhijing couldn't help but sigh and slowly said, Yuan Weiqing, do you really not regret it? Hearing Xue Zhijing's question, Yuan Weiqing gritted his teeth and nodded vigorously. He said loudly, Vice Hall Master Zhong, you're right. I can't be a cripple. I want to be a powerhouse and become the second one-armed saber king in the South County. Hall Master Xue, please support me and help me fulfill this wish. After hearing Yuan Weiqing's words, Xue Zhijing sighed and then nodded, Yuan Weiqing, if you have to accomplish this impossible thing, then I can only choose to support you. Xue Zhijing paused for a moment, but he didn't wait for Yuan Weiqing to answer him. He sighed again and continued to speak without waiting for Yuan Weiqing's reply. Yuan Weiqing, I only hope that you won't regret it when the time comes. Otherwise, all of our efforts will be in vain. After hearing Xue Zhijing's words, Zhong Chunren hurriedly waved his hand and said with a smile, Hallmaster Xue, how is this possible? How can Yuan Weiqing regret it? He can't wait to be happy. Zhong Chunren turned his head to look at Yuan Weiqing and said with a smile, Yuan Weiqing, am I right? You can't wait to be happy. You will never regret it. After hearing Zhong Chunren's words, Yuan Weiqing was stunned for a moment. After hesitating for a while, he gritted his teeth and nodded, Vice Hall Master Zhong, don't worry, I will never regret it. Chapter 727. After hearing Yuan Weiqing's words, Xue Zhijing frowned and asked slowly, Yuan Weiqing, you've practiced martial arts before, so you should know very well. Don't you regret it? At this point, Xue Zhijing paused for a moment, but then he continued without waiting for Yuan Weiqing to answer him. Yuan Weiqing, I can tell you that if you agree, once we start to act, we won't agree even if you want to regret it. You have to know how much it cost to help you stand up again. We didn't even hesitate to offend the Shadow Alliance in the South County just to help you. We paid such a huge price to help you, but if you want to go back on your word, Yuan Weiqing, you have to think carefully about whether we will agree or not. Hearing Xue Zhizheng's words, Yuan Weiqing was shocked. Only then did he suddenly remember the problem. They had paid such a huge price to help him stand up again. If he did not cultivate well, or even cultivate desperately, then he would really be letting down everyone's painstaking efforts. When he thought of cultivating desperately, Yuan Weiqing secretly complained in his heart. However, he had already said it, so he could only grit his teeth and nod. Hall Master Xue, don't worry. I will definitely cultivate well and do my best not to let everyone down. When he said this, Yuan Weiqing had already left a way out for himself. He did not dare to say with certainty that he would succeed, but he said that he would do his best. If he really could not cultivate, he would have done his best and not let down everyone's good intentions. After hearing Yuan Weiqing's words, Xue Zhizheng took a deep breath. Yuan Weiqing, you have to know that in order to let you stand up again, I'm afraid we'll have to spend tens of millions of gold coins, high-level martial arts, and find medicine that can change your talent. How terrifying is this investment? You have to stand up. At the very least, you have to become someone like the one-armed Saber King. Yuan Weiqing, it's not enough to just do your best. You have to work hard. With such a huge investment, if there's no return, I believe that the people present will definitely not agree. At this point, Xue Zhizheng paused for a moment, but then he continued without waiting for Yuan Weiqing to answer him. Yuan Weiqing, if you agree to this matter, we will set a detailed cultivation time for you to increase the chances of success. Yuan Weiqing, are you willing? After hearing Xue Zhizheng's words, Yuan Weiqing felt a chill in his heart. If he cultivated martial arts with everyone's supervision, he would probably be a nightmare. Hall Master Xue, there's no need. Don't worry, I will do my best to live up to everyone's expectations and do my best to cultivate martial arts. Is that okay? After hearing Yuan Weiqing's words, Xue Zhizheng shook his head. Yuan Weiqing, that's not enough. At this point, Xue Zhizheng paused for a moment before continuing. Yuan Weiqing, I want to build a secret room for you. You can live in this secret room in the future. As for your meals, I will send someone to deliver them to you. You can tell us what you want to eat, and we will satisfy you. As for you, you only need to train hard in the secret room every day. You don't need to care about anything else. What do you think? What? After hearing Xue Zhizheng's words, Yuan Weiqing was shocked. If he really did as Xue Zhizheng said, then it would be like being caught and forced to live a forbidden life. When he thought of this kind of life, Yuan Weiqing couldn't help but shiver. Most importantly, this kind of life might not last for long. Thinking of this, Yuan Weiqing asked tentatively, Hall Master Xue, there's no need for a secret room. It's a waste of gold coins. Why don't I just cultivate in my own house? This way, we can save gold coins. What do you think? At this point, Yuan Weiqing paused for a moment, but then he didn't wait for Xue Zhizheng to answer him and continued speaking. Hall Master Xue, don't worry. Even if I cultivate in my own house, I will work hard and strive to master martial arts as soon as possible. After hearing Yuan Weiqing's words, Xue Zhizheng smiled bitterly and shook his head. Yuan Weiqing, if you want to cultivate to the higher levels, you must have perseverance. At this point, Xue Zhizheng paused for a moment, but then he didn't wait for Yuan Weiqing to answer him and continued speaking. Yuan Weiqing, think about it. Even the sect master of the Sky Sword sect and the sect master of the Godly Saber sect spend a lot of time in closed-door cultivation every year. What's their purpose? Isn't it to clear their minds of distracting thoughts and be afraid of being disturbed by these mundane matters? Yuan Weiqing, as long as you don't cultivate in seclusion, you definitely won't be able to cultivate in peace. Therefore, we will definitely build a secret room for you to cultivate for a long time. At this point, Xue Zhizheng paused for a moment before continuing. I think this secret room will be built in the headquarters of the Secret Thunder sect in the South region. This way, we can check your cultivation status at any time. In addition, we can also supervise you. Yuan Weiqing, If you want to cultivate to the highest level of martial arts, you must suffer some hardships. Otherwise, how can you succeed? After hearing Xue Zhizheng's words, sweat finally appeared on Yuan Weiqing's forehead. He turned his head to look at Xue Zhizheng and asked in a trembling voice, Hall Master Xue, if I go to the secret room to cultivate, how long will it take for me to come out? After hearing Yuan Weiqing's words, Xue Zhizheng frowned. Yuan Weiqing, what I mean is that after you enter the secret room, you can only come out after you finish cultivating. However, considering that you might miss your son, I've decided that every 5 years, you can come out to see your son. At this point, Xue Zhizheng paused for a moment, but then, without waiting for Yuan Weiqing to answer his question, he turned his head to look at Yuan Weiqing and continued speaking. Of course, in order not to affect your cultivation, you can't meet and talk to your son. You can only look at him from afar. Yuan Weiqing, if you follow this method, I believe that in 80 years, you should be able to cultivate some kind of brilliant martial arts to the peak. Of course, this is on the premise that you find some kind of medicine that can increase your martial arts talent. 80 years should be enough. After hearing Xue Zhizheng's words, Yuan Weiqing asked in a trembling voice, Hall Master Xue, in 5 years, I can only see my son once. And it's the kind where I can only look at him from afar. Isn't this a bit too much? After hearing Yuan Weiqing's words, Xue Zhizheng shook his head. Yuan Weiqing, this isn't too much. You have all of us to take care of you. We'll bring you whatever you want to eat. If it's cold, we can bring you bedding. This is already a pretty good life. At this point, Xue Zhizheng paused for a moment, but then, without waiting for Yuan Weiqing to answer his question, he continued speaking. Yuan Weiqing, do you know how the one-armed saber king cultivated his martial arts back then? Hearing Xue Zhizheng's question, Yuan Weiqing shook his head blankly. I don't know. Hearing Yuan Weiqing's answer, Xue Zhizheng took a deep breath and said with some emotion, Yuan Weiqing, speaking of which, the one-armed saber king is really an extraordinary person. On this point, we have to be convinced. At this point, Xue Zhizheng's tone paused and sighed with emotion before continuing, Yuan Weiqing, in order to cultivate the upper level of martial arts, the one-armed saber king had people lock him up in the mountain cave. Then, he ordered people to completely seal the entrance of the mountain cave to prevent himself from being unable to bear the torture and running out. Yuan Weiqing, do you know that the entrance of the mountain cave is very tightly sealed? Without top-level martial arts, it's impossible to come out. This is the one-armed saber king's method. Before he cultivated his martial arts, it's impossible for him to come out. The most important thing is that without superior martial arts, he can't come out. Yuan Weiqing, 40 years. The one-armed saber king's martial arts talent is quite high, but he also stayed in the mountain for 40 years before he was able to break the seal at the entrance and come out. Hearing this, Yuan Weiqing couldn't help but ask, Hall Leader Xue, since the one-armed saber king was locked up in the mountain, what did he eat? After hearing Yuan Weiqing's words, Xue Zhizheng sighed and said with a wry smile, according to the one-armed saber king himself, when he went into the mountain, he had people prepare a lot of food. There's so much food that even 10 people can eat for a lifetime. Hearing Xue Zhizheng's words, Yuan Weiqing let out a long sigh of relief. Like I said, if there's no real food, then wouldn't they starve to death? After hearing Yuan Weiqing's words, Xue Zhizheng shook his head and sighed, Yuan Weiqing, you're wrong. Although the one-armed saber king prepared enough food for 10 people to eat for a lifetime, he forgot one thing. Speaking up to here, Xue Zhizheng's tone paused for a moment, but then he didn't wait for Yuan Weiqing to answer his question and continued speaking. The one-armed saber king forgot that this food can't be preserved for a long time. Later, according to him, this food can only last for half a year at most. After half a year, all the food will rot. Rot. Hearing Xue Zhizheng's words, Yuan Weiqing suddenly exclaimed and asked with a trembling voice, Hall Leader Xue, how could this be? Then what did the one-armed saber king eat? After hearing Yuan Weiqing's words, Xue Zhizheng sighed, Yuan Weiqing, the food prepared by the one-armed saber king will all rot after half a year, so the one-armed saber king naturally won't have anything to eat. Speaking up to here, Xue Zhizheng's tone paused for a moment before he continued, under such circumstances, I'm afraid an ordinary person would have no hope. However, The one-armed Saber King is not an ordinary person. Although the food he brought has rotted, he wasn't discouraged. Instead, he looked for something to eat in the mountain and persisted for 40 years. He waited until his martial arts reached the great success stage before he broke through the barrier at the entrance and returned to this world. Hearing up to here, Yuan Weiqing couldn't help but frown and ask doubtfully, Hall leader Shui, what is there? What can the one-armed Saber King find to eat? Hearing this, Shui Zhijing smiled bitterly. Yuan Weiqing, in order to survive, he looked for something to eat in the mountain passageway. According to him, there is a kind of moss growing on the rocks in the passageway. Also, there are some inexplicable small insects in the passageway. These are the one-armed Saber King's food. Relying on these things, the one-armed Saber King actually persisted for 40 years. Yuan Weiqing, don't you think it's amazing? Speaking up to here, Shui Zhijing's tone paused, as if he remembered something, and continued, oh right, Yuan Weiqing, do you know what the one-armed Saber King's biggest problem in the passageway is? Yuan Weiqing wiped the cold sweat on his forehead and shook his head while trembling. I don't know. Could it be that there are monsters in the passageway? Hearing Yuan Weiqing's words, Shui Zhijing shook his head. Yuan Weiqing, the one-armed Saber King has already sent people to investigate this passageway. There definitely won't be any monsters or the like you mentioned. Speaking up to here, Shui Zhijing's tone paused for a moment, but then, without waiting for Yuan Weiqing to answer his question, he continued to speak. Yuan Weiqing, the biggest problem I mentioned is that the one-armed Saber King doesn't have a fire. In the dark passageway, if there is no fire, how terrifying would that be? Originally, the one-armed Saber King also brought a lot of things to make fire, but unfortunately, there aren't so many things to burn in the passageway. So, in less than a year, the one-armed Saber King doesn't have any fire to use. Hearing this, the cold sweat on Yuan Weiqing's forehead emerged again, and he asked in a trembling voice, Hall leader Shui, could it be that the one-armed Saber King stayed in the dark cave for 40 years without a fire? Hearing Yuan Weiqing's words, Shui Zhijing nodded, that's right, the one-armed Saber King stayed in the dark cave for 40 years without a fire. The most important thing is that since there was no fire, the food he ate was naturally raw, and there was no tea to drink. Oh right, I forgot to mention that there was no water in this cave. The one-armed Saber King relied on the moisture on the rocks, and then relied on great perseverance to stay in this dark cave for 40 years. After 40 years, the one-armed Saber King finally mastered martial arts, and reappeared in Jianghu, becoming a legend in the South County. Shui Zhijing turned his head to look at Yuan Weiqing, patted his shoulder, and said with a smile, Yuan Weiqing, I originally thought that you couldn't bear the hardships, so I wanted you to take those gold coins to be free and unfettered. But since you have this determination, we naturally can't refuse, and can only choose to support you. Speaking up to here, Shui Zhijing's tone became somewhat serious, and he continued, Yuan Weiqing, but you have to remember, this is an opportunity that we paid a huge price for you. You must not fail to live up to our support. So, in order to let you become a person like the one-armed Saber King, you don't need to go to the wilderness. We only need to build a strong secret room for you, and even if you want to come out, I'm afraid you won't be able to. I think only in this way can you master martial arts as soon as possible. Yuan Weiqing, if you want to master martial arts like the one-armed Saber King, you must endure that kind of pain. Yuan Weiqing, work hard, we will all support you. Chapter 728. After hearing Shui Zhijing's words, Yuan Weiqing's forehead gradually broke out in a cold sweat. If what Shui Zhijing said was true, then what fun would there be in his life? Every day, he would be locked in the secret room. In addition to eating and practicing martial arts, he would even have to see his son once every 5 years. This kind of life was really, looking at the cold sweat on Yuan Weiqing's forehead, Shui Zhijing said with a smile, Yuan Weiqing, you don't have to worry. If you're lucky, you might be able to come out in 50 or 60 years. At that time, you'll become the second one-armed Saber King in South County and a famous figure. Yuan Weiqing, aren't you happy? Hearing Shui Zhijing's question, Yuan Weiqing smiled bitterly. When he was about to speak, Zhong Chunren suddenly spoke. Yuan Weiqing, you don't have to be nervous. In fact, practicing martial arts is not as scary as Hall Master Shui said. Speaking of this, Zhong Chunren paused for a moment, But then, without waiting for Yuan Weiqing to answer, he continued. Yuan Weiqing, according to normal circumstances, with your martial arts talent, I'm afraid that you'll really need to practice for 100 years to reach the peak state of your brilliant martial arts. But don't forget that we have medicine that can increase your martial arts talent. At that time, I believe that as long as you take this medicine, your cultivation time will be greatly reduced. Not only that, even your daily cultivation time will be greatly reduced. Just like what we said just now, you only need 4 to 6 hours of cultivation time every day, and that will be enough. Zhong Chunren looked at Yuan Weiqing and asked with a smile, Yuan Weiqing, don't tell me you don't even have 4 or 5 hours a day? After hearing Zhong Chunren's words, Yuan Weiqing looked at Xue Zhijing with some doubts, then turned to look at Zhong Chunren and asked tentatively, Vice Hall Master Zhong, do you mean that I only need to cultivate for 4 or 5 hours a day? That's enough. Zhong Chunren nodded, of course. Otherwise, why would we spend so much effort to find medicine that can increase your martial arts talent? After hearing Zhong Chunren's words, Xue Zhijing could not help but frown. Vice Hall Master Zhong, how is that possible? Only 4 to 6 hours a day is definitely impossible. Xue Zhijing paused for a moment before continuing without waiting for Zhong Chunren's reply. Vice Hall Master Zhong, even if it was the one-armed saber king from back then, even if he was so talented in martial arts, I'm afraid that he only cultivated for 4 to 6 hours a day, it would still be impossible for him to cultivate martial arts to such a high level. Even if we find a medicine that can increase one's martial arts talent, do you think that Yuan Weiqing only needs to cultivate for 4 to 6 hours a day to achieve the desired results? Hearing Xue Zhijing's question, Zhong Chunren nodded his head, Hall Master Xue, what you said is wrong. Think about it, doesn't the sect master of the godly knife sect cultivate in seclusion every day? Zhong Chunren paused for a moment, but he didn't wait for Xue Zhijing's reply and continued to speak. Impossible. The sect master of the godly knife sect has so many things to deal with every day, how could he cultivate in seclusion every day? Hall Master Xue, the sect master of the godly knife sect only spends a limited amount of time in seclusion every year, maybe twice a year, or maybe 4 times a year, but definitely not more. If we count the time he cultivates in seclusion, it's actually only 4 to 6 hours a day. Hall Master Xue, since Yuan Weiqing's martial arts talent has increased, his cultivation will naturally be twice the result with half the effort. Therefore, I think that if he cultivates for 4 to 6 hours a day, he should be able to achieve the desired results. At this point, Zhong Chunren paused for a moment before continuing, of course, if Yuan Weiqing is more diligent and spends more time cultivating, then the time it takes for him to reach the peak of his martial arts would also be reduced. As for the choice, Yuan Weiqing can naturally make his own choice. Whether he wants to cultivate for a longer period of time or to cultivate for a shorter period of time, in short, Yuan Weiqing can make the choice according to his own situation. Zhong Chunren turned his head to look at Yuan Weiqing and asked with a smile, Yuan Weiqing, what do you want to choose? Zhong Chunren paused for a moment, but he didn't wait for Yuan Weiqing to answer his question and continued to speak. The first choice is to cultivate for 4 to 6 hours a day, which would take about 70 to 80 years to cultivate to the peak. The second choice is to cultivate for more than 24 hours a day, then the total time would be reduced from 70 to 80 years to 30 to 40 years, and you'll be able to cultivate to the peak. Yuan Weiqing, what do you want to choose? Hearing Zhong Chunren's words, Yuan Weiqing was overjoyed and hurriedly said, Vice Hall Master Zhong, I choose the first choice. I cultivate for 4 to 6 hours a day, so even if I have to spend a little more time, it's nothing. Anyway, I don't have much to do every day, so I'll just take it as a distraction. Hearing Yuan Weiqing's words, Zhong Chunren couldn't help but frown. He was a little displeased, but this trace of displeasure disappeared in a flash, and his face was once again full of smiles. Zhong Chunren nodded, turned his head to look at Xue Zhijing, and said with a smile, Hall Master Xue, Zhong Chunren chooses to cultivate for 4 to 6 hours a day, and the estimated time to succeed is 70 to 80 years, what do you think? Hearing Zhong Chunren's question, Xue Zhijing sighed. Although he didn't know if the 3 conditions could be met, from Yuan Weiqing's performance just now, he could see that Yuan Weiqing wasn't very reliable. Vice Hall Master Zhong, Yuan Weiqing only cultivates for 4 to 6 hours a day, and it would take him 70 to 80 years, or even longer, to cultivate to the peak. Vice Hall Master Zhong, isn't that a little too long? You have to know that Yuan Weiqing is now in his 30s, and if he cultivates for another 70 to 80 years, or even longer, then he would be over 100 years old. At that time, even if he cultivates to a high level of martial arts, it would seem that it would be greatly reduced. Wouldn't that be bad? After hearing Xue Zhizheng's words, Yuan Weiqing hurriedly said, Hall Master Xue, although cultivating like this is a little slower, but the progress is solid, and by the time he succeeds, there might be some reduction in his martial arts because of his age. But as long as the foundation is solid, even if there is some reduction, it shouldn't matter. At this point, Yuan Weiqing hurriedly turned his head to look at Zhong Chunren, and said with a smile, Vice Hall Master Zhong, what you said is right. After hearing Yuan Weiqing's words, Zhong Chunren nodded, turned his head to look at Xue Zhizheng, and said with a smile, Hall Master Xue, what Yuan Weiqing said makes sense. If you increase your cultivation speed, your martial arts will definitely not be solid enough. But if you decrease your cultivation speed, you will naturally be able to master your martial arts. This is also quite good. Let's let Yuan Weiqing choose for himself. What do you think? After hearing Zhong Chunren's words, Xue Zhizheng bitterly smiled and shook his head. Vice Hall Master Zhong, 70 to 80 years, don't you think it's too long? For such a long time, Yuan Weiqing can be taken care of by us, but if something happens to us after a long time, who will take care of Yuan Weiqing? After hearing Xue Zhizheng's words, Zhong Chunren shook his head. Hall Master Xue, in fact, there is no need to worry about this. As long as Yuan Weiqing cultivates for 40 to 50 years, his martial arts will definitely improve greatly. At that time, maybe we won't be his opponent. Why would he let us take care of him? Maybe it will be his turn to take care of us. Zhong Chunren turned his head to look at Yuan Weiqing and asked with a smile, Yuan Weiqing, if that day really comes and we can't take care of you, will you take care of us? Hearing Zhong Chunren's question, Yuan Weiqing immediately nodded, of course. Since you support me, I will definitely help you if you are in trouble. Hearing this, Zhong Chunren turned his head to look at Xue Zhizheng and asked with a smile, Hall Master Xue, you should have no problem with this, right? Xue Zhizheng bitterly smiled and shook his head. Vice Hall Master Zhong, since things have already come to this point, I have nothing more to say. We just need to support Yuan Weiqing with all our strength, that's enough. But when it comes to cultivation time, I have always had a different view. If we find a medicine that can increase one's martial arts talent, I think that even if Yuan Weiqing really takes it, he will cultivate for 4 to 6 hours a day. I'm afraid it won't solve any problems, right? At this point, Xue Zhizheng's tone paused for a moment, but then, without waiting for Zhong Chunren to answer his question, he continued to speak. Vice Hall Master Zhong, the godly knife sect's leader's talent is unparalleled. In the entire South region, he is also a top-notch existence. Yuan Weiqing's martial arts talent is not good. Even if he takes a medicine that can increase his martial arts talent, I don't think he will reach the level of unparalleled talent of the godly knife sect's leader. Since Yuan Weiqing can't reach that level of talent, how can he cultivate martial arts to the advanced stage in such a short time? Therefore, I think that Yuan Weiqing must increase the time he spends cultivating martial arts. 4 to 6 hours a day is definitely not enough. At this point, Xue Zhizheng's tone paused for a moment before he continued, I think it's better to follow my suggestion and build a secret room for Yuan Weiqing, just like the one-armed Saber King. If his martial arts are not enough, it is absolutely impossible for him to come out. I think that using this method to cultivate will definitely stimulate Yuan Weiqing's potential and allow him to cultivate martial arts faster. Vice Hall Master Zhong, what do you think of my suggestion? After hearing Xue Zhizheng's words, Zhong Chunren did not answer. Instead, he turned his head to look at Yuan Weiqing and asked with a smile. Yuan Weiqing, you heard Hall Master Xue's words. What do you think? Hearing Zhong Chunren's question, Yuan Weiqing hurriedly waved his hand and said with a forced smile, there is no need. Building a secret room will cost a lot of gold coins. I think it's better not to waste it. I only need to cultivate in my own home. That's enough. After hearing Yuan Weiqing's words, Zhong Chunren smiled and turned his head to look at Xue Zhizheng. Hall Master Xue, Yuan Weiqing does not want to waste money. He has decided to cultivate in his own home. I think this is a good idea. After all, there are too many things that require gold coins. If we can save some, it can be considered good. After hearing Zhong Chuanren's words, Xue Zhizheng could not help but frown. He turned his head to look at Yuan Weiqing and said in a deep voice, Yuan Weiqing, you only need 4 to 6 hours a day. Don't you think that time is too little? At this point, Xue Zhizheng's tone paused for a moment. However, he did not wait for Yuan Weiqing to answer his question and continued speaking. Yuan Weiqing, these 4 to 6 hours are equivalent to a morning's time. Then let me ask you, if you only cultivate in the morning every day, what do you plan to do with the rest of the time? After hearing Xue Zhizheng's question, Yuan Weiqing hurriedly said, Hall Master Xue, how can there be nothing to do? You also know that my son is only 5 years old. I also need to spend some time with him every day. Also, I have a lot of things to deal with at home. If I finish all of them, there might not be enough time left. Hall Master Xue, I think 4 to 6 hours a day is enough for me to cultivate. After hearing Yuan Weiqing's words, Xue Zhizheng secretly gritted his teeth and said in a deep voice, Yuan Weiqing, if you want to cultivate martial arts, how can you have distracting thoughts? The reason why I want to build a secret room for you is because I am afraid that you will have too many things on your mind and will not have too much time to cultivate martial arts. Yuan Weiqing, if you want to cultivate martial arts and cultivate martial arts to the peak, you must suffer the most hardship in order to cultivate peerless martial arts. If you only cultivate for 4 to 6 hours a day, Yuan Weiqing, I will not agree to it. This is simply a joke. After hearing Xue Zhizheng's words, Yuan Weiqing's old face turned red and he was momentarily speechless. To the side, Zhong Chunren hurriedly said, Hall Master Xue, I just said that the medicine that Yuan Weiqing took can increase his martial arts. Indeed, he does not need to cultivate for too long. If he wants to cultivate like before, then what is the point of taking medicine that increases martial arts talent? At this point, Zhong Chuanren's voice paused for a moment, but he did not wait for Xue Zhizheng to reply and continued speaking. Hall Master Xue, if a person's martial arts talent is high, it will be of great help in cultivating martial arts. Think about it, memory is the same. Some people only need to read it once to be able to remember the entire article. However, some people still couldn't remember the article after reading it 10 times. Martial arts talent is the same as memory. If one's martial arts talent is high, one's understanding of martial arts will also be strong. Naturally, cultivation will be twice the result with half the effort. If one's martial arts talent is low, then it will be very difficult to understand martial arts. If one does not understand, then how can they cultivate? It is because of this reason that people with martial arts talent have a poor understanding of martial arts, so their cultivation speed will be slow. Hall Master Xue, if we can find that medicine that can increase martial arts talent, then Yuan Weiqing will have a super strong memory. As long as he has seen a martial art, even if he cannot completely understand it, he will be able to understand half of it. I believe that if he cultivates in this state, his progress will be very fast. And the 4 to 6 hours that he cultivates every day is definitely equivalent to those with the highest martial arts talent cultivating for more than 10 hours. Since it is like this, I think we should let Hall Master Xue do as he pleases. After all, everyone has some matters to attend to at home. This is unavoidable. Especially Yuan Weiqing's son, how can he not take care of him? Hall Master Xue, don't you think so? Chapter 729. After hearing Zhong Chuanren's words, Yuan Weiqing hurriedly nodded. Hall Master Xue, Vice Hall Master Zhong is right. Cultivating for 4 to 6 hours a day is the best. It won't affect my cultivation or family matters. At this point, Yuan Weiqing's tone paused, but he didn't wait for Xue Zhizheng's reply and continued speaking. Hall Master Xue, you don't know, but my son is very naughty. If I don't look after him, I'm afraid even his mother won't be able to control him, so even though cultivating for 4 to 6 hours a day is a little short, it's just prolonging my cultivation time. It doesn't matter, I'm not in a hurry. After hearing Yuan Weiqing's words, Xue Zhizheng couldn't help but frown. He said in a deep voice, Yuan Weiqing, when we cultivate martial arts, we must train wholeheartedly. How can we be like you and be half-hearted? After hearing Xue Zhizheng's words, Zhong Chunren smiled and nodded. Hall Master Xue, what Yuan Weiqing said is human nature. Why are you angry? As long as he knows how to train hard, that's enough. Don't you think so? After hearing Zhong Chunren's words, Xue Zhizheng frowned. Vice Hall Master Zhong, don't you think that we've spent so much to support Yuan Weiqing, but he only cultivates for 4 to 6 hours a day? Don't you think that's too little? Hearing Xue Zhizheng's question, Zhong Chunren smiled and nodded. He turned to look at Yuan Weiqing and asked with a smile, Yuan Weiqing, you heard that. Hall Master Xue isn't satisfied with your cultivation time. Think about it carefully. How much time can you spend cultivating every day? After hearing Zhong Chunren's question, Yuan Weiqing frowned. There was a reason why his martial arts wasn't high. On one hand, it was because his martial arts master wasn't good enough. On the other hand, wasn't it because of himself? The moment he finished his apprenticeship, Yuan Weiqing swore that he would never suffer like this again. Cultivating martial arts was simply too painful. He had to cultivate every day without a time limit and was scolded by his master because he couldn't reach his goal. As for going out to play, that was even more impossible. Yuan Weiqing had long been tired of this kind of life. He liked freedom and a carefree life. He did not want to practice martial arts in the secret room every day. Originally, according to what Zhong Chunren said, he would only cultivate for 4 to 6 hours a day. This kind of life was what Yuan Weiqing wanted to live the most. Every day, he would cultivate in the morning and the rest of the time would belong to him. No matter what he did, how great would that be? When he thought of this, Yuan Weiqing said in an embarrassed way, Deputy Head Zhong, if you add more time, one morning is not enough. Speaking of this, Yuan Weiqing paused for a moment before continuing, Deputy Hall Master Zhong, I think you should forget about it. Isn't it better to cultivate for 4 to 6 hours every day? Yuan Weiqing paused for a moment, but before Zhong Chunren could reply, he cupped his fists and continued to speak. Vice Hall Master Zhong, don't worry. Although I only cultivate for 6 hours every day, as long as I take the medicine that can increase my martial talent, it will definitely not affect my cultivation. I believe that it won't be long before I can master a high level of martial arts. When that time comes, I will definitely repay you. After hearing Yuan Weiqing's words, Zhong Chunren smiled bitterly and shook his head. He turned to look at Xue Zhizheng and said with a smile, Hall Master Xue, Yuan Weiqing is not willing to increase the time. Furthermore, he is confident that he will work hard and master a high level of martial arts sooner. Speaking of this, Zhong Chunren paused for a moment before continuing, Hall Master Xue, I think we should forget about the matter of increasing the time. After hearing the two's words, Xue Zhizheng suddenly sneered, Deputy Hall Master Zhong, when I practiced martial arts in the past, apart from eating and sleeping every day, I would constantly practice martial arts. Then tell me, how much time did I use to practice martial arts every day? Speaking of this, Xue Zhizheng paused for a moment. Then, without waiting for Zhong Chunren to reply, he turned to look at Yuan Weiqing and snorted coldly before continuing. Yuan Weiqing, you only practice for 4 to 6 hours a day. Do you think this is a joke? This is not a small matter. In order for you to stand up again, we need to invest tens of millions of gold coins. We also need to search for high-level martial arts that we don't even know if we can find it. We also need to find medicine that can increase martial arts talent that is hard to come by. Yuan Weiqing, we have done so much for you, yet you only spend 4 to 6 hours a day practicing martial arts. Do you think that you are worthy of us? After hearing Xue Zhizheng's words, Yuan Weiqing was taken aback. He gritted his teeth and said with a trembling voice, Hall Master Xue, since it is like this, then I will increase the time I practice. Is that okay? Speaking of this, Yuan Weiqing paused for a moment. Then, without waiting for Xue Zhizheng to reply, he muttered to himself for a moment before continuing. Hall Master Xue, what do you think about this? The time I practice every day will be increased from 4 to 8 hours. What do you think? After hearing Yuan Weiqing's words, Xue Zhizheng shook his head. Just as he was about to speak, Yuan Weiqing saw that Xue Zhizheng was not satisfied and hurriedly spoke again. Hall Master Xue, since you are still not satisfied, then we will increase it to 4 to 8 hours. What do you think? At this point, Yuan Weiqing paused for a moment. Then, without waiting for Xue Zhizhing to reply, he continued coldly. Hall Master Xue, it cannot be too much. 4 to 8 hours is basically half of my time. If it is any more, I am afraid that I will not even have time to eat and rest. After hearing Yuan Weiqing's words, Zhong Chunren nodded and said with a smile, Hall Master Xue, cultivating for 4 to 8 hours a day is indeed not a small amount. Cultivate for 4 hours in the morning and 4 hours in the afternoon. With this combination of work and rest, you will definitely be able to achieve twice the results with half the effort. Hall Master Xue, I think this is very good. What do you think? After hearing the two's words, Xue Zhizhing gritted his teeth and said, No, if we continue to cultivate at this speed, we may not even be able to see Yuan Weiqing master martial arts. I think that we should immediately build it. At most, we can let Yuan Weiqing come out once a year. I think that this is the only way for Yuan Weiqing to master martial arts faster. Yuan Weiqing, do you have the confidence? Hearing that Xue Zhizhing wanted to build another secret room, Yuan Weiqing was shocked and hurriedly waved his hand. Hall Master Xue, there is no need. If we want to build a secret room, it will probably cost a lot of gold coins. I think we should save it and not waste it. At this point, Yuan Weiqing paused for a moment. Then, without waiting for Xue Zhizhing to reply, he continued speaking. Hall Master Xue, it is good for me to cultivate at home. At least when I miss my son, I can see him at any time. If I enter the secret room, I can only see him once a year. After hearing Yuan Weiqing's words, Xue Zhizhing frowned. After muttering to himself for a moment, he slowly said, Yuan Weiqing, if you are thinking about seeing your son, then we can leave a small window in the secret room. This window doesn't need to be big. It just needs to be the size of a fist. When the time comes, you can make an agreement with your son to let you see him at a certain time every day. This way, won't this problem be solved? When he thought about how he could only see his son through a small window every day, Yuan Weiqing couldn't help but shiver. He hurriedly waved his hand. Hall Master Xue, let's not do that. We should focus all the gold coins on buying medicinal ingredients. We can't waste it on building a secret room. Hall Master Xue, I think it is better to let me go home. Let's not build another secret room. After hearing Yuan Weiqing's words, Zhong Chunren also nodded. Hall Master Xue, Yuan Weiqing is right. If you want to build a solid secret room, you will need to spend a lot of gold coins. Just like Yuan Weiqing said, we can use the gold coins to buy medicinal ingredients to increase Yuan Weiqing's skills. Isn't that better? After hearing Zhong Chunren's words, Xue Zhizhing shook his head and turned to look at Yuan Weiqing. He smiled and said, Yuan Weiqing, you don't have to worry about the gold coins. Speaking of this, Xue Zhizhing's tone paused for a moment before he continued, I will pay for the gold coins to build the secret room for you. You just need to cultivate at ease. Yuan Weiqing, what do you think? After hearing Xue Zhizhing's words, Yuan Weiqing was shocked and hurriedly waved his hand. Hall Master Xue, how can I let you spend money? Forget it. There is no need to build a secret room. I just need to go home and cultivate. After hearing Yuan Weiqing's words, Xue Zhizhing smiled and shook his head. Yuan Weiqing, you don't have to be polite. We are all on the same side. It is a good thing that you want to stand up again. As a hall master, it would be unreasonable if I don't support you. Speaking of this, Xue Zhizhing's tone paused, but then he didn't wait for Yuan Weiqing to answer his words and continued. Yuan Weiqing, you just need to cultivate well. You don't have to worry about anything else. I will definitely build a very solid secret room for you. Even if you want to come out, you won't be able to. After hearing Xue Zhizhing's words, Yuan Weiqing was even more afraid. He couldn't help but ask, Hall Master Xue, what kind of secret room do you want to build for me? After hearing Yuan Weiqing's words, Xue Zhizhing frowned. After pondering for a moment, he slowly said, Yuan Weiqing, I think you should cultivate martial arts in an open space first. Then I will let the craftsmen build secret rooms around you. I think in a few days, the secret rooms built by the craftsmen will surround you. It is equivalent to you entering the secret room. Then, I will let the craftsman continue to strengthen the walls of the secret room until it is about 10 meters wide. I think the thickness of the secret room should be almost complete. Hearing Xue Zhizheng's words, Yuan Weiqing was about to exclaim out loud, but he heard Xue Zhizheng's tone only pause for a moment. Without waiting for him to speak, Xue Zhizheng continued. After the thickness of the walls is 10 meters wide, I will let the craftsman reinforce the outside of the secret room with the bluestone. When it is about 1 meter wide, the secret room will be half built. Hearing this, Yuan Weiqing was so scared that his hands and feet turned to jelly. A wall that was more than 10 meters wide was only half built. If it was completed, it would be like an iron bastion. While Yuan Weiqing was still in shock, Xue Zhizheng continued. After the bluestone reinforcement is complete, I will hire some people and let them add soil to the side of the secret room until it is as big as a mountain. Only then will it be considered complete. Then, I will deal with the top, leaving only a fist-sized passage. On one hand, it will allow for ventilation. On the other hand, you can also use this ventilation hole to see your sun. Yuan Weiqing, I believe that in such a sturdy secret room, you will definitely cultivate martial arts seriously. Because only when you cultivate martial arts can you break this secret room and come out. Hearing Xue Zhizheng say that the secret room was sturdy, Yuan Weiqing asked with a trembling voice, Hall Master Xue, if the secret room only has a fist-sized passage, how will I eat? After hearing Yuan Weiqing's words, Xue Zhizheng nodded, that's easy. As long as you let people take the food you eat through the ventilation hole, you will naturally be able to eat. Speaking up to hear, Xue Zhizheng paused for a moment. But then, without waiting for Yuan Weiqing to answer his question, he continued. Yuan Weiqing, although this secret room is sturdy, there is still a certain gap between it and the one-armed Saber King's room. Therefore, in order to let you have no distracting thoughts, the ventilation hole will only be opened 3 times a day. Each ventilation time is only for the time it takes to burn a stick of incense. Yuan Weiqing, do you think this time is reasonable? Hearing this, Yuan Weiqing asked with a trembling voice, Hall Master Xue, if you close the ventilation hole, won't the secret room be plunged into darkness? Xue Zhizheng nodded, that's right. After the ventilation hole is closed, the secret room will indeed be plunged into darkness. I think, in the darkness, you will definitely practice harder and achieve twice the result with half the effort. Yuan Weiqing frowned, Hall Master Xue, when I eat, do I also have to eat in the darkness? After hearing Yuan Weiqing's words, Xue Zhizheng shook his head, how is that possible? Why do you need to breathe 3 times a day? It is to give you time to eat. Although the ventilation hole is not big, there will always be a little light in the secret room. In this way, you will naturally be able to eat. After hearing Xue Zhizheng's words, Yuan Weiqing only felt a little cold all over his body. If he built the secret room according to Xue Zhizheng's words, then wouldn't he have to live in the darkness all the time? Every day, he only had 3 incense sticks of time for ventilation, and during these 3 incense sticks of time, he had to finish his meal. Thinking of this, Yuan Weiqing couldn't help but shiver. He raised his head to look at Xue Zhizheng, and asked with a trembling voice, Hall Master Xue, you promised to let me see my son. When will it be arranged? Xue Zhizheng smiled and patted Yuan Weiqing's shoulder, of course during the ventilation time. You can eat while looking at your son through the ventilation hole. Isn't this killing 2 birds with 1 stone and saving a lot of time? What? After hearing Xue Zhizheng's words, Yuan Weiqing couldn't help but exclaim, and asked with a trembling voice, do you mean, I have to see my son through the ventilation hole? Chapter 730. After hearing Yuan Weiqing's words, Xue Zhizheng nodded and solemnly said, Yuan Weiqing, you have to know that in order for you to stand up again, we have to pay a huge price. Therefore, you have to practice diligently. In order to prevent you from being influenced by the outside world, we can only do this. Yuan Weiqing, I hope you can understand and spend all your time on cultivation. Strive to learn the martial arts of the one-armed Saber King as soon as possible. After hearing Xue Zhizheng's words, Yuan Weiqing wiped the cold sweat on his forehead and said with a forced smile, Hall Master Xue, to build such a secret room, I'm afraid it will cost a lot. At this point, Yuan Weiqing's tone paused for a moment before he continued, I think it's better to forget about it. Hall Master Xue, Even if I cultivate at home, you will definitely practice diligently and will not neglect. Hearing this, Xue Zhijing bitterly smiled and shook his head. Yuan Weiqing, these are all useless. I remember when I was cultivating martial arts, I secretly swore in my heart that I must practice martial arts well. However, once there are external influences, there is no way to control myself. At this point, Xue Zhijing turned his head to look at Yuan Weiqing and sighed. Yuan Weiqing, in the end, my master saw that my martial arts progress was too slow and knew that it couldn't go on like this, so he locked me up in a cave. At this point, Xue Zhijing's tone paused for a moment, but immediately after, he didn't wait for Yuan Weiqing to answer his words and continued speaking. Yuan Weiqing, in the beginning, it was really difficult to be alone in there. Every day, there was only one person. For 4 weeks, it was incomparably dark. It simply made people feel like they were going crazy. However, because there was nothing to do every day, there was really nothing to do except cultivate martial arts. Therefore, I began to cultivate martial arts. After a few days, the frustration in my heart disappeared and my martial arts progress was very fast. Just like this, my master locked me up for 2 months before letting me out. Although it was only 2 months, the results were almost equivalent to a year of cultivation. Yuan Weiqing, you won't be wrong if you listen to me. Only in this way can your martial arts make rapid progress and reach the level of the one-armed saber king. Don't tell me you don't want to. After hearing Xue Zhijing's words, Yuan Weiqing's mind was suddenly filled with darkness. Thinking that he would have to spend decades in darkness, Yuan Weiqing felt that he was about to go crazy. Yuan Weiqing clenched his teeth and said with a forced smile, Hall Master Xue, you don't know, but I'm a very persevering person. When I was practicing martial arts, I didn't even need my master to supervise me. I would practice for 14 to 14 hours every day. At this point, Yuan Weiqing paused for a moment before continuing, Hall Master Xue, you can rest assured that even if I return to my own home to cultivate, I will definitely not be affected by the outside world. I will definitely be able to cultivate diligently and strive to reach the level of one-armed saber king as soon as possible. After hearing Yuan Weiqing's words, Xue Zhijing could not help but frown. He sighed and said, Yuan Weiqing, it is precisely because of this reason that I am even more worried. At this point, Xue Zhijing's tone paused for a moment, but immediately after, he did not wait for Yuan Weiqing to answer his question and continued to speak. Yuan Weiqing, you cultivate for 14 to 14 hours every day and your martial arts have only reached this level. This shows that your martial arts talent is really not good. Therefore, I think that we should still build a secret room for you. Otherwise, with your talent, even if you cultivate for a lifetime, I'm afraid that you won't reach the ideal state. At this point, Xue Zhijing sighed again, Yuan Weiqing, if we spend so much to help you, but you don't reach the ideal state, then wouldn't our help be meaningless? After hearing Xue Zhijing's words, Yuan Weiqing was suddenly stunned. Zhong Chunren hurriedly said from the side, Hall Master Xue, what you said is wrong. In the past, Yuan Weiqing's martial arts talent was indeed not high, but don't forget, in the future, we will find medicine that can increase his martial arts talent. At that time, as long as Yuan Weiqing takes the medicine that can increase his martial arts talent, his martial arts talent will naturally be much higher than before. As long as his martial arts talent is high, cultivating martial arts will naturally be twice the result with half the effort. At that time, Yuan Weiqing won't be able to cultivate for too long a day, but he will definitely be stronger than before. At this point, Zhong Chunren paused for a moment before continuing. In that case, Hall Master Xue, I don't think there is a need to let Yuan Weiqing cultivate for so long, right? I think that 4 to 6 hours a day should be enough. After hearing Zhong Chunren's words, Xue Zhijing waved his hand. How can that be? If he only cultivated for 4 to 6 hours a day, that would be too easy. Then what would he do with the rest of the time? At this point, Xue Zhijing's tone paused for a moment, but immediately after, he did not wait for Zhong Chunren to answer his question and continued speaking. Vice Hall Master Zhong, cultivating martial arts has always been a difficult thing. If Yuan Weiqing can't endure this kind of hardship, then he can choose not to cultivate martial arts. Naturally, we won't have to pay such a huge price to help him. Xue Zhijing turned his head to look at Yuan Weiqing and asked in a deep voice, Yuan Weiqing, let me ask you, can you endure the hardship of cultivating martial arts? At this point, Xue Zhizheng paused for a moment, but immediately after, without waiting for Yuan Weiqing to answer his question, he continued speaking. Yuan Weiqing, if you can endure this kind of hardship, we can help you. However, if you can't endure this kind of hardship, I advise you to give up as soon as possible. You won't succeed. After hearing Xue Zhizheng's words, Yuan Weiqing was instantly shocked. He quickly turned his head to look at Zhong Chunren with a questioning gaze. Zhong Chunren smiled and shook his head. Hall Master Xue, how can Yuan Weiqing not want to cultivate? If Yuan Weiqing doesn't choose to cultivate, then wouldn't he be a cripple for the rest of his life? Zhong Chunren turned his head to look at Yuan Weiqing and asked with a smile, Yuan Weiqing, don't tell me you want to be a cripple? Hearing Zhong Chunren's question, Yuan Weiqing hurriedly shook his head. No, I really don't want to be a cripple. I want to be a person like the one-armed saber king. Zhong Chunren didn't wait for Yuan Weiqing to finish his words and waved his hand to interrupt him. He turned his head to look at Xue Zhizheng and said with a smile, Hall Master Xue, how could anyone want to be a cripple? Just now, what Yuan Weiqing said was only because he didn't want you to spend the money. Hall Master Xue, if you want to build a secret room like the one you mentioned, it will definitely cost a lot of gold coins. Although these gold coins will be paid by you alone, after all, it is built for Yuan Weiqing. He definitely can't bear to do so. In my opinion, let's forget about building the secret room. If Hall Master Xue is willing to help Yuan Weiqing, you can use these gold coins to buy some precious herbs to increase Yuan Weiqing's strength. Isn't this 100 times better than building the secret room? After hearing Zhong Chunren's words, Yuan Weiqing hurriedly nodded. Hall Master Xue, Vice Hall Master Zhong is right. If I use the gold coins to build the secret room to buy elixirs, it will definitely be of great help to me. Hall Master Xue, if you really want to help me, then use the gold coins to buy elixirs. After hearing the two's words, Xue Zhizheng shook his head and sighed. Yuan Weiqing, no matter how many elixirs you have, if you don't work hard, it will be useless. At this point, Xue Zhizheng's tone paused for a moment before he continued. Yuan Weiqing, you should also know that after taking the elixirs, you have to constantly circulate your qi to absorb the elixirs. This process takes a very long time. The most important thing is that after you take the elixirs will constantly volatilize. If this process takes a month's time, then in this 1 month's time, the longer you cultivate, the stronger the effects of the elixirs you will receive. If you want to completely absorb the effects of the elixirs, then you can only continuously cultivate your inner strength every day. At this point, Xue Zhizheng's tone paused and he turned to look at Yuan Weiqing. He sighed before he continued, Yuan Weiqing, according to what you said just now, you only need to cultivate for 4 to 6 hours a day. Then, even if you take the elixirs, I'm afraid that you will only receive 10% of the effects, which is already very good. If you only receive 10% of the effects of such a precious elixir, then wouldn't it be a waste? If one elixir is worth 500,000 gold coins, and you only cultivate for 4 to 6 hours a day, then that is equivalent to you wasting 450,000 gold coins. Yuan Weiqing, if you cultivate like this, I'm afraid that we will have to buy even more elixirs, do you understand? After hearing Xue Zhizheng's words, Yuan Weiqing was stunned for a moment before he said in a low voice, Hall Master Xue, if we don't have enough gold coins, we can ask Yi Tianhua to give us more. What does that matter? Zhong Chunren also smiled and said, that's right, Hall Master Xue, Yuan Weiqing is right. As long as we capture Yi Tianhua, the matter of the gold coins is a small matter. He can solve it for us. After hearing the two's words, Xue Zhizheng shook his head with a bitter smile. Do you think that Yi Tianhua is a mountain of gold that you can take from him endlessly? At this point, Xue Zhizheng paused for a moment, but immediately after, he didn't wait for Zhong Chunren and Yuan Weiqing to reply and continued. That's impossible. According to the 10 million gold coins we just mentioned, I doubt that Yi Tianhua will agree to our terms, let alone increase the amount. After hearing Xue Zhizheng's words, Zhong Chunren laughed coldly. Hall Master Xue, this is a small matter. If you are worried, you can ask Yuan Weiqing if he has a way to get Yi Tianhua to fork out more gold coins. After hearing Zhong Chunren's words, Xue Zhizheng frowned. Just as he was about to speak, Yuan Weiqing suddenly said, Hall Master Shui, don't worry. As long as we capture Yi Tianhua, he will definitely agree to our terms. Leave this matter to me. After hearing Yuan Weiqing's words, Zhong Chunren smiled and said, Hall Master Shui, you can rest assured. Yuan Weiqing will definitely take care of it. I guarantee that you won't have to worry about it. Speaking of this, Zhong Chunren paused for a moment, but then, without waiting for Shui Zhizhing to reply, he lowered his voice and continued speaking. Hall Master Shui, the most important thing for us now is to capture Yi Tianhua. As long as we capture Yi Tianhua, everything will naturally be solved. Yuan Weiqing also smiled and said, That's right, Hall Master Shui. Give the order. We will attack Yi Tianhua and capture him as soon as possible so that he won't take the opportunity to escape. After hearing the two's words, Shui Zhizhing was stunned for a moment and asked with some doubt, Are we going to do what you said we discussed just now? Zhong Chunren nodded and said with a smile, That's right. Didn't we already agree? Do you still have any doubts? Shui Zhizhing sighed, Vice Hall Master Zhong, we have spent so much. 10 million gold coins, brilliant cultivation methods, and medicine that can increase martial arts talent. Adding these three together, how terrifying is the price? Perhaps once the South County Shadow Alliance knows what we have done, I'm afraid our Tanlei sect will be in danger. At that time, will our Tanlei sect be a match for the South Sun Shadow Alliance? Speaking of this, Shui Zhizhing paused for a moment, but then, without waiting for the two to answer him, he continued. Perhaps our Tanlei sect will be destroyed by the South County Shadow Alliance because of this. We have paid such a huge price, but what do we get in return? Shui Zhizhing turned his head to look at Yuan Weiqing and sighed, Yuan Weiqing, because of this, our Tanlei sect is very likely to be defeated by the Shadow Alliance or even wiped out. But you actually want to only cultivate for 4 to 6 hours a day. Are you worthy of the price we have paid? Seeing Shui Zhizhing's solemn expression and hearing his question, Yuan Weiqing was shocked and stunned. For a moment, he did not know what to say. In fact, Shui Zhizhing was right. They had paid such a huge price, but Yuan Weiqing did not cultivate properly. If it were anyone else, they would not be satisfied. Seeing this, Zhong Chunren hurriedly said with a smile, Hall Master Shui, since you said that 4 to 6 hours is not enough, we can add more. I believe Yuan Weiqing will be able to accept it. Speaking of this, Zhong Chunren paused for a moment before continuing, Hall Master Shui, how many hours do you think Yuan Weiqing should cultivate every day? Hearing Zhong Chunren's question, Shui Zhizhing shook his head, Vice Hall Master Zhong, I think it's better to build a secret room. Only in this way can Yuan Weiqing concentrate on cultivating martial arts and cultivate martial arts to the peak as soon as possible. If he stays at home, he will definitely be affected by the outside world, which will be detrimental to his cultivation speed. Hearing Shui Zhizhing's words, before Zhong Chunren could speak, Yuan Weiqing had already spoken first, Hall Master Shui, how can that be? Even if I cultivate martial arts at home, I will definitely cultivate diligently. Yuan Weiqing paused for a moment, but he didn't wait for Shui Zhizhing's reply. He continued to speak after a moment of silence. Hall Master Shui, I promise you that I will cultivate for 5 hours a day. Chapter 731. Yuan Weiqing continued, Hall Master Shui, as long as you're willing to support me and help me this once, I'm willing to cultivate for 10 hours a day. What do you think? After hearing Yuan Weiqing's words, Shui Zhizhing frowned and said in a deep voice, Yuan Weiqing, practicing martial arts is a matter of perseverance. I think that with your temper, it will be difficult for you to achieve this. Therefore, I think that you should give up. This path is really not suitable for you to walk. Hearing Shui Zhizhing's words, Yuan Weiqing's face suddenly changed and he hurriedly said, Hall Master Shui, I've already said that as long as you help me, I'll cultivate for 10 hours a day. Isn't that enough? After Yuan Weiqing's voice fell, before Shui Zhizhing could speak, Zhong Chunren spoke first, Hall Master Shui, I see that Yuan Weiqing is very determined. Why don't we give him this chance and see how it works? What do you think? Hearing Zhong Chunren's words, Shui Zhizhing couldn't help but frown, Vice Hall Master Zhong, if Yuan Weiqing doesn't have the determination and perseverance to cultivate, even if we give him this chance, will he be able to do it well? At this point, Xue Zhizhing's voice paused for a moment, but he didn't wait for Zhong Chunren to answer his question and continued speaking. Vice Hall Master Zhong, don't forget that we have to pay a huge price to support Yuan Weiqing. If we pay such a huge price and Yuan Weiqing doesn't work hard to cultivate, do you think our efforts are worth it? Hearing Xue Zhizhing's words, Zhong Chunren shook his head. Hall Master Xue, didn't Yuan Weiqing just say that he can cultivate for 10 hours a day? I think 10 hours should be enough, right? Xue Zhizhing shook his head. Vice Hall Master Zhong, what I mean is that we have to build a secret room for Yuan Weiqing to cultivate wholeheartedly. If he doesn't succeed in cultivating martial arts, he won't be able to come out of the secret room. I think this is the only way to make Yuan Weiqing wholeheartedly cultivate and not waste our efforts on him. Zhong Chunren shook his head. Hall Master Xue, think about it carefully. In this world, there aren't many people who can cultivate for 10 hours a day. Everyone has things to do, so they can't cultivate martial arts every day. Hall Master Xue, Yuan Weiqing has his own family. His family also needs his care. Could it be that he has already given up on his family and entered the secret room to practice martial arts? Hall Master Xue, Yuan Weiqing's son is only 5 years old. If no one takes care of such a young child, what do you think will happen to him? Therefore, I think that if Yuan Weiqing can persist in cultivating for 10 hours a day, that is already very good. Zhong Chunren paused for a moment, but he didn't wait for Xue Zhizhing's reply and continued to speak. Hall Master Xue, the key now is that we need to find a medicine that can increase Yuan Weiqing's martial arts talent as soon as possible. Only by finding this medicine as soon as possible and increasing Yuan Weiqing's martial arts talent, can his cultivation speed increase. Hall Master Xue, if there is no medicine that can increase one's martial arts talent, with Yuan Weiqing's current martial arts talent, even if he cultivates for 20 hours a day, I'm afraid it will be useless. He might not be able to cultivate any high-level martial arts in his lifetime. After hearing Zhong Chunren's words, Yuan Weiqing hurriedly nodded. Hall Master Xue, Vice Hall Master Zhong is right. As long as there is a medicine that can increase one's martial arts talent, my cultivation speed will definitely not be affected even if I cultivate for 10 hours a day. After hearing the two's words, Xue Zhizhing sighed. Vice Hall Master Zhong, do you think that medicine that can increase one's martial arts talent is so easy to find? Xue Zhizhing paused for a moment before continuing. Who knows, we might not be able to find it in this lifetime. This is all possible. It is because of this reason that I want to build a secret room for Yuan Weiqing to cultivate. I'm afraid that we won't be able to find the medicine that can increase one's martial arts talent. If that happens, it will be terrible. As long as Yuan Weiqing can cultivate diligently in the secret room, I believe that even if there is no medicine that can increase one's martial arts talent, his progress should be very great. Therefore, I still think that in order to let Yuan Weiqing cultivate martial arts as soon as possible, we still have to build a secret room. Not only do we have to build it, but we also have to build it firmly. Vice Hall Master Zhong, what do you think? After hearing Xue Zhizhing's words, Zhong Chunren smiled and waved his hand. Hall Master Xue, you're thinking too much. Although the medicine that can increase one's martial arts talent is very precious, it doesn't mean that it doesn't exist. With the help of the South County Shadow Alliance, I believe that no matter how hidden these medicines are, we will find them sooner or later. Hall Master Xue, don't worry. I believe that in less than a year and a half, we should be able to find this medicine. How could Xue Zhizhing believe these words? Zhong Chunren, that's impossible. How can we find this medicine in a year and a half? Zhong Chunren smiled and nodded. If we ask the Shadow Alliance for help, there will definitely be no problem, right? Xue Zhizhing sighed. Will the Shadow Alliance help us? Zhong Chunren sneered. Hall Master Xue, as long as Yi Tianhua is still in our hands, I don't believe that the Shadow Alliance will not agree to our conditions. After hearing these words, Xue Zhizhing smiled bitterly and shook his head. Vice Hall Master Zhong, although you say that, think about it. Will Yi Tianhua definitely agree to our conditions? At this point, Xue Zhizhing paused for a moment, but then, without waiting for Zhong Chunren to answer him, he continued to speak. Vice Hall Master Zhong, the conditions we are offering now are simply too harsh. No matter what, I won't. I believe that Yi Tianhua will agree to our conditions. Hearing this, Zhong Chunren sneered and turned to look at Yuan Weiqing. He asked with a smile, Yuan Weiqing, if we capture Yi Tianhua, are you confident that he will agree to our conditions? Yes. Hearing Zhong Chunren's question, Yuan Weiqing immediately replied loudly, Vice Hall Master Zhong, of course I'm confident. What's so difficult about that? As long as we capture Yi Tianhua, I'm confident that he will agree to anything. Hearing Yuan Weiqing's words, Zhong Chunren nodded in satisfaction. He turned to look at Xue Zhijing and said with a smile, Hall Master Xue, look, Yuan Weiqing is so confident. What are you worried about? Hearing this, Yuan Weiqing hurriedly said, Hall Master Xue, Vice Hall Master Zhong is right. As long as we capture Yi Tianhua, I can guarantee that he will agree to all of our conditions. Hearing Yuan Weiqing's words, Xue Zhijing could not help but frown. Yuan Weiqing, do you still want to use those methods? Hearing this, Yuan Weiqing was stunned for a moment and asked with some doubt, Hall Master Xue, if we don't use those methods, how can Yi Tianhua agree to our request? On the side, Zhong Chunren also smiled and said, Hall Master Xue, Yuan Weiqing is right. If we don't use those methods, how can Yi Tianhua agree to our conditions? Speaking up to here, Zhong Chunren paused for a moment before continuing, Hall Master Xue, in order to help Yuan Weiqing stand up again, let's not think about those things. We should think about what conditions we need to make Yuan Weiqing stand up again. Hearing this, Yuan Weiqing hurriedly said, Hall Master Xue, Vice Hall Master Zhong is right. Now it seems that 10 million gold coins is not enough. We need more gold coins. There is also a second condition. We need to find a high level of martial arts as soon as possible. The most important thing is that the medicine that can increase one's martial arts talent can't be delayed. The earlier I can find it, the earlier I can take it. I can also cultivate a high-level martial arts a day earlier and become the second one-armed saber king in South County. Speaking up to here, Yuan Weiqing paused for a moment before continuing, Hall Master Xue, hurry up and give the order. We will take action against Yi Tianhua now. Hearing Yuan Weiqing's words, Xue Zhijing was stunned for a moment and asked with some doubt, Yuan Weiqing, do you really think that all these problems can be solved as long as we capture Yi Tianhua? Hearing Xue Zhijing's question, Yuan Weiqing nodded, of course. If we capture Yi Tianhua, it is equivalent to controlling the Shadow Alliance. At that time, with the help of the Shadow Alliance's leader, I believe that all these things can be done. Hearing Yuan Weiqing's words, Xue Zhijing smiled bitterly and shook his head, Yuan Weiqing, your thinking is too simple. If the Shadow Alliance can do all these things, then why doesn't Yi Tianhua do it himself? Speaking up to here, Xue Zhijing paused for a moment, but then he did not wait for Yuan Weiqing to answer his question and continued. Yi Tianhua, send people to look for the medicine that can increase one's martial arts talent, then look for a high-level martial arts skill himself. Finally, borrow a large sum of gold coins to buy the medicine. Yuan Weiqing, if Yi Tianhua does this, then wouldn't he be able to cultivate a high-level martial arts skill himself? Hearing Xue Zhijing's words, Yuan Weiqing was stunned for a moment, then he smiled and said, maybe Yi Tianhua doesn't have confidence in himself, so he didn't do it. Hearing Yuan Weiqing's words, Xue Zhijing laughed coldly, Yuan Weiqing, why doesn't Yi Tianhua have confidence? Don't forget, Yi Tianhua's martial arts skills are much higher than ours. His martial arts talent is already outstanding. Even if there is no medicine that can increase his martial arts talent, as long as there is a high-level martial arts skill, he can still cultivate it successfully. But he didn't do it. Why is that? Hearing this, Zhong Chunren hurriedly said, Hall Master Xue, we don't have to worry about whether Yi Tianhua can do it or not. The most important thing now is to capture him and make him agree to our conditions. Hall Master Xue, it's useless for us to say anything now because no one knows whether we can do it or not. Only when we capture Yi Tianhua and do it with all our hearts will we know the final result. Hearing this, Yuan Weiqing hurriedly nodded and said, Hall Master Xue, Vice Hall Master Zhong is right. No matter whether we succeed or not, we must capture Yi Tianhua and make him agree to our conditions. Even if we can't do what we said, at least we can ask for more gold coins. This won't do us any harm. Xue Zhijing smiled bitterly and shook his head, Vice Hall Master Zhong, if you just want more gold coins, don't you think this is too dangerous? Hearing Xue Zhizheng's words, Zhong Chunren shook his head. Hallmaster Xue, what danger is there? As long as we capture Yi Tianhua, no one will know. What danger can there be? After hearing their words, Xue Zhizheng hesitated for a moment before slowly saying, since you all have decided to capture Yi Tianhua, it's not impossible. However, we need to change our tactics. At this point, Xue Zhizheng paused for a moment, but before the two of them could answer his question, he continued to speak, minding his own business. When we fight with Yi Tianhua later, Vice Hall Master Zhong, you will block Yi Tianhua's attacks. Yuan Weiqing and LV Hushan will support you from the side. I will attack Yi Tianhua from behind with thunderbolt pills. After saying this, Xue Zhizheng glanced at the three people in front of him before continuing, if you agree to this tactic, I will agree to your request. What do you think? Hearing Xue Zhizheng's words, Zhong Chunren immediately frowned and hurriedly said, Hallmaster Xue, how can we do that? Yi Tianhua's martial arts are powerful. How can the three of us stop him? Zhong Chunren paused for a moment, but he didn't wait for Xue Zhizheng's reply and continued to speak. Hallmaster Xue, I think we should stick to the original tactic. With you at the front, I believe that with your martial arts, even if you are not as good as Yi Tianhua's, you will definitely be able to block him for a while. When the time comes, the three of us will attack Yi Tianhua from behind. We will definitely succeed. Yuan Weiqing hurriedly said, Hallmaster Xue, Vice Hallmaster Zhong is right. With your martial arts, you will definitely be able to block Yi Tianhua's attacks. Who knows, we might even be able to capture Yi Tianhua without having to do anything. LV Hushan, who had been silent all this while, also hurriedly said, Hallmaster Xue, if the three of us are at the front, I'm afraid that we won't be Yi Tianhua's match. After hearing their words, Xue Zhizheng shook his head and said calmly, you don't have to say any more. You are not Yi Tianhua's match, and I am definitely not Yi Tianhua's match either. If I am at the front, I will definitely not be able to block Yi Tianhua's attacks. At this point, Xue Zhizheng paused for a moment, but before the three of them could answer him, he continued to speak. But the three of you are different. Your martial arts combined are definitely higher than mine. Most importantly, if the three of you attack at the same time, no matter how high Yi Tianhua's martial arts are, he won't be able to attack all three of you at the same time. This way, you will be able to buy some time while I attack Yi Tianhua from behind. I believe that with my skills, I will definitely be able to injure Yi Tianhua with the thunderbolt ball before he kills all of you. Isn't this the best way? After hearing Xue Zhizheng's words, Zhong Chunren hurriedly waved his hand. Hallmaster Xue, how can we do that? Your martial arts are high, even if the three of us work together, we will definitely not be your match. Chapter 732. Zhong Chunren continued, Hallmaster Xue, even if the three of us stand in front, we won't be able to block Yi Tianhua's attack. Please stand in front and we'll stay behind to attack Yi Tianhua. That way, we'll have a better chance. Yuan Weiqing also said loudly, that's right, Vice Hall Master Zhong is right. The three of us are no match for you. Even if we stand in front of you, once Yi Tianhua breaks through our defenses, we'll all be finished. Xue Zhizheng shook his head and smiled bitterly. Vice Hall Master Zhong, Yuan Weiqing, to tell you the truth, even I can't block Yi Tianhua's attack. Xue Zhizheng paused for a moment, but he didn't wait for Yuan Weiqing's reply and continued to speak. If I stand in front alone, I won't be able to block Yi Tianhua's attack no matter what. Furthermore, at a critical moment, Yi Tianhua's martial arts might reach a higher level. When that happens, I'll be even less of a match for him. If I can't even take one hit and you're behind me defenseless, wouldn't that be terrible? Yuan Weiqing was stunned when he heard Xue Zhizheng's reply. He quickly said, Hallmaster Xue, if your martial arts can't block Yi Tianhua's attack, wouldn't it be worse if the few of us aren't as good as you? After hearing Yuan Weiqing's words, Xue Zhizheng smiled bitterly and shook his head. Yuan Weiqing, you're wrong. Since we're no match for Yi Tianhua, we can only rely on numbers to deal with the current situation. Yuan Weiqing shook his head. Hallmaster Xue, since we're no match for him, how should we deal with him? Yuan Weiqing paused for a moment, but he didn't wait for Xue Zhizheng's reply and continued to speak. We're no match for Yi Tianhua to begin with. Even if we go up and block him, I'm afraid we won't be able to stop him. LV Hushan, who had been silent all this while, hurriedly said, Hall Master Shui, our martial arts aren't as good as yours. I'm afraid we won't be able to stop Yi Tianhua. I think you should go up and block Yi Tianhua. That's the best solution. LV Hushan didn't want to speak at first, but he had no choice now. He knew how good Yi Tianhua's martial arts were. Yi Tianhua only used one move to injure him, and LV Hushan was sure that Yi Tianhua didn't use his full strength. He only wanted to push him back. If Yi Tianhua's strength, LV Hushan's SSS strength is. With such a huge gap between the two of them, it would be a joke for him to block Yi Tianhua when the battle started. LV Hushan was certain that if he really did that, this battle would probably be the last one he would fight in his life. It was precisely because of this reason that LV Hushan hurriedly opened his mouth to defend himself. If he spoke too late, he might not even have the chance to defend himself. Hearing LV Hushan's words, Shui Zhijing smiled bitterly and shook his head. LV Hushan, this is the best solution. This is our only chance to defeat Yi Tianhua. Don't you understand? After hearing Shui Zhijing's words, LV Hushan was stunned for a moment. Then, he hurriedly shook his head. Hall Master Shui, how is that possible? If the three of us were in front, I'm afraid that Yi Tianhua would kill all three of us with one strike each. What chance would we have? LV Hushan paused for a moment, but he didn't wait for Shui Zhijing to reply and continued. Hall Master Shui, if you stand in front of us, the situation will be different. Your martial arts are higher than ours. I believe that no matter how high Yi Tianhua's martial arts are, he won't be able to defeat you in one move. During this time, we can keep throwing thunderbolt pills at him from behind. Then, as long as you can hold on for a while, we'll definitely be able to injure Yi Tianhua. Yuan Weiqing hurriedly chimed in after hearing LV Hushan's words. Hall Master Shui, LV Hushan is right. If you stand in front of us, we can throw thunderbolt pills at Yi Tianhua from behind. As long as we cooperate well, we'll definitely be able to injure Yi Tianhua. After hearing their words, Shui Zhijing sighed. Yuan Weiqing, LV Hushan, you think I can block Yi Tianhua's attack? But let me tell you, that's impossible. Shui Zhijing paused for a moment, but before the two of them could answer his question, he continued to speak. Yi Tianhua's martial arts are high. Furthermore, we'll use thunderbolt pills on him. When the time comes, he won't hold back. I'm sure you know that once Yi Tianhua goes all out, none of us here will be able to stop him. Even I won't be able to stop him. Since we can't stop Yi Tianhua's attack, the effect will be the same no matter which of the four of us goes up to block him. That's why I think the best way is for the three of you to go up and block him. I'm definitely better at using thunderbolt pills than the three of you. If I throw thunderbolt pills, the effect will definitely be better than the three of you. In order to win, I can only let the three of you go up and block Yi Tianhua. After hearing Shui Zhijing's words, Yuan Weiqing hurriedly shook his head. Hall Master Shui, how is that possible? Your martial arts are higher than ours. If you go up and block Yi Tianhua's attack, I believe that no matter how strong Yi Tianhua is, he won't be able to defeat you so easily. That's why I think it's better for you to go up and block Yi Tianhua and buy us time. This is the best and only way. Hall Master Shui, can you agree? LV Hushan also hurriedly said, Hall Master Shui, in order to let Yuan Weiqing stand up again, I hope that you can agree to it. This is our only chance. If you don't agree, then we won't even have this chance. Zhong Chunren, who had been silent all this while, suddenly spoke up. Hall Master Shui, if the three of us go up and block Yi Tianhua, I'm afraid that not only will we fail, but we'll also ruin things. Zhong Chunren paused for a moment, but he didn't wait for Shui Zhijing's reply. He smiled bitterly and continued to speak. Hall Master Shui, think about it. The three of us are much weaker than you. If we compare ourselves to Yi Tianhua, we'll be even weaker. If we go up and block Yi Tianhua, I'm afraid that Yi Tianhua will only need one move to defeat all three of us. When that happens, I'm afraid you'll have to face Yi Tianhua alone. But if you go up and block Yi Tianhua, then with your martial arts, no matter how high Yi Tianhua's martial arts are, he won't be able to injure you in one move. With this time, we can attack Yi Tianhua from behind. When that happens, we'll definitely be able to injure Yi Tianhua. Hall Master Shui, this is the best way. If we want to defeat Yi Tianhua, this is the only way. Other than this, we don't have any other way to deal with Yi Tianhua. So, Hall Master Shui, I hope that you'll look at the bigger picture and let us capture Yi Tianhua together. This is the best outcome. After hearing Zhong Chuanren's words, Shui Zhijing laughed bitterly and shook his head. Vice Hall Master Zhong, you're thinking too much. Yi Tianhua's martial arts are so strong that none of us can stop him. No matter who it is, they won't be able to withstand even one move from him. This means that no matter who fights Yi Tianhua, the final outcome will be that they won't be able to withstand even one move from him. Since that's the case, we'll use numbers to lure him away. Shui Zhijing paused for a moment, but he didn't wait for Zhong Chuanren's reply and continued to speak. Vice Hall Master Zhong, think about it. If the three of you stand in front, what will Yi Tianhua do when he wants to rush over? Hearing Shui Zhijing's question, Zhong Chunren sighed. Of course he'll attack us. Hearing Zhong Chuanren's answer, Shui Zhijing nodded. That's right. Yi Tianhua will attack us, but don't forget that there are three of us in front. Vice Hall Master Zhong, who do you think Yi Tianhua will attack first? Hearing Shui Zhijing's question, Zhong Chunren frowned and said slowly, I think he'll attack me first, right? Shui Zhijing shook his head and sneered. Vice Hall Master Zhong, actually, it doesn't matter who Yi Tianhua attacks first. It doesn't affect us at all. Do you understand? Hearing this, Zhong Chuanren's frown deepened. He asked doubtfully, Hall Master Shui, how can it not matter? Yi Tianhua's martial arts are very strong. No matter who he attacks, he'll probably seriously injure them. Doesn't this affect us? Hearing Zhong Chuanren's words, Shui Zhijing smiled bitterly and nodded. Vice Hall Master Zhong, we just said that it's impossible for any one of us to stop Yi Tianhua. No one of us can take a single blow from Yi Tianhua. Because of this, no matter who Yi Tianhua attacks, he'll definitely succeed. The problem is that when Yi Tianhua attacks any one of us, he'll buy some time for the others. Shui Zhijing turned to look at Zhong Chunren and said with a smile, Vice Hall Master Zhong, if Yi Tianhua attacks you first, then Yuan Weiqing and LV Hushan will immediately attack Yi Tianhua from both sides. As for me, I'll go all out and use the Thunderbolt pill to deal with Yi Tianhua. I think that with the three of us working together, no matter how strong Yi Tianhua is, he'll be injured by us. If he still has the strength to fight, then he'll have to wait until the next time. Shui Zhijing paused for a moment, but he didn't wait for Zhong Chunren to answer him. He turned to look at Yuan Weiqing and continued to speak to himself. Yuan Weiqing, if I'm not wrong, Yi Tianhua's next target should be you. So, when Yi Tianhua attacks Vice Hall Master Zhong, you have to be prepared to prevent Yi Tianhua from suddenly attacking you. Shui Zhijing paused for a moment, then turned to look at LV Hushan and said with a smile, LV Hushan, when Yi Tianhua attacks Yuan Weiqing, the two of us will work together to deal with Yi Tianhua. I believe that with the two of us working together, Yi Tianhua won't be able to escape our attacks. Hearing Shui Zhijing's words, LV Hushan was stunned. Then, he asked in a trembling voice, Hall Master Shui, what if we can't catch Yi Tianhua this time? Shui Zhijing smiled bitterly and shook his head. That doesn't matter. Don't we still have you? Shui Zhijing paused for a moment, but he didn't wait for LV Hushan to answer his question and continued to speak. LV Hushan, if Yi Tianhua is not injured by us after attacking Yuan Weiqing, then his third attack will definitely be on you, who is blocking at the front. So, when the time comes, you have to be prepared to block Yi Tianhua's attack. But don't worry, this is already Yi Tianhua's third attack on us. I will also attack Yi Tianhua 3 times. I believe that during the third attack, we will definitely be able to defeat Yi Tianhua. Shui Zhijing looked up at LV Hushan and asked with a smile, LV Hushan, do you have the confidence to defeat Yi Tianhua? Hearing Shui Zhijing's question, LV Hushan hurriedly wiped the cold sweat off his forehead and nodded shakily. Hall Master Shui, I have the confidence. Hearing LV Hushan's answer, Shui Zhijing nodded in satisfaction. He turned to look at Zhong Chunren and said with a smile, Vice Hall Master Zhong, as long as our plan is thorough, Yi Tianhua will definitely not be able to escape our grasp. Vice Hall Master Zhong, Don't you think so? After hearing Xue Zhizheng's words, before Zhong Chunren could say anything, Yuan Weiqing suddenly said, Hall Master Xue, we might win the battle in the end, but what about me and Vice Hall Master Zhong? Hearing Yuan Weiqing's words, Xue Zhizheng frowned and shook his head. Yuan Weiqing, what do you mean? Why don't I understand? Xue Zhizheng paused for a moment before continuing. Yuan Weiqing, aren't you and Vice Hall Master Zhong fighting Yi Tianhua at the front? Yuan Weiqing clenched his teeth. I know, but Hall Master Xue, you just said that the first person Yi Tianhua wanted to attack was Vice Hall Master Zhong, and the second person he wanted to attack was me. Yi Tianhua's martial arts are strong, and Vice Hall Master Zhong and I were attacked by Yi Tianhua. I believe that with Yi Tianhua's ability, he will be able to kill both of us in 2 attacks. Hall Master Xue, do you understand? After hearing Yuan Weiqing's words, Xue Zhizheng nodded and sighed. Yuan Weiqing, of course I understand. As long as there is a battle, especially when it is against an expert like Yi Tianhua, it is not strange for our side to suffer losses. Yuan Weiqing, are you afraid? Hearing Xue Zhizheng's words, Yuan Weiqing was stunned. After a while, he asked loudly, Hall Master Xue, Vice Hall Master Zhong and I might be killed by Yi Tianhua. Chapter 733. Hearing Yuan Weiqing's words, Xue Zhizheng smiled and shook his head. Yuan Weiqing, how can that be? As long as everyone is careful, there will be no problem. Yuan Weiqing shook his head. Hall Master Xue, I don't think so. Wait a moment, we have to sneak attack Yi Tianhua. Yi Tianhua will definitely fly into a rage when he sees us sneak attacking him. At that time, he will definitely not hold back. The 3 of us in front of him aren't very skilled in martial arts. In the end, we might all be killed by Yi Tianhua. Xue Zhizheng shook his head. That won't happen. No matter what, Yi Tianhua will definitely not be ruthless. I think that he doesn't want to cause a fight between the 2 gangs. Xue Zhizheng turned to look at Yuan Weiqing and said slowly, Yuan Weiqing, he will definitely not kill you. At most, he will severely injure you. But that doesn't matter. As long as we capture Yi Tianhua, I believe that he will compensate you for your injuries. Yuan Weiqing, am I right? Hearing Xue Zhizheng's words, Yuan Weiqing frowned and asked worriedly, Hall Master Xue, but what if Yi Tianhua is ruthless towards us? What should we do? Xue Zhizheng was silent for a while before he said slowly, according to my estimation, Yi Tianhua will definitely not be ruthless towards the people he attacks first because he doesn't know if we are ruthless towards him. Speaking up to this point, Xue Zhizheng paused for a while before he continued, so I can be sure that the first person Yi Tianhua attacks will definitely be fine. As for the second person, according to my estimation, it shouldn't be a big problem either. After all, Yi Tianhua doesn't want to cause a fight between the 2 gangs. He will still hold back. Xue Zhizheng turned to look at LV Hushan and said with a bitter smile, LV Hushan, actually, I am most worried about you because when Yi Tianhua attacked you, it was also a crucial moment. I think that at that time, Yi Tianhua should have been able to tell that we were ruthless towards him. So I am sure that he will not hold back anymore. If that is the case, LV Hushan, I hope that you can hold on and protect yourself. Do you understand? After hearing Xue Zhizheng's words, the cold sweat on LV Hushan's forehead began to flow down his cheeks. When Xue Zhizheng finished his words, more cold sweat flowed down his forehead. LV Hushan wiped the cold sweat off his forehead and said in a trembling voice, Hall Master Xue, can I be in the front? My martial arts are the lowest. I'm afraid I won't be able to block Yi Tianhua's attack. After hearing LV Hushan's words, Xue Zhizheng smiled bitterly and shook his head. LV Hushan, I don't have the final say in this matter. Everyone can only rely on their luck. Xue Zhizheng paused for a moment before continuing without waiting for LV Hushan's reply. LV Hushan, but you don't have to worry. Maybe I guessed wrong. Yi Tianhua won't be ruthless towards anyone. He will only lightly injure you. It won't matter. After hearing Xue Zhizheng's words, LV Hushan was about to speak when Zhong Chunren suddenly said, Hall Master Xue, I don't think this will work. The 3 of us are not as good as you. Let the 3 of us block the front. It doesn't matter if we get injured, but what if we can't block Yi Tianhua and he rushes to the back and attacks you? Wouldn't that be bad? After hearing Zhong Chuanren's words, Xue Zhizheng shook his head. It doesn't matter. As long as you guys block the front, even if Yi Tianhua breaks through your line of defense, I will have time to dodge. At that time, all you have to do is go back to help and the problem will be solved. Zhong Chunren shook his head. Hall Master Xue, if Yi Tianhua rushes past our line of defense, even if we want to go back to help, I'm afraid it will be too late. Xue Zhizheng smiled and waved his hand. It doesn't matter. I just have to circle around and get behind you again. Won't the problem be solved? Xue Zhizheng paused for a moment, but he didn't wait for Zhong Chuanren's reply and continued to speak. Vice Hall Master Zhong, when the time comes, the three of you must do your best to block Yi Tianhua. As long as you can block Yi Tianhua 3 times, I can guarantee you that you will definitely be able to injure Yi Tianhua with the Thunderbolt pills within these 3 times. After hearing Xue Zhizheng's words, Zhong Chunren shook his head. Hall Master Xue, if you block the front alone and the 3 of us deal with Yi Tianhua's Thunderbolt pills from behind, won't you have a better chance? Xue Zhizheng shook his head. That's impossible. Although the 3 of you have the advantage in numbers, your techniques aren't good enough. Even if all of you throw together, you won't be able to throw as many as I do. Hearing this, Zhong Chunren couldn't help but frown. Hall Master Xue, how can the 3 of us not be able to throw as many as you? Hearing Zhong Chuanren's question, Xue Zhizheng smiled. Vice Hall Master Zhong, as long as I use my Heavenly Star technique, not to mention the 3 of you, even if 3 more people came, they definitely wouldn't be as fast as me. Xue Zhizheng paused for a moment, but he didn't wait for Zhong Chuanren's reply and continued to speak. So, with the 3 of you blocking Yi Tianhua from the front and me attacking from behind, this is the best plan. After hearing Xue Zhizheng's words, Zhong Chuanren's frown deepened as he asked in confusion, Hall Master Xue, how come I've never heard of the Heavenly Star technique? Xue Zhizheng shook his head indifferently. Vice Hall Master Zhong, I've never used my Heavenly Star technique in front of outsiders. Naturally, you wouldn't know about it. Zhong Chunren hesitated for a moment before probing, Hall Master Xue, can you show it to us once and let us see? Hearing Zhong Chuanren's question, Xue Zhizheng shook his head and said in a low voice, Vice Hall Master Zhong, Yi Tianhua is not far from us. If I use the Heavenly Star technique and he sees through it, I'm afraid it won't be effective when I use it later. Yuan Weiqing suddenly said from the side, Hall Master Xue, Yi Tianhua's martial arts are strong. If he doesn't know how to hold back and kills us, wouldn't that be too unlucky? After hearing Yuan Weiqing's words, Xue Zhizheng shook his head. Yuan Weiqing, I've already said it. You really don't have to worry. Yi Tianhua won't be too harsh on you. At most, you'll be heavily injured. Who knows, maybe you'll be lightly injured. Speaking up to here, Xue Zhizheng paused for a moment before continuing, Yuan Weiqing, protect yourself well. In order to be able to stand on your own and cultivate peerless martial arts, you must protect yourself. Do you understand? After saying this, Xue Zhizheng turned his head to look at LV Hushan, whose face had already turned pale, and said with a smile, LV Hushan, the person I'm most worried about is actually you. You should be the last person Yi Tianhua will attack. You're also the most dangerous person, so you have to protect yourself and don't die. Do you understand? After hearing Xue Zhizheng's words, LV Hushan nodded blankly. He wanted to say something, but after thinking about it, he could only sigh. Seeing that LV Hushan was no longer speaking, Xue Zhizheng turned his head to look at Zhong Chunren and said with a smile, Vice Hall Master Zhong, since you're ready, can we start? While speaking, Xue Zhizheng had already taken out a Thunderbolt pill and said in a low voice, when I throw the Thunderbolt pill, you immediately block in front. Do you understand? After hearing Xue Zhizheng's words, LV Hushan suddenly said, Hall Master Xue, I always feel that your strength is a little weak at the back. How about I also throw Thunderbolt pills at Yi Tianhua from the back with you? This can also increase our strength a lot. What do you think? After hearing LV Hushan's words, Xue Zhizheng couldn't help but frown. He hesitated and said, LV Hushan, if both of us throw Thunderbolt pills from the back, won't the strength in front be a lot weaker? LV Hushan hurriedly waved his hand when he heard this. No, Hall Master Xue, Vice Hall Master Zhong and Yuan Weiqing are blocking in front. It's enough. I don't need to stay in front. After hearing LV Hushan's words, Xue Zhijing nodded. He turned to look at Zhong Chunren and said with a smile, Vice Hall Master Zhong, LV Hushan wants to stay in the back to increase his attack power. What do you think? Hearing Xue Zhijing's question, Zhong Chunren frowned and immediately shook his head. This definitely won't do. The strength in front is already very weak. If LV Hushan goes to the back, then the front will have no defensive ability. Therefore, I think that LV Hushan should stay in the front and block Yi Tianhua for us. This is what he should do. After hearing Zhong Chunren's words, Xue Zhijing smiled and nodded. He turned to look at LV Hushan and asked with a smile, LV Hushan, you heard Vice Hall Master Zhong's words, right? He said that if you go to the back, the strength in front will become weak. Therefore, he hopes that you will stay in the front and block Yi Tianhua's attack. After hearing Xue Zhijing's words, LV Hushan hurriedly waved his hand and said quickly, Hall Master Xue, actually, this is not a big deal. Think about it, if we sneak attack Yi Tianhua from the start, then Yi Tianhua will definitely react. At this point, LV Hushan's tone paused, but he did not wait for Xue Zhijing to reply and continued speaking. Yi Tianhua will only react in two ways. One is to turn around and run. If he does that, then we can pursue him. With the four of us, we will definitely be able to injure him. The other option is that Yi Tianhua might attack us. Of course, from the start, just as you said, Yi Tianhua does not want to cause a conflict between the two factions. He will definitely not dare to attack too heavily. Therefore, his first target should be Vice Hall Master Zhong. In his first attack, he will definitely not use his full strength. At most, he will try to force us to retreat. As for the second attack, his target will definitely be Yuan Weiqing. Yuan Weiqing has already been injured by Yi Tianhua once. I think this time, Yi Tianhua will definitely not bear to attack him too heavily. Therefore, Yuan Weiqing should be safe. However, Hall Master Xue, have you ever thought that if Yi Tianhua finds out that we are serious after these two attacks, will he still continue to fight with us? LV Hushan paused for a while before continuing. At this time, he will still have two choices, which is to escape or to attack. If Yi Tianhua chooses to escape, then the problem is still easy to solve. If he chooses to attack, then he will definitely attack with all his strength. Logically speaking, I should be the one facing this attack alone. Hall Master Xue, you should know very well how good my martial arts is, so I will definitely not be able to block Yi Tianhua's attack. Since I am able to block Yi Tianhua's attack, then Yi Tianhua will definitely break through my defense line. At that time, won't you be in danger? After hearing LV Hushan's words, before Xue Zhijing could reply, Zhong Chunren spoke first. LV Hushan, you're wrong. Did you forget that Hall Master Xue said that he could use the Heavenly Star technique and that he would definitely be able to injure Yi Tianhua in 3 attacks? In that case, LV Hushan, you'd better wait at the front. Don't think about going to the back. After hearing Zhong Chunren's words, LV Hushan hurriedly waved his hand. Deputy Hall Master Zhong, I haven't finished speaking. At this point, LV Hushan paused for a moment, but he didn't wait for Zhong Chunren to answer his question and continued to speak. Deputy Hall Master Zhong, if I go to the back and attack Yi Tianhua with Hall Master Xue, I believe that with our strength, we will definitely be able to injure Yi Tianhua in 2 attacks. There is another advantage to doing this. Even if Yi Tianhua wants to run, it will definitely be too late. This is because before he can run, Hall Master Xue and I will have already injured him. How can he run? What do you think, Deputy Hall Master Zhong? After hearing LV Hushan's words, Zhong Chunren nodded. LV Hushan, after hearing what you said, I feel that it makes sense. If the two of us attack Yi Tianhua from the back, we will have a better chance. LV Hushan was overjoyed when Zhong Chunren agreed to his suggestion. Being able to avoid fighting Yi Tianhua directly was better than anything else. This was because LV Hushan knew very well that with his martial arts, if Yi Tianhua went all out, he might not even be able to take one move. In addition to what Xue Zhijing said just now, Yi Tianhua might hold back in the first 2 attacks, but LV Hushan also believed that Yi Tianhua would definitely not hold back in the 3rd attack. This meant that once Yi Tianhua launched the third attack and he was still standing in front, he might not be able to go back. It was precisely because of this reason that LV Hushan wanted to retreat to the back and attack Yi Tianhua with Xue Zhizheng. Of course, there was another reason that made LV Hushan make this suggestion. That was because everyone wanted to help Yuan Weiqing get back on his feet. Yuan Weiqing's plan cost too much, so he could only capture Yi Tianhua and let him make up for it. This meant that LV Hushan would not get any benefits from taking such a big risk, and all the benefits would be taken by Yuan Weiqing. Since he would not get any benefits, there was no reason to take this risk. That was why LV Hushan said those words and made this suggestion. You're tuning in to the Celestial War YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.